Chapter 1023. It was another scene. Inside the gate of life and death. Obsession Death Realm. Spectral soul demon Venerable no longer had a physical body. What was in front of everyone was a soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his own appearance in the reflection of the lake and said to himself, "Very good. I created the soul-devouring method from Food Path. Not only did it allow me to recover to my peak condition, it also allowed me to devour the souls of other Gu immortals and obtain their memories and cultivation experiences. This is considered a blessing in disguise. However, I haven't found the souls of any other immortal sovereigns or demon sovereigns." It was understandable that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not return either. Did he successfully return home? It's time to return to the human world. Without Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley blocking the way, it would be much easier for me to walk out of the gate of life and death than Rinzu. However, it's not appropriate for my main body to make a move for now. I'll first send some of my soul fragments out to pave the way for my main body. When I regain control of the universe, I'll deal with you. Spectral Soul's gaze landed on a special soul. He was currently sleeping soundly, his entire body releasing a golden radiance. He was like a sun as he descended by the lakeside. In the following scene, it was no longer Spectral Soul but 7 mortals. Seeing the light of day again, I am deeply moved. Among the 7 people, one of them looked up at the sun and said, "Even though we are mortals now, with the cultivation experiences given by our main bodies, we can definitely become Gu immortals." The reverse flow river blocked the way. Originally there were 10 clones but only 7 of us made it out. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort for my main body to come out. Once someone with ulterior motives found out, it would be even more troublesome. They won't sit idly by. To be safe, we should split up and secretly develop in the 5 regions. Every once in a while they will communicate with each other. If that's the case, why don't we create an organization to deceive people? Not bad. Let's call it the Shadow Sect. It's as inconspicuous as a shadow, but it's everywhere. One day the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. Alright. There are 7 of us. They were called red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Just like the immemorial 7 heavens, they were once high and mighty, but now they had fallen. This is a warning to myself not to be lazy and slack. So it's Sword Immortal Bo Ching. It really is one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. Celestial Court's Gu immortals exclaimed. One of the old women said in shame, "The evidence is irrefutable. My spirit affinity house is indeed at fault for failing to supervise. It's impossible to guard against a demon venerable's means. Even the Celestial Court was infiltrated by a traitor of his soul. Not to mention Spirit Affinity House. Fortunately, the Pagoda Master noticed. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower to discover this shocking secret, that gave us a chance to stop this unparalleled demon." The Celestial Court's Gu immortals sighed. Right now, even though they could not continue to harass him, Spectral Soul's situation was not good either. Ever since the descent of Grey Memory Myriad Tribulation, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the Myriad Tribulation Grand clear space to attack him. His injuries were terrible to look at now. Ching. On the ground, within Immortal Zombie Bo Ching's body, Mo Yao's remnant soul was also moved by the image of the handsome middle-aged man. Around her. Similarly, grey fog surged, showing a moving scene from deep within her memories. It was a scene of ruins, mangled corpses, blood was flowing everywhere. It seemed like she had gone through an intense battle. Ching. Don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how can I live? Mo Yao hugged Sword Immortal Bo Ching, crying helplessly. Bo Ching weakly held Mo Yao's hand. "At this point, I will not hide anything from you. I come from Shadow Sect. I was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You loved the wrong person falling in love with me. It will only cause you to suffer. Go, quickly go. If not, it will be too late." Mo Yao's body shook, she shook her head. She rejected firmly, "No, I won't go. I don't care what your identity is, I only know that we love each other deeply, that is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. I cannot live with you, but I can die with you." Oh. Wuxia watched from the side, clicking his tongue. He had a look of surprise on his face. Grey fog rumbled endlessly, the scenes around Spectral Soul became even more chaotic. Earlier it was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now it was split into 7 people. These 7 people had only inherited a small portion of the foundation, they all had their own hardships and pain. Moreover, Every once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body in Obsession Death Domain would travel Reverse Flow River and send out his split souls. This made the scenes even more chaotic. However, there was still a huge scene that attracted everyone's attention. The 6 people from Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch to leave the door of life and death. They had all become immortals now. It is my fault. Green spoke. If I did not ask Green to teach that unscrupulous merchant of jewel yellow skies a lesson, Green would not have fallen in love and betrayed us, even exposing his main body. This is not your fault, Green. Green, Z comforted him. This is a trap set up by the will of the heavens. Didn't you realize it? When we were mortals it was not obvious. But as our cultivation level grew, nothing went smoothly, we became more and more troubled. No matter what we do, there will be unexpected changes and setbacks. We need to deal with Green's matter quickly, otherwise, it will interfere with our main body's plan. What should we do? Green walks the path of sword path, he has the strongest battle strength. Do we need to gather together and get rid of him? Even though this is possible, the price is huge and the risk is high. I have a plan. If we succeed, we might be able to get Fairy Mo Yao to join us. Purple said leisurely. What plan? Purple smiled. Green fell in love because of Spirit Affinity House's signature Immortal Goo, Love. This goo is rank 9, its power is unrivaled, Green's fall is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete, he will not be able to defend against such an attack. But coincidentally, I gained some insights today, my wisdom path attainment level has risen to Great Grandmaster. Furthermore, we have been communicating, I have a deep understanding of Green's sword path. After Green's incident, I tried my best to deduce how to solve this problem. I deduced an Immortal Goo recipe that can refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Purple nodded, that's right. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of emotion, even though this goo cannot rival rank 9 love goo. In fact, we only need to cut the love Dao marks on Green's body. We can make Green have a fortuitous encounter or inspiration, he will think that he created this brand new Immortal Goo recipe. Once he uses it, the threads of emotion on him will be cut, he will regain his rationality and return to us. Not just that, Mo Yao will still have the threads of emotion on her, we can use this to make her our own. Purple's words caused everyone to be overjoyed, and they praised him repeatedly. Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan. Haha, as expected of Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside, knew that her lover had indeed refined Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo in the future. Then after that, Green, did he deceive my feelings or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul fluctuated intensely, she was filled with intense questions. Right at this time, another scene unfolded beside Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become venerable, even without my main body, I will be invincible in the world again, dominating the firmament. By then, with such invincible battle strength, even Providence would not be able to do anything to me. At least in this era there are countless lifespan goo. Green slightly raised her head, her tone was filled with pride. Don't underestimate Providence. Green said solemnly, haven't the lessons we received over these years been enough? Purple, you are our strategist, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Green. From Green's first failure, as long as we make sufficient preparations and prevent any accidents, it should not be a problem. How is Fairy Mo Yao? Green laughed coldly. That foolish woman, she is actually prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88-point Jianghu Tower and refined Calamity beckoning Immortal Goo. She is trying to draw the grand tribulation to herself when I undergo tribulation. Purple shook her head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal's luck is truly unique, it is impossible for her to succeed. But Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has this intention, why don't we give her that Change Soul Immortal Goo and that Immortal Killer move? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, your foundation will still be there, you can make a comeback quickly. It is good to prepare well. Green nodded emotionlessly. This scene caused Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's body to shake intensely. Wuxia sensed something amiss, he quickly said, Don't think too much. This is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing did not speak, he was silent like steel, his fists were clenched tightly, his muscles were tense and his eyes were shut. Shadow Sect's 5 immortals gathered. Blue failed. He used his immortal aperture to fuse with the immemorial blue heaven fragment to research Providence. He has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with a pained expression. The immortals were silent. After a long while, Purple spoke slowly. Even though Blue can be saved by external forces, I feel that we should not act rashly. This is a trap that Providence intentionally left behind to expose more of our members. Sigh. This can be seen from Green's second failure to break through to rank 9 realm. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times that of the first. Evidently, Providence does not allow us to become venerables. It has been targeting us all along. To tell you the truth, I have felt something amiss recently as well. First it was Green, then Blue, and I will be next. The immortals were shocked. They quickly said, Purple, don't think too much. This is not thinking too much. This is the premonition of a wisdom path. Gu Immortal. After something happens to me, Gu Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, Providence's power is beyond our estimation, but it is not impossible to deceive it. From now on, Shadow Sect should lay low and accumulate strength in the dark. When it goes against heaven in the future, it will be best if it explodes in one go. Providence will not have enough time to react. Chapter 1024. It was another rather large painting. Green, let's go. Yellow grabbed Green's arm, dragging him out. No, I won't go. I can still be saved. Look at those 10 venerable immortal fetus. Gu, they still have some aura left. Green shouted, struggling. Let me go, that was my life's work. Do you think this explosion was an accident? Look at these rank 8 immortal materials, take a good look. Yellow shouted angrily. Green's body shook, clarity flashed in his eyes, he recognized them, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with lingering fear, these immortal materials are all filled with Providence. That was close. At that moment, my mind was actually affected by Providence. Even after setting up such a huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Trench, Providence still sensed us? Only a complete otherworldly demon cannot be sensed by Providence. We were sensed. There is nothing to be discouraged about. Give up, we will start again. Yellow consoled. Green was speechless. He stared at the sand, nodding with a heavy expression. I already told you, your deduction is completely wrong. Red Lotus true inheritance has nothing to do with me. Gu Immortal Dali said helplessly. The opposing time path. Gu Immortal's face was shrouded in fog. It could not be seen clearly. Only the red lotus mark on his forehead was bright and clear. He or she sneered, I used the time path methods of Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce. How could I be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is going to be on you. Dali was silent for a while before saying, then what else is there to say? Let's fight. Saying so, he charged forward. You finally stopped hiding. The mysterious Gu Immortal was also filled with battle intent. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Gu Immortal Dali could not defeat his opponent. He was suppressed by the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. The myriad tribulation, grand clear space was finally over. Spectral Soul could not resist at all. His body was covered in injuries by the countless green birds. His body had shrunk by a third. At the same time, Heaven Overseeing Tower was getting restless. It seemed like it was about to break free from phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had unknowingly dissipated. More than half of it had already dissipated. This meant, myriad tribulation gray memory was also over. However, the calamity in the sky was still continuing. Another wave of myriad tribulation was gathering power above Spectral Soul's head. As long as Spectral Soul was not destroyed, Providence would never let him go. Myriad tribulations, oil poison. Droplets of sticky, poisonous oil dripped down from the sky. This oil seemed to be extremely hot. When it landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling sound as purple smoke rose. The oil had seeped and flowed into the wound. The parts of Spectral Soul that were corroded by the oil started to rot intensely. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from a single drop into a series, and then into countless strands, falling from the sky and enveloping a radius of several hundred li. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in the poisonous oil. It was corroding and rotting at a visible rate. His body was shrinking rapidly. But he still didn't move. Wuxia was down below. His face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't do anything as he was struck by the great tribulation, earth caving. Any movement or even excited thoughts would cause him to sink deeper and deeper. What happened? You two ended up like this? He muttered, glancing at immortal zombie Bo Ching beside him. From the start, immortal zombie Bo Ching was silent like a statue. He did not move, as if his heart had died. he was indifferent to the outside world. Fortunately, they were under Spectral Soul's feet. Blocked by Spectral Soul's towering body, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Wuxia and immortal zombie Bo Qin. A few 100,000 li away, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing helped each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border Gu immortals chased after them. The consciousness of the 5 regions Gu immortals. They were very strong. Even in the most enlightened Eastern Sea, outsiders did not have an easy time. They were often bullied and ostracized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lulan almost killed a southern border Gu immortal, the situation went out of control. The southern border Gu immortals were furious. Outsiders of northern plains were so arrogant. They were going too far. Not only did they fight in southern border, they even injured our people. What did they think our southern border was? Thus, they chased relentlessly. Not just that, they even called for reinforcements. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were not in good condition to begin with. They were injured. They fought and retreated. Under their intentional guidance, they were getting further and further away from Etian Mountain. No matter how ambitious He Lulan was, she did not dare to get close to that place. That was not a stage for rank 6 Gu immortals. They were not even rank 7s, rank 8s were only side characters. That was the battlefield where Spectral Soul and Providence fought. The myriad tribulation dark oil poison had already ended. Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad tribulation. This myriad tribulation was unknown to the world. It had surpassed the limits of historical records. It was formless and had no substance. It only had an extremely profound and unfathomable aura. Wherever the aura went, Spectral Soul's body would explode again and again. Spectral Soul was a soul, but he was condensed into a solid form like a soul beast. Now that he was detonated by the aura, his mountain-like body was gone, only his skeleton was left. Large pieces of his soul were sent flying. Within the gray fog, another scene appeared. Inkstone coughed out blood. He held heavenly secret Gu as he muttered, "So Fang Yuan has spring autumn cicada. No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents who immortal blessed land to seize Danghun Mountain." Next, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He is an otherworldly demon and also has spring autumn cicada. He has clearly escaped fate. This is the best chess piece for me to deal with Providence. Alright, let me cover for you and Tai Bai Yunxing, to prevent others from deducing you. Qin Baisheng observed the immemorial ruin bat secretly, as well as the calamities and tribulations in the world. This was the scene of Dongfang Naganori's reincarnation and tribulation. Dongfang Naganori only reincarnated, but because he was tainted by the main body's aura, Providence sensed him and sent such a calamity. In the future, when the main body revives, the calamities and tribulations will be even greater. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded. "We can leave now. This probe against Providence has ended. But why is Chu Rong not back yet?" At this time, Fairy Jianghu appeared with a terrible expression. "Chu Rong is dead. The operation to retrieve ordinary thatched hut failed." "What happened?" Qin Baisheng was slightly shocked. "Chu Rong has Fire Path Grandmaster attainment level. He has rank 7 cultivation level. He is 3 thatched demon immortals inheritor." Fairy Jianghu said, "This person has hidden himself deeply. His methods are ruthless. Even I could not return. 3 thatched demon immortal how? Forget it. I will give up on ordinary thatched hut. The plan is about to start. We cannot expose our identity because of this immortal Gu house and cause Providence to attack us prematurely." Qin Baisheng thought for a while before saying, "Luopa Valley." Shadow Sect's group had grim expressions as they faced the central continent Gu immortals. Qin Baisheng's gaze was fixed on Feng Jioga as he sighed. Providence's attack has already arrived. In order to protect the pawn Fang Yuan, Inkstone helped him conceal his tracks. Central Continent's Gu immortals investigated Fang Yuan, but after following the clues, they ended up investigating us instead. "What do we do now?" Fairy Jianghu asked. "It seems we have no choice but to fight." Qin Baisheng gritted his teeth. Cough cough. Inkstone coughed non-stop. His face was pale. He was so weak and exhausted that he felt like he might not be able to catch his breath. "This time, I used Heavenly Secret Gu and used 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it. I deduced that spring-autumn cicada's condition was not good. It had already been used. Seeing that Fang Yuan came to Etian Mountain in advance, he clearly knows about the battle at Etian Mountain. This means that my main body had already failed once, so he used that Red Lotus True Inheritance to revive Fang Yuan. going back to the past and changing the future. Fortunately, it is only a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, there is no need to fear it. In that case, Fang Yuan is an excellent benchmark. Looking at his performance, I will be able to deduce more things. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just search his soul? Would it affect the overall situation? According to my arrangements, Bo Qing, 7-star child, and the rest have already tried to delay Celestial Court. This result should be much better than my previous life. Old Man Inkstone sat in a pavilion. He looked at the white fog on the green mountain, it was changing unpredictably. Zombie Alliance has also made arrangements, it can be used as a backup plan to salvage the situation. Of course, it would be best if we can preserve it. I hope I won't need to use it. After using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I still have over 20 years of lifespan left. It is time to die. It is only natural for my split soul to return to my main body. But before I die, I will deduce the tribulations for my main body. A long while later. Cough, cough, cough. I did not die. That means I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, it's every generation of Shadow Sect's think tanks, after countless deductions, they finally achieved a qualitative change. This is quite ironic. With Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core, a Wisdom Path Killer move can deduce the contents of the tribulations. However, this Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth. When he was alive, he did everything he could to get rid of the main body's influence, to think that after death, he would actually help Shadow Sect so greatly. Seeing this, the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were pale with fright. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already reached the stage of deducing tribulations. This meant that Spectral Soul was not moving in the Myriad Tribulation, it was quite suspicious. The mysterious Myriad Tribulation was gradually ending, the final Myriad Tribulation descended. Vine Dragon Tribulation. Countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and the ground, coiling around Spectral Soul's body. Soon, 1,000,000 vines wrapped around Spectral Soul, forming a huge ball of vines. They coiled around him, getting tighter and tighter, they even took root in Spectral Soul's body, absorbing his soul as nutrients. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals shifted their gazes, coming to a realization. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already deduced the contents of the tribulations, they had made arrangements to deal with them. Spectral Soul purposely did not resist, he wanted to use the power of the Myriad Tribulation to fuse his soul path foundation into the formation, using it as nutrients. What is he trying to refine? He is actually using his demonic soul as a goo material. Not just that. The Myriad Tribulation is actually engraving space path, poison path, chi path, wood path and other Dao marks on his body, destroying his soul path Dao marks. The reason why he could injure Spectral Soul is because these Dao marks are not weaker than the soul path foundation he accumulated for 100,000 years. Gasp. Sensing this, the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals drew in a sharp breath. It seemed that Spectral Soul not only refined himself, he even used the power of the Myriad Tribulation to help him achieve his goal. What exactly was he plotting? The 10 extreme formation was at its final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was getting brighter. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. His face was filled with unswerving determination as he said in a deep voice, "This can't go on. We need to destroy Spectral Soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we need to destroy this 10 extreme formation as soon as possible. But we are already in phantom form. No, we still have one chance to retaliate. This is the research result of the successive generations of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords. It has always been a tightly guarded secret." Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were surprised and joyful. Then why aren't you using it? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled bitterly, saying the price of using it. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 1025. A moment later, someone stood up. "Shadow Sect can be sacrificed, why can't our Celestial Court? I am willing to stay behind and control Heaven Overseeing Tower. I'm also willing. Sacrificing this body to kill a demon venerable, why not?" More and more Goo Immortals stood up. Of course, there were also Celestial Court Goo Immortals who had different opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what Spectral Soul is refining. The situation is not irreversible yet, where there is life, there is hope. Back then, when Spectral Soul was alive, he did not attack Celestial Court. Now that he is dead, he is definitely not as strong as when he was alive, what does our mighty celestial court have to fear? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand, I have made up my mind. Those who are determined to stay behind, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower with me. As for the rest, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, try to gather the remnant immortal goo houses and bring them back to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's side finally came to an agreement. Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly shot out a dazzling light. A pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was secretly shocked. He tried to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to prevent it from breaking free from phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not intend to break free from phantom form. In fact, its final counterattack method required it to maintain its phantom form at all times. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded in heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the new and stronger strength of Heaven Overseeing Tower. With a loud bang, a subtle change suddenly occurred in the surrounding area. The myriad tribulation bramble dragon was originally coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but at this moment, under Heaven Overseeing Tower's influence, it changed its target, directly pouncing towards the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's expression finally changed. Heaven Overseeing Tower's move was out of his expectations. Even though he had schemed for tens of thousands of years, deduced countless times, and expended the lives of generations of wisdom path goo immortals. The entire plan had been deduced over and over again, perfected over and over again. But he still did not expect Heaven Overseeing Tower to have such a method. It could control myriad tribulations. What method was this? An intense aura erupted. Spectral Soul could no longer remain unmoved. He quickly used his methods to block the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced countless myriad tribulations. In order to complete the mysterious immortal goo in the 10 extreme formation, his battle strength had already been greatly weakened. But at this moment, when he attacked with his full strength, his demonic might was still towering, and his might was invincible. He had lost more than half of his soul path Tao marks. However, at this moment, the light of Tao marks lit up one after another, and it was even denser and brighter than the stars in the sky. An unimaginably violent confrontation. One side controlled the myriad tribulations to attack, while the other's soul turned invisible to defend against the attacks of the countless vines. Even though he was alone, even though only his soul was left, Spectral Soul displayed miraculous battle techniques. He blocked all the vines and thorny dragons that came at him. The 10 terminal grand formation was tightly protected by him, and not a single drop of water could enter. Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was still in an illusory state, was disintegrating. Moreover, the speed of its disintegration was getting faster and faster. The countless mortal goo that made up Heaven Overseeing Tower were slowly disintegrating. Including the immortal goo, every second a large number of them were being destroyed. Within Heaven Overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, a rank 8 Celestial Court goo immortal would die, dying on the spot. In order to control the myriad tribulations, Celestial Court's side had paid a huge price. It was the same for Spectral Soul. He was already heavily injured, and when he resisted the thorny dragon myriad tribulation, his soul and demonic body were rapidly weakening. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a balloon with a huge hole. The aura that had filled heaven and earth had weakened. The surging demonic might seem to have turned from a prairie fire into a bonfire. Spectral Soul, you are defying heaven, you will not have a good ending. Before dying, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord let out his final curse. Around him, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were all dead. Rumble. Only a small portion of Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. It completely disintegrated, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal goo and immortal goo. Following the pillar of light, they penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall and flew towards the depths of White Heaven. The Celestial Court's goo immortals who were left behind in White Heaven took action and retrieved these immortal goo. The most important one was Fate Immortal Goo. Spectral Soul's body had already shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds of meters. He was only tens of meters tall now. Not just that, his soul true body was not condensed, it was very transparent and drifted with the wind. His aura was extremely weak. The Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, also dissipated completely at this moment. A sword light flashed in the air. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had already flown to Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body shouted coldly, "Spectral Soul, return my son to me." Spectral Soul's gaze, however, was fixed on the 10 extreme formation. The formation's dark fog had already dissipated, the 10 extreme immortal zombies had already been sacrificed, only a round ball was left, flickering with a dazzling nine-colored light. Immortal zombie Bo Qing continued to get closer. You promised me that you would revive him. Spectral soul slowly moved his gaze towards immortal zombie Bo Qing's face. The split soul that created Bo Qing was destroyed in the Grand Tribulation. Since the split soul is gone, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Bo Qing clenched his fists. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Bo Qing's main body. My revival also includes Bo Qing's revival. I will rule the world in the future. It also means that Bo Qing has reached rank 9 attainment level. Wasn't this what you hoped for back then? Spectral soul said slowly. Old fool. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He charged towards spectral soul. But the sword light had just appeared when it stopped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing floated in front of spectral soul, unable to move. Are you the last obstacle to me? Such a pity. If it wasn't for Yen Shi's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now, you forgot that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split soul. You also forgot who was secretly feeding them all these years. Spectral soul's tone was cold. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now, I will give you one last chance. Kill them to atone for your disobedience. They were naturally referring to the celestial court goo immortals deep in white heaven. Pooey. Foolish woman. At the next moment, Mo Yao's remnant soul was forcefully pulled out and swallowed by spectral soul. After swallowing this remnant soul, spectral soul's body became slightly more solid. Wuxia. Protect me, you will only need a dozen or so breaths of time to succeed. Spectral soul said. Spectral soul said as he shrunk to the size of a child. Yes. Wuxia flew up, standing beside spectral soul as he looked around vigilantly. The pillar of light that pierced the heavenly wind chi wall had vanished. There is no more chance. The celestial court goo immortals sighed. They stored the remaining goo worms in heaven overseeing tower and left. Spectral soul stretched out his hand to touch this refined immortal goo. His eyes were filled with emotions. After planning for tens of thousands of years, I racked my brains and worked hard. Finally, today I refined this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will become half a heavenly demon. I will reach an unparalleled realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will be inferior to me, ha ha ha. Spectral soul raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter contained madness, relief, smugness, and pride. He was venting. A gust of wind blew. Spectral soul's figure swayed in the wind. He had expended almost all of his strength. If not for devouring Mo Yao's remnant soul, he might not even be able to maintain his basic form. The laughter stopped. Spectral soul squinted with a dark light. But at the final juncture, I cannot be careless. The remaining soul path Dao marks on his body shined brightly at this moment. He could sense with his soul he had a huge range. In white heaven, the celestial court goo immortals had left behind many investigative goo worms. They had already left. Spectral soul smiled coldly. Soul light shone brightly. He opened his mouth and let out a breath of eerie chi. This breath of eerie chi flew upwards. It penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall that enveloped white heaven. The celestial court goo immortals' investigative goo worms were all destroyed. Not a single one was left. Spectral soul looked around. Soon he saw Fang Yuan. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were protecting him. Fang Yuan was lying on the ground. His eyelashes were trembling. He was about to wake up. He is awake. He is about to wake up. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted in joy. He Lulan frowned deeply. She looked at the sky and said without turning her head, "Then why are you not waking him up? Use fixed immortal travel to leave this damned place." Spectral soul frowned slightly, but soon his frown eased. Right now they were hundreds of thousands of li apart. The surrounding 10,000 li of Etian Mountain was covered by the myriad tribulation. It was completely destroyed. If Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel, he could only teleport 10,000 li away. Even if he woke up, he might not choose to take the risk here. Even if he chose to take the risk, Spectral Soul had enough time. Moreover, after being cleansed by the myriad tribulations, this world was exceptionally clean. The Gu immortals died. The immortal apertures they left behind were all refined by the 10 extreme formation. A small portion was also destroyed by the myriad tribulations. Only life and death blessed land was purposely preserved. There is no need to worry anymore. Something's not right. Spectral Soul suddenly looked at Wuxia. Wuxia blinked, looking at his main body. How much lifespan do you have left? Spectral Soul asked. Wuxia replied, we still have the time to brew a cup of tea. It is more than enough. Spectral Soul's heart was finally at ease. He could not hold on any longer, his body dissipated and condensed into a soul ball. It was the size of a basin. It was condensed into a solid form and floated towards sovereign immortal fetus Gu. During this process, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Providence! He shouted as he sat up. He was filled with anger and anxiety. Fang Yuan, you finally woke up. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were overjoyed. Fang Yuan actually attacked his two benefactors. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were caught off guard. They were sent flying. Fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan activated this rank 6 immortal Gu. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body staggered. Fixed immortal travel's activation failed. Damn it, I have to make it in time. He gritted his teeth, activating fixed immortal travel again. Before Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan arrived, he succeeded. He arrived at a place 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Looking at the battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, he was dumbfounded, his entire body turned cold. It was too late. Like Spectral Soul expected, Fang Yuan could not make it in time. But, right when Spectral Soul was about to merge with Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, a hand suddenly stretched out. Wuxia grabbed onto Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was already at the end of his rope. Before he could react, he heard Wuxia say 4 words. Led Soul into dream. Wah! At the next moment, Spectral Soul fell into a dream realm. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of Wuxia's body. It quickly fused into the rank 9 immortal Gu in front of him. Chapter 1026. Let us rewind time to not too long ago. Heaven overseeing tower turned phantom, floating above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick black arms seemed to have shrunk greatly. They became thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed. The spreading dark clouds quickly gathered at the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, chop off these arms. Heaven overseeing Tower was like a sharp arrow. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would be cut off. Wuxia, quickly go and deal with the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals. Immortal Zombie Boqing quickly shouted. It was easy for them to deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Fang Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, zither music resounded. Fang Yuan met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used his Dream Path Killer move, but the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his Unravel Dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music reverberated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan. She started to sing. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost this time. Deep in the dream realm, the only way to unravel it was. With his defeat, Fang Yuan had no way to turn the situation around. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's singing entered his ears again. The singing faded away. When a hero is down and out, his life is full of troubles and misfortunes. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages, the endless heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy. Where can I find peace? How many spring and autumn does a person's heart change? Providence alone is boundless. Once again, a mysterious message flowed in Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan's soul, which had fallen into a dream, violently shook. Things change in the spring and autumn, but providence is boundless. At this moment he finally understood the meaning of the last line of the poem. It turned out that the mysterious rank 7 immortal Gu he obtained from immortal zombie Boqing was changed soul immortal Gu. Back then, Mo Yao was worried that her beloved Boqing would fail the tribulation. he decided to use Change Soul Immortal Goo at the crucial moment to swap their souls, to deceive everyone and save her beloved Bo Qing. Bo Qing also wanted to use Mo Yao to help him transcend the tribulation, but he was afraid that the tribulation would affect his will. Thus, he directly gave this immortal goo to Mo Yao instead of just renting it. Thus, Change Soul Immortal Goo was refined by Mo Yao, it was filled with Mo Yao's will. Next, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a goo formation. While stabilizing these immortal goo that he obtained, he slowly refined them. Because of Mo Yao's will, Change Soul Immortal Goo was refined by Fang Yuan first. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Goo, because they were filled with Bo Qing's will, they were delayed and did not succeed before the Battle of Etian Mountain. They were still in Hu immortal blessed land. According to the last line of the poem, Fang Yuan could not escape by using Unravel Dream. He had to use Change Soul Immortal Goo to swap souls with Wuxia. Of course it was not so simple. The information in Fang Yuan's heart contained an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move not only used Change Soul Immortal Goo as the core, it also included Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and many Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to do it. From his previous successful experience, Fang Yuan knew that the reliability of this information was quite high. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Fang Yuan had no way out. The other party was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. With just his current foundation and strength, he could not shake the other party. Only by following this instruction would he have a chance of winning. Thus he activated the Immortal Killer move. He succeeded. Fang Yuan and Wuxia's souls were swapped secretly. Fang Yuan's soul was originally hit by Lead Soul into Dream. He was trapped in a dream realm. After swapping souls, he secretly entered Wuxia's pure dream reality seeker physique body. And even though Wuxia's soul entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, it was trapped in the dream realm and replaced Fang Yuan. After swapping souls succeeded, Fang Yuan could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing himself, in front of him, his thoughts moved quickly, he placed his hands on his waist and laughed smugly. "Ha, this time, why don't you try breaking free for me?" Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was in deep sleep, he could not wake up. At this moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, about to attack He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. If he did not save them, he would suffer the backlash of the new alliance agreement. However, if he were to save the two of them, it would arouse suspicion, and he might even expose his identity. But soon Fang Yuan realized. I was thinking too much. Right now, my immortal goo are still in my body, I have no way to stop Bo Qing. Even if Wuxia has many immortal goo, lead soul into dream is an immortal killer move, how can I use it? Fang Yuan could only watch helplessly. But a turning point suddenly appeared. An extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were all sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restricted them, they could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a Grand Tribulation ambushing them. What made them even more shocked was that He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan were not affected by the Grand Tribulation. After He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom and could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 Extreme Formation had created a mysterious ball, the force that was restricting the surroundings vanished. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing brought Fang Yuan, and quickly escaped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with killing intent, but he could only watch them escape helplessly. Soon He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's vision. Fang Yuan can run for now, but can he run for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best pawn to deal with Providence, how can we let you go so easily? As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected and became people who escaped from fate. Even if we do not deal with them, the Celestial Court will get rid of them. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan heard this and his thoughts moved rapidly, thinking. It seems that otherworldly demons are very useful to Shadow Sect. No wonder Wuxia only wanted to capture me alive and not kill me. Strange. Why did the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse not affect He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing? Providence? Forget it, the most important thing now is to familiarize myself with the Dream Path goo worms on me. If I attack later and I do not know lead soul into dream, won't I be exposed? Fang Yuan secretly checked and was shocked to find that he did not only have dream path immortal goo. There was also change soul immortal goo, attitude immortal goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, and other mortal goo were living in his soul and exchanged with him. And this immortal killer move that he obtained out of nowhere was still working. It allowed Fang Yuan to use all of Wuxia's goo worms. It seems that attitude immortal goo played a crucial role. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceive Wuxia's will in these dream path immortal goo and mortal goo. Just like how I used Mo Yao's fake will to deceive immortal zombie Bo Qing's immortal goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at immortal zombie Bo Qing who was beside him. If the other party knew that Wuxia had changed, and was the culprit who framed Bo Qing and stole many sword path immortal goo, immortal zombie Bo Qing might kill Fang Yuan without hesitation. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though he changed souls and Fang Yuan left the dream realm, right now he was much weaker than before. Once he was found, there would be no hope. He was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die without a corpse. Fang Yuan focused his mind and started to move his limbs, struggling endlessly. In the end, his body sank deeper and deeper. He screamed and screamed, showing an angry expression. But in his heart, he was rejoicing. This grand tribulation, earth collapse, came at such a good time. I am deep inside, unable to free myself. I can't even move my thoughts. I can't attack. If I don't attack, I won't be exposed. This gives me a chance to familiarize myself with the foreign goo worms in my body. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse. It is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing saw this and quickly consoled with a calm tone. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Seeing that he did not suspect anything, he relaxed slightly. He sighed as he looked at Spectral Soul. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. But Spectral Soul was also in deep trouble. After the first myriad tribulation Wind Lightning Prison, the second myriad tribulation Gray Memory descended. The speed at which the gray mist enveloped was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly like a silent mountain peak. Did the main body get hit already? Fang Yuan shouted, feeling extremely anxious. This is a good chance, you should retaliate. But in truth he was thinking about other things. He was happy to see Spectral Soul being restrained. But on the other hand, he was also within the range of myriad tribulation, Gray Memory. He felt uneasy. Chapter 1027. The myriad tribulation is here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing also squinted, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the celestial court goo immortals recognized this as the myriad tribulation, Gray Memory. But Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon, Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth, in his entire life, Spectral Soul's mental interrogation as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time, Tai Bai Yunxing carried Fang Yuan and flew out. He Lu Lan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Fang Yuan's body, Wuxia was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end he missed his target. This was a dream realm so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Wuxia's exasperation. Let me out, let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She did not show any joy or anger. Wuxia blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered, "Don't panic, calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also, the Gu immortals around Fang Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Fang Yuan's identity. Now, I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Etian Mountain. But Wuxia was destined not to get what he wanted. 'Cause next, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing not have the time to think of a way to wake Wuxia up, they were even further away from Etian Mountain. Wuxia and immortal zombie Bo Qing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Immortal zombie Bo Qing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist? Bo Qing looked at Wuxia who was beside him. Fang Yuan thought, I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected spectral soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Fang Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Fang Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan did not get exposed. Could it be that this is the will of the heavens deliberately conniving? Earlier, Providence did not interfere with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing because it wanted them to bring my body out. Far away from here? Fang Yuan had many guesses in his mind, but behind these guesses, there was an icy coldness. When Fang Yuan thought about it, his hair stood on end, he felt a lot of fear. But now, facing immortal zombie Bo Qing's suspicion, Fang Yuan could only play dumb. I don't know either. Fang Yuan scratched his head, pointing forward, but this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing did not suspect Fang Yuan. Most of its attention was on spectral soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul was very worried about spectral soul's main body. Next, the gray mist showed the scene of spectral soul demon Venerable inheriting the Beastman Gu immortal's food path true inheritance. Spectral soul demon Venerable's nature made Fang Yuan gasp in shock. The celestial quartz Gu immortals were in an uproar, but they were in phantom form and could not attack. At this time, the third myriad tribulation descended in the sky, grand clear space. Countless green birds attacked spectral soul with terrifying might. Fang Yuan's and Mo Yao's remnant soul's expressions changed. Next, Fang Yuan saw all sorts of scenes in the gray mist. Sacred Feather City, thieving heaven's true inheritance. Inside 88-point Jianghu Tower, Red Lotus in the River of Time. So spectral soul demon Venerable already knew the location of Sacred Feather City when he was alive. Thieving heaven demon Venerable's name is Ben Jie Sun. Even though he is an otherworldly demon like me, he is not from Earth. Lifespan Gu. It seems that providence is the greatest restriction of immortal venerables and demon venerables. Red Lotus. Ghost Face. The last time my rebirth failed, it was spectral soul demon Venerable who helped me. I understand now, in the previous life the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed, the 10 extreme formation could not be completed. Spectral soul demon Venerable used me to start anew. What the legends of Renzu is Renzu's true inheritance. Next, Fang Yuan saw that spectral soul, who was using the soul-devouring method, suffered in front of the golden light soul. He saw that 7 of the 10 split souls returned to the human world. Next, combined with the gray memories of Mo Yao's remnant soul, he learned about the cause of wisdom sword immortal Gu's creation, as well as the grudge between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. Is that soul emitting golden light and sleeping soundly the verdant great sun? The one formed from Renzu's right eye? Bo Qing is Qing. That purple is actually Tai Bai Yunxing's master, the Zishan Makoto that I made up. So back then this was the truth of Mo Yao and Bo Qing's history. Providence. It turns out that these superb immortal Gu materials are all over Providence. Shadow Sect was wary of them and had to give them up. After I obtained them, they did not seem to pose any threat to me. But what about in the future? If I carry these immortal materials with me, does that mean I will receive the attention of Providence? So that's it. Shadow Sect's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal De Li is the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Everything makes sense now. At this time, the myriad tribulation of grand clear emptiness dissipated. Dark oil poison's myriad tribulation descended and continued to destroy spectral soul. The following scenes made Fang Yuan even more shocked. He finally understood the secret of possessing spring-autumn cicada. Shadow Sect already knew about it. Because of Shadow Sect's help, even after he destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he was not exposed for so long. Instead, Qin Baisheng and the rest from Shadow Sect. They blocked the calamity for him and fought a bloody battle against Feng Jioga and the rest. Shadow Sect was so powerful, they actually deduced all the calamities and tribulations. The secret of rebirth, I possess spring-autumn cicada. After this battle, everyone knows about it. Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul seem to want to make use of my otherworldly demon identity, but it backfired and caused Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch to be almost wiped out. No, from a certain perspective. Doesn't this show how powerful Providence is? Shadow Sect can deduce all the calamities and tribulations. What method did they use? This is simply a great weapon for passing tribulations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to have become the strongest venerable. He might have been on par with other venerables when he was alive, but he created the soul-devouring method through the food path true inheritance. He could also seize other cultivation memories and experiences. Thus, he did not raise attainment levels directly like Dream Realms. But after so many years of accumulation and development, he dabbled in many other paths. He definitely has great Grandmaster attainment in Formation Path and Wisdom Path. It is not strange for him to deduce all the calamities and tribulations. In this case, it is too abnormal for him to be unmoved. Could it be? Did he do this on purpose? Dark oil poison and gray memory faded, but the Thorn Dragon tribulation descended. Heaven Overseeing Tower used its final counterattack. It could actually manipulate the myriad tribulation to attack the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's defensive battle. Fang Yuan, who was witnessing this, was tongue-tied. He had once been proud of his accumulated battle techniques, but compared to Spectral Soul, it was nothing. Eventually, Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, Celestial Court's side lost, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sacrificed. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Spectral Soul's physique. He was only a few meters tall. He was no longer as solid as before, his aura was weak. Mo Yao's remnant soul controlled his immortal zombie body to fly into the sky, questioning Spectral Soul, but he was killed. Are you the last obstacle to me? Such a pity. If it wasn't for Yen Shi's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now, did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split souls? Did you forget who was the one secretly feeding them all these years? Spectral Soul's words made Fang Yuan's heart tighten. Using this period of time, he had already comprehended a lot of the contents of Lead Soul into Dream. This was also because he only had goo worms that were used to create Lead Soul into Dream. Even though Shadow Sect designed this killer move for him, it was divided into several levels according to his cultivation level. But Wuxia organized them well, piling all the goo worms he needed into a pile. By doing so, he would be able to use goo worms more quickly and simply, and activate killer moves more quickly. But at the same time, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to comprehend the profundities within. Fang Yuan understood. Against Spectral Soul's main body, I might only have one chance to attack. If I fail this time, even if I have Attitude Goo, once Spectral Soul reacts, I will not have another chance. Spectral Soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul as he said to Fang Yuan, Wuxia, protect me. If you protect me, it will only take a dozen or so breaths of time to complete the task. Yes. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. He flew up and stood beside Spectral Soul, looking around vigilantly. There is no chance. The Celestial Court's goo immortals sighed as they retreated. After tens of thousands of years of planning and painstaking effort, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo today. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will have half a heavenly demon body. I will reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will lose to me. Ah. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo? Fang Yuan had a thought. What is the use of this goo worm? It can allow Spectral Soul to reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached? Is this realm the same as eternal life? But at the final juncture, I cannot be careless. Spectral Soul squinted as he started to investigate. Fang Yuan's heart almost skipped a beat. But in the end, Spectral Soul only breathed out to get rid of the investigative goo worm. As I expected. The final line of the poem shows the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to defend against the senses of ghosts. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to steal Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. He could travel through Obsession Death Domain without being harassed by countless souls because of this move. Thus, Spectral Soul did not suspect me. It seems that the soul in Wuxia's body is also his split soul. Only towards myself would he have such unreserved trust. Next, Fang Yuan watched as Spectral Soul flew towards Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. At the final juncture, Fang Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. The poem's hint was for him to destroy this Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Because Immortal Gu were fragile, they could be destroyed easily. But for Spectral Soul, no matter how weak he was, there were risks and uncertainties in dealing with him. But Fang Yuan decided to deal with Spectral Soul directly and take Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Led Soul into Dream. He suddenly attacked. He did not comprehend the entire move. This was an incomplete Immortal Killer move. It was weaker than the original Rank 8 version. But at this moment, Spectral Soul was already extremely weak. Fang Yuan succeeded in one move. Next, he left Wuxia's body and copied Spectral Soul, letting his soul float into Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. At this moment, he got rid of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions. He obtained Spectral Soul's tens of thousands of years of planning. He sacrificed countless lives and paid a huge price. This was the result of his hard work. Chapter 1028. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, entering this mysterious rank 9 Immortal Gu. The moment he touched it, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled suction force. This Immortal Gu that was named Sovereign Immortal Fetus by Spectral Soul seemed to be impatient with his soul. Fang Yuan's soul entered it. It felt like he had fallen into the undercurrent of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the Immortal Gu. It started to melt at an unbelievable speed. Fang Yuan could not think. He felt like he had entered a deep and profound darkness. But this darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like a baby returning to his mother's womb, swimming in amniotic fluid. And outside. After Fang Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 Immortal Gu, thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed to be extremely furious but helpless. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu started to shine. First, it was white light. It turned from a transparent white to pure white, and then to a dense milky white. Next, a bit of red appeared in the white light. The red color spread rapidly, causing the light to turn slightly red, then pink, and finally bright red. It was like fire. After the red light, it turned into orange light. The orange light turned into yellow light. The colors continued to change until it finally turned black. Within the black light, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu continued to collide. It was originally the size of a finger, but now it was the size of a basin. Inside this pitch-black ball, there was an ink-black ball. A placenta was emitting bright colors. It was faintly discernible. A wave of vitality was brewing within, and it was continuously strengthening and rising high into the sky. The white mist quietly shrouded it. The surrounding temperature fell rapidly. The fog turned into pure white frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning flashed and coiled around the ball, forming an electric net. The lightning collided and created sparks. When the sparks landed on the white frost, not only were they not extinguished, they ignited the frost instead. The white frost turned into streams of qi. It wrapped around the ball. Green patterns. Gradually, it appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, it turned from illusory to solid. Countless branches and vine leaves grew. The branches were yellow and withered, the vine leaves were green. Soon, the vines blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. These purple fruits emitted a very pleasant fragrance. But the appearance of the fruit. However, it was extremely ugly and full of holes, as if it had decayed for a long time. All sorts of changes were unimaginable. At first glance, it seemed to be chaotic and disorderly, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a strand of the supreme truth of the world. As the outside world continued to change, the placenta in the ball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, after 81 transformations, the sphere turned into soil, and the nascent embryo inside grew to its limit. It turned into an infant with 4 limbs. Suddenly, the ball that was wrapped around him was completely shattered, and the baby was born. The baby boy was full of celestial court. Her eyes were as resplendent as the stars, her skin was white and tender, her arms and legs were like lotus roots, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was tender and adorable, exuding an aura of an immortal. An invisible force enveloped his entire body, making him immune to damage and safe and sound. The baby slowly descended to the ground. During this process he grew rapidly. From birth to 2 to 3 years old, it only took a breath's time. 4 to 5 years old, 6 to 7 years old, 11 to 12 years old. When his feet landed on the ground he was already a 16-year-old young man. His skin was still white, but it was not the pale white of weakness, nor was it a delicate white, it was clean and plain white. His long hair was black and shiny, reaching his waist. He was slightly skinny, there was not a trace of fat on his body. His nose was tall and straight, but the most attractive thing about him was his pair of eyes. The star-like light had already been completely restrained, turning into a pair of deep jade pawns. His lips, on the other hand, were a little plump, revealing a healthy rosy color. Right now they were tightly pursed, showing this person's unwavering determination. This young man was naturally Fang Yuan. At this moment, he blinked as he looked at his young body, feeling shocked. A brand new body? This body was created by Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect after tens of thousands of years of hard work. It was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The profundities within were yet to be discovered by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably compatible with his soul. For example, his previous immortal zombie body was like a set of clothes made from withered leaves. Then this body would be like soft and close-fitting silk. Everything seemed different. Fang Yuan felt like he had walked out of a dark alley, seeing the blue sky and white clouds, his mind was broadened. This is the effect of sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul refined with great effort? Rebirth. And once rebirth, I will have rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right bet. Even though he did not know how to use this immortal goo. But seeing Spectral Soul flying towards the immortal goo, Fang Yuan did the same thing. While thinking, Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. Over there, Spectral Soul was still in a dream realm. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, Spectral Soul was in a bad state earlier. And Wuxia's body was not controlled by Fang Yuan's soul, it was floating in the air with its eyes closed, not moving. Fang Yuan shouted, "Come back." Immediately, a large group of goo worms flew out of Wuxia's body. Earlier, when Fang Yuan's soul entered sovereign immortal fetus goo, the goo worms he carried were left inside the pure dream reality seeker goo. Now, Fang Yuan summoned these goo worms back with a single call. Attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, change soul immortal goo, as well as many other soul path and dream path mortal goo. Wuxia still has many dream path immortal goo on him, how do I take them out? Fang Yuan frowned. He was troubled. Earlier he used attitude goo to disguise himself and activate the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Even though he succeeded in ambushing Spectral Soul, these dream path goo worms will seem to have reacted. They could not be used by Fang Yuan anymore. Not just the immortal goo in his body, Wuxia's body also has great research value. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around and saw an immortal zombie in the sky, flying over with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his lips curled up as he thought, "You are finally here." It was him. No. More accurately speaking. Wuxia's soul was controlling Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body. Right now, Fang Yuan had just obtained a new body, he was still adapting to it, the goo worms on him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fang Yuan was not nervous at all, he waited for Wuxia's arrival with anticipation. "You are." Wuxia hesitated, he slowly approached Fang Yuan and sized him up. Fang Yuan pretended to be friendly. He placed his hands behind his back and pretended, "Wuxia, I have succeeded. A mere Fang Yuan's soul has already dissipated." "No. You are not the main body. If it was the main body, wouldn't there be no reaction from my split soul?" Wuxia's eyes shined with brilliance, he reacted and exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I can use familiar face, I should be able to deceive him. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He laughed in spite of himself. He was calm and unruffled, his eyes shining with confidence as if he had control of the situation. "You are Fang Yuan." Wuxia immediately understood, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked, he was so angry that his internal organs were burning. His anger was completely understandable. His side had worked so hard for tens of thousands of years, they finally obtained results. From the looks of it. To think that Fang Yuan had succeeded. Wuxia shouted as he pounced towards Fang Yuan, he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. The two were 100 steps apart, Fang Yuan revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. "Wuxia, don't you find it strange?" Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo, how can you use it? Wuxia's expression froze. Back then he had been anxious and subconsciously used it, he had not considered this. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss, his aura was obstructed and fell drastically. You can use fixed immortal travel, I naturally lent it to you. I wanted you to rush over, most of my accumulations are with my original body. Fang Yuan continued. Since he knew that he was going to swap souls with Wuxia with his personality and methods, why would he not make some arrangements? Firstly, he had hidden a large amount of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Because of this, after he woke up, he only wanted to rush back, he neglected many things. Just like in imperial court-blessed land, when Mo Yao's fake will plotted against Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had instilled special will into his goo worms. What was special will? In 88-point Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a vast number of special wills. He would take specific actions under specific conditions. Like now. Fang Yuan looked at Wuxia getting closer, his smile becoming wider. He shouted, "Still not coming back?" Swoosh. A large group of goo worms flew out, most were mortal goo but there were also immortal goo. Like swallows returning to their nest, they flew into Fang Yuan's embrace. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. In an instant he was alone and defenseless. In his body only spring-autumn cicada was left, he could not use it yet. The situation was completely different now. Fang Yuan's original arrangement was like this. As long as Wuxia controlled Fang Yuan's body and returned to a certain range of Tian Mountain. When someone shouted, "Still not coming back," these goo worms would fly out and enter the hands of the person who shouted. These goo worms were originally Fang Yuan's. Now that they were back he could move them freely like before. Back then, Fang Yuan did not know how to use sovereign immortal fetus goo. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain another body. He was worried that it would be inappropriate to use Wuxia's goo worms, accidents might happen. He needed his own goo worms to increase his battle strength at the crucial moment. Of course, the special will that Fang Yuan had instilled did not stop there. Once the time limit was exceeded, these goo worms, be they mortal or immortal, would self-destruct. The enemy would often be one's own teacher. Fang Yuan had suffered so much from Giant Sun's special will and Mo Yao's fake will, how could he not learn a thing or two? With a wave of his hand, Fang Yuan easily sent Wuxia flying. Everything is over. He walked towards Wuxia looking at himself, in his eyes, he sighed with complex emotions. Chapter 1029. Everything is over. Looking at Wuxia who was at his feet, Fang Yuan sighed. After realizing that he had been secretly manipulated, Wuxia's heart was filled with despair, he gave up completely. He knew. He had completely lost, there was no hope for him to turn the tables. But right at this moment a change occurred. Bam! With a light explosion, Wuxia's soul and Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body self-destructed in an instant. The immortal zombie body, the Dao marks, and Wuxia's soul were all turned into nutrients and offered to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada activated. A ray of jade light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river of time again. Fang Yuan turned pale with fright. What happened? What the hell is going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was instilled with special thoughts. How could Wuxia activate it? No. Looking at his expression at that time, he already had no will to resist. How could he activate my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he is also acting? Spring-Autumn Cicada is my item, I also put extra precautions on it. How could Wuxia activate it? Fang Yuan was filled with shock and doubt. He could not find an answer to all these questions. Standing on the spot, Fang Yuan did not move, he was like a stone statue. This change happened too suddenly. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What should I do? How should I face this? Fang Yuan had relied on Spring-Autumn Cicada to turn the tables many times, turning the tides and turning the tides. But now, facing someone else using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with it. His time path foundation was too weak. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had almost no achievements in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else did I not consider? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the corners of his eyes and then down his face. He could not think of an answer. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. There is no other way, I have already done my best. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not followed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions in the Dream Realm to swap souls, he would have completely failed. He could not turn the tables. There was no way he could have come this far. Don't tell me this happened because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions and destroyed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? The Spring-Autumn Cicada has yet to recover. Only death awaits. No, that's not right. Fang Yuan suddenly remembered that the Shadow Sect still had a backup plan. That was the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time. In a split second, a chill ran through his entire body, and his hair stood on end. You have to be prepared for the worst in everything. If he succeeds in his rebirth, what will happen to me? As Fang Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision begin to blur. No, it wasn't his vision that was blurred. Instead, the entire world became blurry under the power of the time path. Because of Wuxia's rebirth, everything was changing. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind blowing into his ears, Wuxia quivered and reacted, exclaiming, How is this the River of Time? What's going on? How was the Spring-Autumn Cicada activated? How can my consciousness replace Fang Yuan and exist in the Spring-Autumn Cicada? His doubts were no less than Fang Yuan's. Although he was the person involved, he had arrived in the River of Time in a daze. The River of Time's water was surging. A huge wave slammed towards the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Wuxia's will. It immediately became chaotic, screaming for its death. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was extremely weak. If it was hit by this wave, it had no chance of survival. So that's it. Aside. At this critical moment, the voice rang out. A ghost face appeared in the River of Time. The ghost face had a bitter expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus bloomed, blocking the huge wave. Next, a formless suction force sucked the Spring-Autumn Cicada that carried Wuxia's will into the heart of the red lotus. In an instant, Wuxia's will entered a dark red space. And here, another will condensed into spectral soul demon Venerable's form. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling bitterly at him. The main body is actually still in the River of Time. Did he leave you as a backup? Wuxia's will was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Spectral soul demon Venerable's will nodded, then shook his head. You were once a split soul of the main body, you should remember me. Unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories have dissipated. Sigh. This can't be helped, do you think I wanted to? Wuxia's will was extremely vexed. Also, what is going on? I thought that I had fallen into Fang Yuan's hands and was plotted against by him. I was dead for sure. Why did I appear in the River of Time? Also, I clearly can't use the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Why did it suddenly activate? Spectral soul demon Venerables will sighed again. I was a parasite in this red lotus true inheritance and observed the entire process. I only just realized. You were able to enter here because Providence helped you. Spring-Autumn Cicada was also activated by Providence. What? This answer almost caused Wuxia's will to collapse from shock. This was too out of his expectations. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was Spectral Soul's will, Wuxia would not have believed this. Hasn't Providence been making things difficult for us? Why is it suddenly helping us? Wuxia asked. Your memories have all disappeared, you no longer have your original outlook. Providence has never made things difficult for us because it dislikes us. It has also never helped us because we are pitiful. The Tao of Heaven is heartless. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce excess and make up for deficiency. Thus, all living things are balanced and restrict each other. Thus, almost all beasts have natural enemies. The clouds in the sky will condense into rain. Even rank 9 Venerables will be limited by their lifespan. After pausing for a moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will continued. And the Tao of Man is the exact opposite of the Tao of Heaven. An expert would want to become even stronger. A rich person will want to become even richer. A beauty will also want to become more beautiful. A person who seeks longevity will want to improve and obtain eternal life. Man's greed is insatiable, they will never be satisfied. This is the opposite of Providence. I understand a little. Providence is leaning towards me because I failed. Fang Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon. He has already transcended the restrictions, if he is allowed to do as he pleases. This will greatly disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Thus, Providence changed its target and wants to use me to deal with him, to prevent his scheme from succeeding. But why can Providence control Spring-Autumn Cicada? This immortal goo. It was clearly refined by Fang Yuan. Wuxia was still in a daze. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will replied, Sigh. This is Providence's doing. I have only just realized this. When Fang Yuan obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada, it was all Providence's arrangement. Providence had chosen him as a pawn long ago. allowing him to revive and destroy the main body's plan. According to Bai Ningbing's information, think about it now. When Fang Yuan displayed his uniqueness, it was on Qingmao Mountain. Even though his aptitude was not good, his journey was smooth sailing. Every time there was an emergency, he could make the wisest choice and obtain the greatest benefits. Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Etian Mountain. Along the way he had clearly used Spring-Autumn Cicada more than once. Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, it has a chance of failure. But he actually succeeded every time. Except for the previous time. Other than the possibility that we helped him, Fang Yuan did not fail even once. Spring-Autumn Cicada can cause his luck to decline. This is likely because Providence helped him in the dark. In just a few years, he turned from a mortal to a Gu immortal. He was targeted by the main body and used as a pawn to deal with Providence. Wuxia's will was tongue-tied. Wait, you are saying? Spectral Souls will nodded. That's right. The main body's failure this time was mainly because of Fang Yuan. The main body used Fang Yuan. He used him as a pawn. But in fact, Fang Yuan was Providence's pawn long ago. No matter how many times Fang Yuan was reborn before his first rebirth, the main body had likely succeeded. Not only did he refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, he had even grown to the point where heaven and earth could not tolerate him. Precisely because of this, Providence did not hesitate to use Fang Yuan to rebirth and destroy my main body's plan. Fang Yuan is an interesting person. Firstly, he is an otherworldly demon, that is why he has the qualifications to rebirth. That is why he has the ability to change the past. No matter how outstanding a normal person is, they cannot escape the consequences of fate. Secondly, he is not a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, he is still influenced and manipulated by Providence. He thought that Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by him and could be used by him. But in fact, that was never the case. A killer weapon like Spring-Autumn Cicada was already corrupted by Providence. Evidently, this scheme had already started when Fang Yuan obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada. But he was deceived by Providence and did not notice anything amiss. After all, using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth can only carry a portion of the will. Wills are inferior to souls, they are the easiest to influence. Just like now, I really want to impart all my memories and knowledge to you. Unfortunately, there's a limit to what your will can bear. At once, Wuxia opened his mouth wide. He could not speak. The river of time continued to surge, crashing on the red lotus. Lotus petals started to dissipate one by one. Soon, only the core of the flower was left. You do not have much time left. Spectral Souls will sighed and continued. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon after all. Even though Providence can influence him, he still listened to the voice in his heart and chose to take sovereign immortal fetus Gu instead of destroying it. This way, even though he is still a pawn, he is no longer restricted by the chessboard. Providence will not allow such an existence, so it activated Spring-Autumn Cicada to use you to deal with Fang Yuan. But Providence will not let you rebirth and take back sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Thus, after you rebirth, you will not have a chance to turn the situation around. You cannot be impatient and ruin this final chance. Wuxia asked, then what should I do? Right now, Zombie Alliance is destroyed, Shadow Sect is also gone, even my main body is in danger. Shadow Sect's immortals have more or less left behind some backup plans. You need to use these to rebuild Shadow Sect. Fate cannot be defied, luck can be borrowed. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's forces can be used. In Central Continent, there are also hidden forces that are at odds with the 10 great ancient sects. Your will is limited, knowing this is already the limit. You need to use this to rebuild Shadow Sect and save my main body. Most importantly, you need to tell this important information to my main body. Because after you rebirth, this red lotus true inheritance and I will change along with you, you will not remember these things. At that time you will be the only one who knows. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind, the tallest tree will be swept away by the currents. Earlier, the strategy of hiding and preparing to deal with Providence was the correct one. Since we succeeded once, we can succeed a second time. Take care of yourself. Chapter 1030. Intense winds howled in his ears. Fang Yuan, who was still flying, shook. He woke up from his stupor and shouted, I have been reborn. Spring-Autumn Cicada is amazing. As expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu. What time is it now? Wuxia stopped. He looked around and found that he was on the way to the center of Etian Mountain. Right now, he was less than 10,000 li away from his destination. Fang Yuan purposely lent fixed immortal travel to me. He wanted me to get to him so that he could take back his goo worms and obtain victory. But he did not expect that he was Providence's pawn. Spring-autumn cicada was also controlled by Providence. Now that I have been reborn, I remember the situation at the center of Etion Mountain clearly. I can use fixed immortal travel to teleport there. I need to deal with Fang Yuan and take revenge. Thinking of this, Wuxia shook his head. Damn it. I was affected by Fang Yuan's fake will again. Wuxia gritted his teeth. Providence is truly up to no good. Even if I rush there now, Fang Yuan has already used sovereign immortal fetus goo. At most, I can injure him while he is weak. What a pity. If I returned to the time when I just left the dream realm, I would be able to turn the situation around. Providence will not do that. Because it does not want my main body to obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo. Since the situation is set, I will follow the main body's instructions and retreat. Providence wants two tigers to fight each other. How can I allow it to do that? Those who achieve great things have to endure what others can't. I do not need to deal with Fang Yuan. I will let him attract Providence's attention. If he survives in the future, I will use him as the main goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. I will save a lot of time and effort. Meanwhile, I need to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is not the end. We can make use of Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan, but we can't let them meet Fang Yuan. Since he already knew about the false will, he was on guard. Then Wuxia would escape from Fang Yuan's grasp. He took one last look at Etion Mountain, his eyes flickering with anger, hatred, anticipation, and all sorts of other emotions. From this distance he could already see the huge ruins of Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had plotted to steal his fruits of labor. It must still be there. But he couldn't go now. Everything had to be done with the bigger picture in mind. Wuxia gritted his teeth and flew away. Why hasn't Wuxia returned yet? Fang Yuan waited for a long time, his heart sinking. So you say, has he seen through my arrangements and escaped from my control? Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened, his previous life's memories had vanished, and he did not know the truth behind spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan was clear on one thing. He was in deep trouble this time. If Wuxia does not come here, the special will I instilled in the goo worms cannot be activated. After the time limit, these goo worms will self-destruct. I need to get to Wuxia as soon as possible and subdue him. Or I can convince He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing to help me subdue him. Fang Yuan still had attitude goo. This was the best evidence to convince He Lulan. As for convincing Tai by Yunxing, that was even easier. After all, they had been together for a period of time. He could make Tai by Yunxing believe him with some minor details. Fang Yuan inspected his goo worms. Because he had regained control of the goo worms from Change Soul. The first was the legendary Attitude Immortal Goo. Other than that, there was also the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery. Soul Path Immortal Goo Change Soul. As for the others, they were all Soul Path and Dream Path Mortal Goo. There was no point in mentioning them. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Because among these there were no movement goo worms. Do I have to chase him on foot? Wuxia with fixed immortal travel? Or should I take all the dream path goo worms in Wuxia's body for my own use? Among these goo worms there are movement goo worms. These goo worms did not belong to Fang Yuan's will. Thus, Fang Yuan could not subdue them like Unravel Mystery and Change Soul. To use them he would need to use Attitude Goo and others. To deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in a second time. But there is no other way, I have to try. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Wuxia's body floating in the air. He had never expected that this would be the last time he saw Wuxia. At the next moment, Wuxia's body self-detonated. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. And the result of the explosion was not bloody at all, it was beautiful and dazzling. Wuxia's flesh, blood, bones, skin, and hair turned into layers of dazzling light. These dazzling lights were colorful and beautiful. But facing this breathtakingly beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance away. Because he recognized this, it was a dream realm. A dream realm had reached a visible level, it was deep and unfathomable, it was rapidly forming in front of him. Did I use lead soul into dream on spectral soul, that's why I ended up like this? No, definitely not. Why would Wuxia's body self-detonate for no reason? It seems to have turned into a dream realm? Fang Yuan was very confused. He did not know that Wuxia's lifespan was only 18 hours. In 18 hours, Wuxia would turn from a mortal to a rank 1 Goo Master. 4 hours later, he would become a rank 2 Gu master. Following that, rank 3, rank 4, rank 7, rank 8. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level would increase by 1 rank. At the end of his life, he would even become a rank 9 Gu immortal. But after 18 hours, he would self-detonate and turn into a dream realm. He had created something from nothing, using immortal Gu reality to create it from the dream realm. It was not strange that it turned into a dream realm now. The dream realm formed from the self-detonation expanded rapidly, spreading rapidly. Fang Yuan used all his strength to run. He ran for more than 700 li before the dream realm reached him. If he fell into the dream realm, he would be in big trouble. Even though Fang Yuan had Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, he did not have enough Mortal Gu. He could not use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but its speed was much slower. Fang Yuan had to retreat further, until he was 1,000 li away from Yitian Mountain. The expansion of the dream realm gradually stopped. This way, a giant dream realm that was 1,000 li in size appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It filled his vision. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Thankfully, I did not listen to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advice to destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Otherwise, wouldn't my soul be trapped in this giant dream realm along with Wuxia's body? What do I do now? This change severely disrupted Fang Yuan's plans. Wuxia's body. It was extremely valuable to begin with. There was also a set of Dream Path Gu worms that could activate the extremely powerful lead soul into Dream. What Fang Yuan could not forget was Spectral Soul. Even though he was not in a good state, if he left the dream realm and ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. If Fang Yuan's soul searched him, he might be able to find out more secrets and a vast amount of cultivation experience. There was also the huge battlefield. Even though the myriad tribulations had destroyed it, there might still be some Gu immortal apertures left behind. At least, life and death blessed land was still around. But now these things were wrapped in the dream realm. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan could not use Unravel Dream now, even if he could. If he wanted to unravel this dream realm and return to the center of the battlefield, how long would that take? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Looking at this giant dream realm, he sighed helplessly. At this point there is no other way. I cannot stay here for long. After such a huge commotion, the other southern border Gu immortals will definitely come here. Fang Yuan used his memories to run far away. The direction he chose was the body that Tai Bai Yunxing was riding on back then. The direction he escaped in. I hope my luck is good and I can meet them. Fang Yuan would not get what he wanted. Fang Yuan did not know that Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest had encountered the southern border Gu immortals later. They had already changed directions during the intense battle. He did not know either. With the advantage of rebirth, Wuxia had already reunited with Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. Fang Yuan, you better explain yourself, otherwise don't blame me for turning against you. He Lulan's expression was ashen. She was very impolite when she saw Wuxia. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly stretched out his hand. Wait. I believe Fang Yuan. There must be a reason. Listen to his explanation first. Wuxia looked at He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing sincerely. I was too impatient. I was hit by the enemy's killer move. It was not as simple as falling into a dream realm. Right now, almost all of my Gu worms cannot be used. Only by killing the enemy can I unravel this move. But I saw that you were clearly using fixed immortal travel. If not for the fact that we have Gu worms on us that can sense each other's location, I would have thought that you abandoned us and left southern border. He Lulan's tone was anxious as she continued to interrogate. This was a forbidden move that I had no choice but to use. You saw it too. The first time I used fixed immortal travel, I was injured because I failed. Moreover, why would I abandon you? The current situation is filled with danger. We need to be united to have a higher chance of survival. Wuxia said firmly. He Lulan snorted coldly, wanting to speak. Wuxia hurriedly interrupted her. All right. Now we need to use fixed immortal travel to return. My identity has already been exposed. The Celestial Court already knows about it. Who immortal blessed land is no longer safe. The resources inside need to be moved. Fang Yuan sprinted madly. He did not use any Gu worms, but right now he was as agile as flying, as fast as a galloping horse. After sprinting for 15 minutes he did not feel any fatigue. While sprinting, he was pleasantly surprised to find. Don't be fooled by his white and tender appearance, his defense was astonishing. While sprinting, even when the tree branches touched his body, they did not leave a mark on his body. Along the way the sharp stones were crushed by his feet. They were not an obstacle at all. Furthermore, he had great strength. With a light leap he could jump over 10 feet. But what made Fang Yuan disappointed was, as he sprinted, he did not see any traces of Wuxia He Lulan, or Tai Bai Yunxing. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using gu worms he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain, there were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains, this was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any gu worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A gu master's body was not modified by gu worms like black boar gu or white boar gu, it was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Tao marks, a gu master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal gu sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Tao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Tao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked, he was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running it was like he was still, Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using gu worms. Quickly, Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared, his vision widened. The sky was high and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately he calmed down, his breathing slowed down, it was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps, every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan brought my body here and encountered other gu immortals, they fought. Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, the surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters, it was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fang Yuan's limit, he continued to climb to 500 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder, a few times he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Fang Yuan stood up from the hole as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb, it felt good. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan jumped down again. This time, it was 580 feet. This height did not matter to Fang Yuan anymore, the important thing was, this time Fang Yuan decided to land with his head. Bam! A muffled sound. Fang Yuan's entire head smashed into the rock. With a push of his hands he pulled his head out of the pit. The skull was the hardest part of the body but Fang Yuan could still feel it. He felt his scalp go numb and his head was a little dizzy. But this dizziness only lasted for 2 or 3 breaths, and the degree was very slight. When the cool mountain breeze blew, it disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan touched his head, and then carefully examined his body. There were no scars, not even a strand of hair was lost. To sum it up in an idiom, there was no hair damage at all. Fang Yuan tried to pull out his hair, he found that it was very tough, and he actually used a lot of strength to pull out one strand. This strand of hair was thicker than a normal person's hair, black and shiny, giving off the feeling that it was an extremely thin steel wire. He pulled harder but it could not be pulled off, it was very tough. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. He wrapped this strand of hair around his wrist, wrapped it a few times and then tied it up firmly. This hair could not be thrown away. If someone obtained it, it would be the best deduction evidence. Fang Yuan rushed towards the traces of the battle while jumping down the mountain, testing his limits. The height continued to rise. Soon he went from 150 feet to over 800 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan could already feel pain, but it was not unbearable. Eventually, when he reached over 100 feet, Fang Yuan stopped his experiments. Jumping down from such a height already made him feel obvious pain. Moreover, the area where he landed was flushed red, and there were bruises on his skin. 800 feet, isn't this the limit of this body? Fang Yuan was speechless. This height had already reached a terrifying level. Even the Eiffel Tower on Earth was only 300 meters or 100 feet tall. Just with my body, without using any defensive goo, I can already reach this height. Even goo immortals can't reach this height with just their bodies, right? It seems that among the Dao marks on my body, there are many defensive ones. This discovery made Fang Yuan feel more at ease. After all, he only had Unravel Mystery, Change Soul, and Attitude goo. They were not defensive immortal goo. Arriving at the traces of the battle, Fang Yuan squatted down and inspected. Seems to be them. Soon Fang Yuan stood up, frowning. There were no investigative goo worms. It was very inconvenient. Fang Yuan could not be sure. But he knew he had to continue chasing. There is not much time left. He did not have time to inspect his body's profundities. The earlier experiment was just a casual one. Fang Yuan continued to chase. Soon he found the second and third traces. Fang Yuan followed the traces, slowly changing his direction. When goo immortals fought, most of them happened in the air. There were not many traces on the ground. Moreover, Fang Yuan could not fly. This made it very difficult for him to chase. As time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. With a loud sound, he landed in front of Fang Yuan. Flames spewed out in all directions, instantly burning the surrounding forest within a few hundred steps of them to nothing. Who is it? Fang Yuan frowned. A sharp light shined in his eyes as he shouted coldly. I am Huakong Dong. I dare to ask you, friend. Did you come from Yitian Mountain? The person was burning in flames. He did not have a friendly attitude. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. Change Soul Immortal Goo's aura appeared. He asked instead of answering, You came at the right time. Did you see anyone suspicious when you were flying in the sky earlier? The person sensed Change Soul Immortal Goo's aura. He knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with. His aura froze. There were not many rank 6 goo immortals with immortal goo. Even though Huakong Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Borders Chai Clan. Chai Clan was a super force in this battle of Yitian Mountain. Chai Clan's goo immortals died. Chai Clan's first supreme elder sent an external goo immortal, Huakong Dong, to investigate. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Huakong Dong thought to himself, Suspicious person? You're running around in broad daylight with your bare buttocks on. You are the most suspicious person. He was silent for a while before replying, There is no one else in the surrounding 100 li, other than you. Damn it. Damn it. Fang Yuan screamed, his face contorted into a malevolent expression. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Next, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, It seems that you ran far away. But even if you run to the ends of the world, I will catch up to you. This humiliation, I will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times over. Huakong Dong saw Fang Yuan's expression and had a guess. It seems that this person ran around naked because he was tricked by someone. He lost many goo worms and suffered a loss. This person is ruthless and angry. I need to be careful. Before Fang Yuan explained anything, Huakong Dong explained for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to block a calamity for someone else. I did not go deep into Yitian Mountain. Go take a look yourself. Saying this, Fang Yuan left. Huakong Dong was not satisfied with this answer. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. Wait. You are Huakong Dong? From Chai Clan? Yes. Huakong Dong was stunned before replying. Fang Yuan squeezed out an unsightly smile. Very good. I have a relationship with your 9th Supreme Elder Chai Buta. Has his battlefield killer move myriad clan torch fire been perfected? Huakong Dong quickly answered, 9th Elder is still in closed cultivation. He is being confined by his grandfather. Last time he teased fairy. After I settle this, I will go visit him. Fang Yuan said as he stretched out his hand towards Huakong Dong. Lend me some goo worms. Ah. Wukong Dong was stunned again. What you are a grand gu immortal, you are just lending me some mortal gu, why are you being so stingy? Fang Yuan said impatiently. Wukong Dong thought, Ninth Elder is in closed cultivation to perfect his battlefield killer move, that is just an excuse. The truth is he really teased Fairy. Since the other party knows about this, they should be related. I am a member of Chai clan, I am a lone cultivator, an outsider. And Ninth Elder is not only a member of Chai clan, he is also the grandson of First Supreme Elder. If I meet his friends and don't lend them gu worms, it would be unjustifiable. Let's borrow them. They are mortal gu anyway, they are nothing. Wukong Dong took out a gu worm and handed it to Fang Yuan, asking, I wonder what is this brother's name? Sure. I am Dong Fang Xiongji. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 1032. Whoosh. Fang Yuan flew in the air, he was like a huge fireball, his whole body was burning in flames, there was a long black smoke trail behind him, he was not weak at all. The situation earlier was very dangerous. Fang Yuan encountered Wukong Dong, he had 3 immortal gu as well as some soul path and dream path mortal gu. But they were not comprehensive, if they fought he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted an immortal killer move to exchange souls with Wukong Dong, he could not do it. Earlier he had used up a lot of mortal gu to exchange souls with Wuxia. He did not have a complete set of gu worms on him. But Fang Yuan used his outstanding acting skills to not only get out of danger, he even swindled 4 rank 5 mortal gu. In my previous life I participated in the Battle of Etian Mountain, I participated in the huge gambling house. I witnessed the internal conflict of southern borders gu immortals, I obtained a lot of important information. Fortunately, otherwise how could I know the relationship between Chai clan's 9th elder and Dong Fang Xiongji? I was able to deceive Wukong Dong because of attitude gu. Fang Yuan had the original familiar face, he modified it into a new version with attitude gu as the core and 1,000 mortal gu as support. But of course he could not use this killer move. Earlier, when facing Wukong Dong, he had used attitude gu alone. Attitude gu's effect is to disguise my true emotions, to express a fake attitude, but to make others believe it. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this attitude gu was very useful. Because he had used attitude gu earlier, his performance was flawless. Wukong Dong felt that Fang Yuan was in a state of anger, it was better not to provoke Fang Yuan. Another good thing was attitude gu's rank was very high, but the conditions to use it were very low. It was just a waste of effort. Fang Yuan had just reincarnated, he had little immortal essence, it was far from his previous accumulation. It is a pity that attitude gu is not mine, I will have to return it to He Lulan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was filled with regret and pity. Even though he had reincarnated and changed his body, his soul was still the same, it had not changed. After his rebirth. Without stopping he set up a new alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. This covenant was very restrictive, and there were almost no loopholes. Naturally, it restricted the bodies and souls of the allies. Therefore, even if Fang Yuan had changed his body, he couldn't go against the alliance. But the power of the alliance should be divided into 2 parts. One was in his soul. The other part is in my physical body. At most, I can only be considered as half an ally. Sigh. Even so, the damage from breaking the contract is too great. Even if it doesn't affect my body, my soul still can't bear it. There are probably many wisdom path Dao marks in this body. While thinking, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized another point. He deeply remembered, when he had just become an immortal zombie, his brain could not work properly, he was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. His mind was extremely slow. Later he used wisdom path methods to make up for this flaw. Now that he had a fresh body, he felt that his mind was as agile as a horse stepping on a swallow. His inspiration was like a spirit spring gushing out. In the process of thinking, a large number of thoughts were generated like the beautiful waves in the sea. I finally don't need to use wisdom path gu worms to make up for my lack of thoughts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were about to tear up. In the past, he still had to use gu worms to generate thoughts to help him think. Now his physical body was alive. He could generate a large number of thoughts on his own. And there were many types of thoughts. There were evil thoughts, good thoughts, longing thoughts, empty thoughts, battle thoughts. There were evil thoughts, obsession thoughts. As long as a person is alive, the thoughts in their mind will be all-encompassing and complex. This is not strange. It is just that my thinking speed far surpasses mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, I can last for a long time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan deduced that this body should have a lot of wisdom path Dao marks. But as for how many, Fang Yuan did not know. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Even his previous body, before turning into an immortal zombie, might not even have a 10,000th of this. Other than wisdom path Dao marks, there will be no lack of fire path Dao marks. Fang Yuan looked at the flames on his body, his eyes flashing with brilliance. His flaming clothes were the rank 5 fire cape gu. Once used, the whole body would burn in flames. The fire was harmless, but the effect was very grand and eye-catching. Wukong Dong also used this gu, but his body was covered in flames. The height of the flames was no larger than an adult's forearm. But Fang Yuan's flames not only covered his body, they were extremely condensed. The height of the flames surpassed a grown man's forearm. Other than fire cape gu, Fang Yuan also borrowed a rank 5 flying smoke gu. Right now, Fang Yuan was flying in the air. That was the ability of flying smoke gu. Behind Fang Yuan, there was a long trail of black smoke that was tens of feet long. Most importantly, the speed had far surpassed flying smoke gu's limit. It could even match some mortal killer moves. While flying, he could hear the howling of the wind. The mountain below him was moving in reverse. Fang Yuan had an idea. It seems that there are not only fire path Dao marks, there are also many Dao marks for flying. He could finally fly. This way, Fang Yuan's flying master attainment level could be fully displayed. Being able to fly meant that he would be extremely agile in battle. Standing on the ground, he could only move left, right, front, back, or jump. But in the air, he could dodge in all directions above and below him. This was a qualitative change. His overall battle strength had risen by a level because of this gu worm. Of course, currently Fang Yuan's battle strength was still very low among gu immortals. If he met other southern border gu immortals, he would have to use attitude gu to deceive them. I will try to avoid fighting. It would be best if I can catch up to Wuxia. I will expose his identity and meet up with He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing. Fang Yuan planned. Right now, Yitian Mountain was covered in a huge dream realm. If Wuxia did not go to Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's special will would not be activated. Once the time was up, Fang Yuan's gu worms would self-destruct. But as long as Fang Yuan controlled the situation, there was a way to resolve it. That was to use He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing's help to gather gu worms and swap souls. After swapping souls, Fang Yuan would return to his body and be able to use gu worms to extract the special will from the gu worms. Here was the relationship between the soul, body, and thoughts. Just the body alone could not produce thoughts. The body provided the mind. The soul could produce thoughts, but they could not last for long. The mind was needed to store them, and the collision of thoughts was called thinking. When gu masters controlled gu worms, they usually used their thoughts. Wuxia's soul's thoughts were naturally different from Fang Yuan's. Thus he could not use Fang Yuan's gu worms. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had to make full use of every second. Being able to fly in the sky allowed him to have a wide field of vision. Searching was 1,000 times easier than before. Along the way he found traces of battle many times. Gu immortals mostly fought in the sky. This characteristic was different from gu masters. Gu immortals had gu worms and time. They could train their ability to fly. But gu masters usually could not. Therefore these battle scars were caused by the aftermath of the battle, which affected the ground of the mountain, and were not very obvious. Thankfully, southern border had many mountains. If it was northern plains with low terrain, it would be even less obvious. If it was eastern sea or western desert, it would be even worse. But even so, Fang Yuan did not catch up to his target. As he watched the sky gradually darken, his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Sigh. He sighed at the sky. Giving up on chasing, he changed his mind and quickly left. Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk while searching. Yitian Mountain had already become a troublesome place. Spectral Soul was refining gu to undergo tribulation. A large number of southern border gu immortals died. The commotion was so huge, more and more southern border gu immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Wuxia and the rest met these southern border gu immortals who came to investigate. Wukong Dong, who Fang Yuan met, was also one of them. But the difference between the two was, the former was a northern plains gu immortal. He was suppressed by southern border gu immortals. Fang Yuan had the aura of a southern border gu immortal. He did not raise any suspicions. But if he continued to stay, even if Fang Yuan had attitude gu, it would not be safe. I left a large number of fake wills in my mind, but Wuxia did not come. Is it because of the southern border gu immortal's obstruction? Or did he find out my arrangements? Or is there something else? Fang Yuan guessed. Such a huge shadow sect, spectral soul demon venerable has schemed for tens of thousands of years, he should have other arrangements. Even the businesses of Zombie Alliance in the various regions are quite abundant. Will Wuxia go to one of them? In the worst-case scenario, if he uses my identity to take my assets, what should I do? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. They are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Wuxia does not know the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly use fixed immortal travel to go to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, right? After changing souls, the land spirit should be able to tell. But there are many ways to deceive the land spirit. The other party is a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan gradually stopped flying, floating in the air. The cold wind kept blowing and it seemed to be blowing into his heart. The night was getting darker. Fang Yuan's face was covered in a layer of darkness. Then where did Wuxia Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan go? Fixed immortal travel. The green light dissipated. Wuxia left southern border, arriving in central continent. Master? Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Wuxia raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Chapter 1033. Master, please exchange a secret code. That weak voice spoke again. Wuxia spoke, 9 layers of heaven transformation. That voice continued, land is divided into 5 regions. Wuxia continued, 8,000 years and 10,000 achievements. That voice continued, will rule over all life. Next, with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and spoke with a choked voice, Sure Nu pays respects to Master. Get up. Wuxia laughed heartily, looking at the kneeling Rockman Gu Immortal. He raised his hand. The Rockman Gu Immortal kowtowed 3 more times before standing up respectfully. But facing Wuxia, his arms were still hanging down, his body was half bent and his head was lowered. His gaze was only focused on Wuxia's feet, not daring to look at him directly. His Gu Immortal aura was dense, he was at rank 7. Wuxia used fixed immortal travel. He did not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to snatch Danghun Mountain, but went to this secret base that Shadow Sect had set up in Central Continent. Wuxia's soul was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Earlier he was straightforward and pure because the pure dream reality seeker physique had erased his soul's memories. Wuxia's memories had vanished, he was like a newborn baby, his shrewdness was naturally shallow. But intense battles of life and death were the best for tempering a person, and with the infusion of Spectral Soul's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance, Wuxia had already recovered some of his memories. He naturally acted more maturely. He had experienced rebirth, he already knew of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use his Gu worms, Fang Yuan's fake will was also in his mind. If he was not careful, his thoughts would be affected. He had a lot of Gu worms and also a dazzling array of immortal Gu, but Wuxia could only use fixed immortal travel. In this situation, he naturally would not foolishly run to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if he had methods to deceive the land spirit, he needed many Gu worms to use them. If he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land without any preparations, the land spirit would definitely recognize him and expose his identity. That would be a huge problem. Thus, Wuxia used fixed immortal travel to come here first. To prepare. Bring me to the earth core first. Wuxia instructed. Yes, Master. Gu Immortal Sure Nu quickly responded. The two of them drilled into the ground and went down a winding secret tunnel until they arrived in front of a deep pit. This deep pit was extremely large, covering a radius of 100 miles. The yellowish-brown dust in the deep pit was thick and heavy, and it kept rolling. It was unstoppable. At the periphery of the pit, there were layers of Gu formations healing, concealing, supporting and so on. Wuxia took a closer look and could vaguely see a ball of soul floating in the center of the smoke. He observed for a moment and sighed. This soul orb was naturally Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed to pass the tribulation and was barely saved by the Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. But thousands of years had passed. Bo Qing's soul's injuries worsened. Not only did it not recover but it also weakened into a ball of soul. Bo Qing's soul was affected by the calamity. The water path Dao marks lingered around him and continued to be produced. Even though it was suppressed by the dense earth path Dao marks in the earth eye, it was not a permanent solution. It could only stall for time and not cure the root cause. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, he was helpless against this. But Shadow Sect did not give up. To guard this place, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. With some guidance, they nurtured a Rockmangu immortal. This Rockmangu immortal was Shirnu. Originally, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned for tens of thousands of years to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Even though Shirnu was only rank 7, he still had some battle strength. Unfortunately, when he was about to summon him back, an accident occurred. A wild one-eyed giant monkey appeared. Shirnu had no choice but to step forward and provoke the monkey, luring it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been built. The situation was complicated and Shadow Sect had no time to deal with this matter, so they did not summon Shirnu back. This way, Shirnugu Immortal could be said to have escaped with his life. In fact, Shadow Sect had many accidents in all aspects. Other than Shirnu, the most obvious example was Qin Bai Sheng's encounter with Feng Jioga. Spectral Soul wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. He wanted to defy heaven. Providence naturally stopped him. If Spectral Soul was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be better. Unfortunately, he was born and raised here. He was greatly obstructed by Providence. Shadow Sect's strength was not to be underestimated. They were spread across the 5 regions. Because of Providence's obstruction, they could not display their full strength. After Spectral Soul failed, Shadow Sect was also defeated, especially when Zombie Alliance was completely destroyed. They suffered disastrous losses. But there were still some arrangements left in the 5 regions. Like Gu Immortal Shirnu 15 minutes later. Where is this? Tai Bai Yunxing came out of Ing Wuxia's immortal aperture. Why is this not Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Immediately after, He Lulan also came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. The two looked around in confusion. They found they were in an underground secret room. The arrangements here were extremely crude. The two used investigative Gu worms. They immediately found that this underground secret room was just a small corner of the entire underground maze. This is the tunnel where the rockmen live. That means this is underground? Tai Bai Yunxing said with some realization. Ing Wuxia nodded. That's right. We have already returned to Central Continent. We are now in Earth Abyss. The stone men here had been moved here a long time ago. This is a secret base set up by Master. No wonder Fang Yuan sent Star Form Blessed Land into Earth Abyss. So Master had already set up a base in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. So Fang Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia noted it down, nodding his head without any change in expression. Zishan Makoto? He Lulan's heart jumped. She squinted as she stared at Ing Wuxia, asking again, why did you not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly? Ing Wuxia was prepared. He replied calmly, it is not that I do not want to return. But now that my identity has been exposed. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals know about it. Although their speed of returning to Central Continent cannot compare to fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. Informing the 10 great ancient sects to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land is such a simple matter. They must have already done it. If we return directly, we might fall into a trap. That's why I came back here first to gather information. Then what did you find? He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia sighed. As I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the culprits behind the destruction of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been surrounded, and the Blessed Land is being attacked. In an instant. Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. Danghun Mountain is still there. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing knew that Fang Yuan had already found the method to revive. This way, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would decrease greatly. What was more important was the cultivation resources in the Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain was the most important thing. With it, they would have an inexhaustible source of income. Ing Wuxia sneered, the loss of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a foregone conclusion. The resources inside. Let the 10 great ancient sects keep it for now. I will take it back sooner or later. The most important thing now is to make preparations and let me recover my human body. Ugh. Ing Wuxia's voice suddenly stopped. He showed a shocked expression. What is it? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Anger and hatred flashed in Ing Wuxia's eyes. He smiled bitterly as he took out Fixed Immortal Travel's remnant body. I was hit by Shadow Sect's move earlier. I forcefully activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now it is destroyed. This. At once, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan felt great regret. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely useful. Now that it was destroyed, the 3 immortals felt their hearts bleeding. Ing Wuxia was even more shocked and furious. Why did fixed immortal travel self-destruct? It seems that this is a method left behind by Fang Yuan. Damn it. He not only schemed against me. He purposely used fixed immortal travel on me to lure me to Yitian Mountain. He even left behind this method. Since fixed immortal travel can self-destruct, Fang Yuan's other goo worms should also be able to do the same. Thinking of this, Wuxia could no longer sit still. He was still thinking of ways to subdue Fang Yuan's goo worms. Fang Yuan's move had caught him unprepared. Intentional. It should be intentional. It seems that I need to use every second I have and borrow immortal goo to suppress his goo worms. I cannot let them self-destruct. Wuxia shouted in his heart. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Tai Bai Yunxing felt something amiss. He asked in concern, Fang Yuan, what is it now? Wuxia's expression was grim. This is a huge problem. I need to deal with it quickly, otherwise the other goo worms will end up like fixed immortal travel. Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and felt like a fire had been lit in his heart. He also became anxious. You guys rest first, a rockman will bring you to rest later. I can deal with this. After all, Master did not just leave behind this stronghold, he also left behind his connections. Wuxia said this and left. At the same time, Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. We broke through. We broke through. Haha, who immortal blessed land has finally been broken through. I want to see how much benefits this kid Fang Yuan has obtained. Everyone, don't be impatient. Don't forget that Jianghu Mountain is under the management of our 10 great ancient sections. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects rushed in, charging into Hu immortal blessed land excitedly. Then like a bucket of cold water they were drenched from head to toe. Empty, how can it be empty? There is nothing here, how can this be? Where is Jianghu Mountain? Where did Jianghu Mountain go? Central Continent's Gu immortals shouted. You are Lord Fengjoga? Hu immortal land spirit opened her big watery eyes, taking the initiative to approach Fengjoga. Fengjoga was slightly dazed. That's me. My master told me to tell Lord, he has already taken everything that should be taken. As for this blessed land, we will directly give it to Lord's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Hu immortal land spirit said generously. What? Fang Yuan was faster than us. Didn't our joint deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Fang Yuan only give Hu immortal blessed land to Feng Kim Hong? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of which, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, the two of them have been very close. This is something that all 10 sects know. The Gu immortals muttered. Chapter 1034. Not long ago in time. Fang Yuan chased after Wuxia but to no avail, he stopped in the air, feeling dejected. Night shrouded the land, getting heavier. This was a cold night. Cold winds blew. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his bones. His original plan was very good. Making arrangements in his body, using fake will, special will, and purposely lending fixed immortal travel. According to Fang Yuan's estimation, this plan had a high chance of success. But the truth was he failed. Fang Yuan did not know that he had succeeded before, but because of Providence and Spring-Autumn Cicada, he failed at the last moment. Since he failed, Fang Yuan decided to face it. He did not try to escape or get lucky. The truth was he was mentally prepared. This was the result of hundreds of years of training in this world. Any plan, no matter how meticulous, would have a chance of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan of tens of thousands of years, with such meticulous planning, didn't they still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Fang Yuan. No matter which world, no one would not fail. Fang Yuan guessed Wuxia's situation. Currently, because of the obstruction of southern borders Gu immortals, Wuxia had no time to go to Yitian Mountain. This was the most likely possibility. If so, Fang Yuan's arrangements were still effective. Wuxia did not discover them. The situation was not that bad. Maybe if Fang Yuan continued to chase, he might be able to recover all his Gu worms and recover his peak battle strength. But this was only one of the possibilities. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not consider victory but considered defeat first. He liked to plan for the worst and make the most preparations. Then what is the worst situation? Fang Yuan floated in the night sky. He asked himself. The worst-case scenario would be if Wuxia discovered his trap. Then he would beat them at their own game and deceive Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. He would go to Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land and empty Fang Yuan's resources. This situation was also very likely. From Fang Yuan's point of view, Wuxia was spectral soul split soul, he had deep foundations, it was not hard to see through his arrangements. At the same time, the most important thing was that Tian Mountain had formed a gigantic dreamscape. The dream realm had become the biggest obstacle. Wuxia could not return to Tian Mountain. Spectral soul's main body had already fallen into the dream realm. Wuxia definitely wanted to save his main body. But he had very few dream path goo worms. His original body had many dream path immortal goo and mortal goo, but after his body self-detonated, whether these goo worms would still exist was a huge question mark. Goo worms were very fragile. Even if it was an immortal goo, a child could crush it with a pinch. Even if these dream path goo worms survived, the dream realm was simply too huge. With Wuxia's current condition, he could not enter the dream realm to retrieve these goo worms. Fang Yuan did not have any wishful thinking and immediately stopped chasing. They landed on a mountain below. Southern border had many mountains and forests. Fang Yuan leaned against the trunk of a tall pine tree, sitting cross-legged on a thick branch. He calmed his mind and activated connecting heaven goo. From Hokong Dong. He borrowed 4 rank 5 mortal goo. One was flying smoke goo, one was fire cape goo. The other 2. They were connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo. The latter 2 goo worms were standard for goo immortals. Using these 2 goo worms they could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. And Jewel Yellow Skies was the #1 goo immortal exchange market in the 5 regions. It was not strange that Fang Yuan asked Hokong Dong for these goo worms. Because if he had these mortal goo, he could buy some suitable goo worms from Jewel Yellow Skies, he would not have to run around naked. However, it would be impossible for him to borrow more. Even if Fang Yuan had attitude goo and Hokong Dong would not suspect him, the latter would think that Fang Yuan was taking advantage of him. Fang Yuan inspected these 4 goo worms carefully before using them. There was no problem with connecting heaven goo, but just as Fang Yuan was about to activate it, his body shook, his face was filled with shock. With his shrewdness, he had already reached the stage of not showing his emotions on his face. But at this moment, he was shocked to an unprecedented degree since his rebirth. Even when he found out that the mastermind behind Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan was not so shocked. His body and mind were shaken. He could not control the shock in his heart, his eyes were wide open as he looked at the night sky and the dense tree leaves, he was in a daze. Calm down. Fang Yuan blinked as he persuaded himself, but his breathing was already rough, his heart was beating rapidly. He entered his immortal aperture again. The second time. Fang Yuan sized up his brand new immortal aperture for the second time. His body shook again. He frowned, his muscles tensed subconsciously. An unimaginable scene of an immortal aperture appeared in his mind. What a mystical immortal aperture. If I did not witness it personally, I would not believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with this thought. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Spectral Soul spent tens of thousands of years to carry out this plan. He almost emptied Shadow Sect's foundation. What was it for? It was to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal aperture goo. Looking at the entire goo refinement process. Firstly, the 10 extreme immortal zombies set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Secondly, the corpses of the goo immortals who died in southern border, as well as their immortal apertures, were used as goo refinement materials. Next, the zombie alliance members of the 5 regions, 100 immortal zombies went into the formation. Finally, the demon venerable's main body sacrificed himself to activate this 10 extreme formation. Finally, the myriad tribulations and grand tribulations were used to create glory. The difficulty of each step was unimaginable for even rank 8 goo immortals. Just the first step was to gather 10 extreme physiques. How difficult was that? Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting as well as some luck to reach this step. Not to mention the steps after that. Such a price was paid, the sacrifices were unheard of. In the end, only one rank 9 immortal goo was produced. Even if Fang Yuan did not know the details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus goo had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal goo in the vast sea of goo worms had the status of a rank 9 venerable. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had come into contact with a rank 9 immortal goo. That was wisdom goo. Against wisdom goo, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like the most delicious meal in the world, he could only smell it. Even so, this fragrance was so beautiful, it gave Fang Yuan an unparalleled help. Without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan would not have developed so rapidly and to this extent. Coincidentally, he came into contact with a second rank 9 immortal goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo. This time, not only did he smell its fragrance, but he also swallowed this peerless feast in one gulp. The sovereign immortal fetus goo refined by spectral soul cannot be so simple, there must be a huge secret behind it. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had this thought. But he was busy chasing after Wuxia. He did not have time to explore the mysteries of this body. Fang Yuan's new body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. But exploring its secrets, even though it was important, it was not urgent. The urgent matter now was to chase after Wuxia and take back his goo worms. Thus, Fang Yuan pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he failed to chase after Wuxia. He was preparing for the worst. He used connecting heaven goo to connect to jewel yellow skies. At this time, he looked at his immortal aperture for the first time. He was shocked to his core with just a glance. Because this immortal aperture's scenery was extraordinary, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's cultivation knowledge. This immortal aperture was clearly a rank 6 goo immortal blessed land, but the space inside was huge, extremely huge. How huge was it? Most rank 6 goo immortals' immortal apertures were middle or low grade. Low grade blessed lands were at most 3 million km2, middle grade blessed lands were over 3 million km2, but not more than 6 million km2. This was the situation for most rank 6 goo immortals. A small portion of rank 6 goo immortals like Tai Bai Yunxing had outstanding inheritances. They had deep foundations during their immortal ascension, thus they had high-grade blessed lands. High-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 6 million km2, but not more than 9 million km2. High-grade, middle-grade and low-grade blessed lands included almost all the situations of rank 6 goo immortals. It was almost, because there was a special case. That was the 10 extreme goo immortals. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark eye soul physique, verdant great sun physique, Guyua desolate een physique. Once someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques became a goo immortal like He Lulan, they would have a super grade blessed land. Super grade blessed lands had an area of more than 10 million km2, but not more than 20 million km2. Super grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were rare to begin with, most of them would die prematurely. There were even fewer who could become immortals. Of course, once one became an immortal, just the space in the immortal aperture itself was a huge asset. The bigger the immortal aperture, the better, because the bigger it was, the more space path Dao marks it could hold, the more resources it could produce, and the higher the upper limit. Many goo immortals often encountered such troublesome matters during their cultivation. The immortal aperture did not have enough space. The beast group inside was too big, it needed to be sold. The variant human population inside was exploding, it needed to be sold as slaves. There were too many plants inside, it had already affected the balance, a portion needed to be removed. Who didn't know that the larger the beast group, the more cubs they would produce each year? Who didn't know that the larger the population, the more variant humans there would be? Who would be willing to remove the plants they planted, to prevent them from growing longer and having higher value? But there was no other way. The immortal aperture space was here. Chapter 1035. However, methods like expand space immortal goo were only icing on the cake. Not to mention the high cost of using these methods, the main factor that determined the size of the blessed land was the grade of the blessed land itself. Turning around, he looked at Fang Yuan's immortal aperture again. Each layer of his immortal aperture had an area of over 50 million km2. 50 million km2 was already far beyond the super-grade immortal aperture of a 10 extreme goo immortal. But this was only one layer of the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan found that his immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. Each layer had an area of over 50 million km2. With this calculation, a total of 10 layers, that was 500 million km2. What concept was this? Fang Yuan had no concept of it. Because he had never heard of or even imagined that there was such a monstrous immortal aperture in the world. The huge space was only the first point. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was also divided into 10 layers. This was a special phenomenon. Ordinary blessed lands did not have internal structures, they only had one unified space. For example, who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land? When would the immortal aperture have internal structures? When the immortal aperture becomes a grotto heaven. At this time, the immortal aperture would change according to the goo immortal's situation. It would be divided into different parts. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was an obvious example. My blessed land actually has the characteristics of a grotto heaven? Even the top-level Langya blessed land in the world had a unified space. And Langya blessed land fell from grotto heaven level. And my blessed land is only at the initial stage of rank 6. And in this first layer, it is further divided into 5 parts. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had a total of 10 layers. The first layer had a huge amount of land. It was divided into 5 parts. From the second to the 10th layer there was no land. It was completely empty. What made Fang Yuan even more concerned was that the 5 parts of the first layer were divided very neatly. The middle part seemed to have the most fertile soil, it had a lot of terrain. The southern part. It was mostly hills and mountain peaks. It was moist and foggy. The northern part was mainly grassland with strong winds. The eastern part was a vast sea with islands scattered all over. The western side was more desolate. The temperature was very high, and it was dominated by the Gobi Desert. Such a setup. Wouldn't that be the current 5 regions? Southern border, eastern sea, central continent, northern plains, western desert. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. What surprised him was the 2nd to 10th floors. There was no soil in the 9 layers of space. It was empty. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white and black. Isn't the immemorial 9 heavens just these 9 colors? Later on, because of the Renzu and his 10 sons, the 7 skies were destroyed. Fragments of the ancient 7 skies were scattered all over the vast land. Now only white sky and black sky remain. The 9 heavens. The 5 great regions, the 9 paragons. Is that why it is called sovereign immortal fetus Gu? Actually, Fang Yuan already had a feeling that his immortal aperture would be different, it would be very outstanding. However, he had never imagined that he would be so outstanding. So outstanding that even Fang Yuan felt a little panicked. Panic? This emotion seemed difficult to understand. But let's make an analogy. People like Tai Bai Yunxing were already elites. 10 extreme Gu immortals like He Lulan. Geniuses among geniuses. Then what was Fang Yuan now? He had far surpassed the category of geniuses. If he had to be described in one word, it would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would be jealous and envious. Towards monsters that far surpassed common sense, people would panic, they would get rid of them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, his immortal aperture was only high grade. After rebirth and strength path immortal ascension, his immortal aperture was only middle grade. He worked hard to reach super grade. But suddenly he had this immortal aperture. Suddenly, he found that he had turned from an ordinary Gu immortal to a monstrous monster. Naturally, he would feel a trace of panic in his heart. I cannot expose this immortal aperture. Once it is exposed, I will be attacked and hunted down. But even if I tell others about this immortal aperture, no one would believe me. Ah no, at least Spectral Soul would believe me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression sank. The more outstanding the sovereign 9-5 immortal aperture was, the deeper the hatred between him, Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect would be. Even though Fang Yuan had not fully unearthed the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, just based on these characteristics, his hatred with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Facing such a strong enemy, Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Currently, Spectral Soul's main body is trapped in a dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years, he definitely has a backup plan. Wuxia is his split soul, he is currently using my body, his whereabouts are unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is dead, Shadow Sect is in ruins, how much foundation does this hidden super force have left? Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? A new body was really useful. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan thought of many things, thoughts collided in his mind, moving up and down like waves. I should communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies first. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Finding the sovereign immortal aperture took him some time, but it was not a big problem. He used connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu, finding Jewel Yellow Skies with ease. Jewel Yellow Skies was able to become the #1 trading venue for Gu immortals in the 5 regions. It naturally had a huge origin. It was formed from a Gu immortal's grotto heaven fusing with a large fragment of immemorial yellow heaven. Yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens was at the same level as white heaven and black heaven. Even if a mortal looked at the sky, they would see white heaven and black heaven. As long as the Gu immortal used connecting Heaven Gu, in their perception Jewel Yellow Skies would be like a torch in a dark room. The process of communicating with jewel yellow skies was very smooth. It was very smooth. Soon, a mirror appeared in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in the mirror was that of jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan activated the divine sense Gu, sending his thoughts into it endlessly. After a while, he contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. According to Fang Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal would always be using connecting heaven Gu in her possession. After Fang Yuan was reborn, although he did not know how the Battle of Tao Justice Heavenly Mountain would turn out, he knew that once this matter was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be encircled by Central Continent's Gu Immortals. The dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons and other resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been moved. They moved into Star Form Blessed Land one after another. There were still some left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain, several Fang Yuan stone nests, and a large number of hairy man slaves. In the underground cave, there was Wisdom Gu, as well as some Sword Path Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan took from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Danghun Mountain was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land to facilitate the trade of Guts Gu. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. There was a direct connection. If it was Star Form Blessed Land, it would be easy to deduce. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Blessed Land. There were many Enslavement Path Tao marks inside. It was beneficial for Fang Yuan to manage the hairy man slaves. If these hairy men were in Star Form Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient as Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They would not work hard on Gu refinement. Although hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions and desires. They would slack off. Of course, Fang Yuan also considered Hei Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demonis. As for Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan wanted to move it away the most. But Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do so. Back then he had made an agreement with Wisdom Gu because of a special situation. Fang Yuan contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. "Is it Master?" Little Hu Immortal asked happily. "It is me," Fang Yuan replied. "Is it really Master? Then let's use the secret code," Little Hu Immortal said again. The two exchanged the secret code. Little Hu Immortal was very happy. "Master, are you doing well? I miss you so much." Fang Yuan smiled. He roughly reported some important matters. He informed Little Hu Immortal and ordered her to use Group B Plan C. All along, Fang Yuan had been under a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that one day Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize losses, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to deduce different situations and different plans. Moreover, he taught these plans to Little Hu Immortal. Preparing for a rainy day was naturally a good thing. But after Little Hu Immortal heard this, she recalled that plan. She was stunned for a moment before crying on the spot. Master, you don't want Little Hu Immortal anymore?" "Little Hu Immortal is very obedient. She will listen to Master even more in the future." Fang Yuan smiled. "Don't worry, Group B Plan C is the latest modification. If you act according to this plan, the other party will not truly accept you." Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and smiled. She had complete trust in Fang Yuan. She did not doubt Fang Yuan's deduction. She acted according to the plan and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan had already contacted Land Spirit of Langya. After all, he was an external supreme elder of Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya quickly sent some rank 6 hairy man Gu Immortals to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. They used the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and turned into a giant, directly lifting up Danghun Mountain and sending it into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu Immortal, before bringing it back to Langya Blessed Land through a stargate. Little Hu Immortal brought them to Wisdom Gu. These hairy man Gu Immortals were stunned. After sending the message back, Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly used his methods to deceive Wisdom Gu into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu Immortal, before bringing it back to Langya Blessed Land. Knowing this result, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya. He had no choice but to do so. The truth was, Land Spirit of Langya did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of rank 8 long-hair ancestor. Back then, long-hair ancestor's refinement path attainment had surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. Such a person had an unfathomable foundation. Later generations also researched that if long-hair ancestor's physique was not limited, he would have been a variant human hairy man. If he was an ordinary human Gu Immortal, he might have become a supreme rank 9 venerable. After Land Spirit of Langya moved Wisdom Gu to Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan contacted Star Form Blessed Land and moved Danghun Mountain into Langya Blessed Land as well. This way Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley would both be in Langya Blessed Land. Even if fixed immortal travel failed to self-destruct and Ing Wuxia succeeded, he could use fixed immortal travel to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. That would be Langya sect shielding Fang Yuan from disaster. Chapter 1036. After relocating Hu Immortal and Star Form Blessed Lands, the situation in the rear is settled. After completing this matter, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He relaxed a little. He did not consider victory, he first considered defeat. With this done, no matter how Ing Wuxia dealt with it, Fang Yuan's losses were greatly reduced. Interestingly, due to a freak combination of factors, his and Ing Wuxia's identities had been swapped. Fang Yuan was determined to live forever. His original body was just a bag of flesh to him. He did not feel any reluctance to give it up. He only cared about three things. First, the goo worms in his original body. Second, the cultivation resources accumulated in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. Third, the relationships between He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing, Land Spirit of Langya, Spirit Affinity House, Crane Gate and others. Fang Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky. The wind at the top of the mountain shook the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He thought, at this time, fixed immortal travel should have self-destructed. Next, the other goo worms will self-destruct. I wonder what Ing Wuxia will do? The hope of me retrieving these goo worms is already minuscule. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land's resources have already been moved away. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is in the hands of Central Continent's goo immortals, while Star Form Blessed Land is hidden deep in Earth Abyss. Now only the third thing is left, He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing and others. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. Among them, the relationship between Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate had already broken down. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Jianghu Tower had already been exposed. If the Celestial Court pursued the matter, they would definitely find trouble with Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body in a way he was blocking trouble for Fang Yuan. Thus, there was no need to worry about this. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were Fang Yuan's worries. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value was greatly reduced, but she was still a 10 extreme goo immortal with the great strength true martial physique. Adding on her identity as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy in the 500 years of his previous life, she had great luck and was a formidable character. She could not be underestimated. On Tai Bai Yunxing. Although there were only 2 immortal goo, each was a top-tier goo worm with great use. Fang Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Ing Wuxia to make things difficult for him. Therefore, after contacting Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately tried to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing through Jewel Yellow Skies. They also left a will in the Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a communication method that they had prepared long ago. But even though Fang Yuan communicated with these 2's wills in Jewel Yellow Skies, he was still unable to contact them. Only when these 2 took the initiative to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies would these wills return to their main bodies and communicate. Would he be able to learn the truth? He could not contact them. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. Without a choice, he gave up on trying and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. This time he received a response almost immediately. Good lad, you finally contacted me. Land Spirit of Langya was extremely excited, shouting loudly. To speak the truth, when he agreed to help Fang Yuan relocate, it was mainly because Fang Yuan had already joined Langya's sect. When he found Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely stunned. There was only one word to describe it. That was shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan's foundation to be so deep. It was so deep that he simply could not believe it. Hearing Land Spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan smiled as if he was looking at a hairy land spirit. A land spirit that resembled a gorilla was jumping around on the ground, waving its arms and legs with an exaggerated expression. Land Spirit of Langya originated from long-hair ancestor. It was very special. It was formed from 2 obsessions. This current obsession. It was extremely aggressive. It wanted hairy men to be the masters of the 5 regions and suppress humans. It was even more impatient than the sage-like one. But no matter which one it was, as long as it was a land spirit, they would not lie. They were all straightforward people. Fang Yuan had a much easier time interacting with the land spirit than with those human goo immortals who knew their faces but not their hearts. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not speak, Land Spirit of Langya could not bear it any longer. It continued to shout, "Fang Yuan, Langya sect has helped you greatly this time. Otherwise, wouldn't you want to kill yourself after losing all these? Tell me, how are you going to repay me?" After a pause, Fang Yuan heard Land Spirit of Langya say, "Kid, quickly offer these to the sect. I won't treat you unfairly. You're our guest Grand Elder. I will give you a vast amount of sect contribution points. It is enough for you to exchange for countless immortal goo recipes in immortal goo." Since Fang Yuan asked Land Spirit of Langya for help, he was naturally mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Goo would be moved. Even Land Spirit of Langya was not immune. Land Spirit of Langya might be a straightforward person, but it was not a dead thing without intelligence. Immediately Fang Yuan replied calmly, "I am Langya sect's external supreme elder, these are all mine. First Elder, you are not thinking of embezzling these things, right?" Land Spirit of Langya pulled his hair and shouted, "If I had known this, I would not have allowed you to join Langya sect. That way I could directly confiscate your supreme treasures. Damn it, I spoke the truth again." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya wanted Fang Yuan to join Langya sect. It was naturally sincere. Now that both sides had made an agreement, it was too late for Land Spirit of Langya to regret it. At least, with his current methods, it was already too late for him to break the alliance agreement. Even if he wanted to regret it, he would need some time to prepare and undo the Information Path Alliance agreement. Even so, because he did not know how to lie, Fang Yuan only needed to probe a little to obtain information. Just based on this, Fang Yuan was already in complete control of Land Spirit of Langya. However, after careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that it was better to leave Langya Blessed Land for Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and even Wisdom Goo. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were two treasure lands that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once controlled. If fixed immortal travel was not destroyed, wouldn't that mean that Wuxia and the rest could return to these two places at any time? If Fang Yuan placed these two treasure lands in his immortal aperture, it would be very inappropriate. It would be like opening the door to a thief and inviting a wolf into the house. As for Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan could not use it for the time being. He had revived and had a new body. He was no longer an immortal zombie. When he was an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the light of wisdom. But now, if he was inside this light, his lifespan would decrease rapidly. This was a price that Fang Yuan could not accept. Thus, if he had no choice in the future, Fang Yuan would not use Wisdom Goo. This time, I obtained the sovereign immortal aperture but lost the help of Wisdom Goo. This is a loss as well as a gain. But one day I will find a way to use Wisdom Goo freely with a fresh body. During this period of time, I might as well give Wisdom Goo to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. It will save me the trouble of worrying about this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Land Spirit of Langya, "First Supreme Elder, it is impossible for me to directly offer these three treasures to the sect. However, we can totally cooperate with each other. I will lend Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Goo to the sect. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If there are any accidents, we will repay them tenfold. Other than that, you just need to compensate me with some sect contribution points." Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. He waved his arms and legs as he shouted, "Kid, you are very tactful. That's good, that's good. With Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, I can refine and strengthen the souls of those children. It will be very beneficial for their goo refinement. And Wisdom Goo, this is a rank 9 Wisdom Path Goo, the vital goo of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable back then, Using it to deduce immortal goo recipes is simply too amazing." Fang Yuan heard Land Spirit's tone. He actually knew how to use Wisdom Goo. He could not help but ask. Land Spirit was not an idiot. He chuckled and replied, "If you want to know how to use Wisdom Goo, use your sect contribution points to exchange for it. Our Langya sect is very fair." Both sides discussed for a while and finished discussing the matter of cooperation. Fang Yuan then talked about the Featherman Zhou Zhong. Even though this variant human goo immortal was Fang Yuan's slave, this relationship could be broken. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan both knew that Zhou Zhong was exposed. He might as well lead those feathermen and stay in Langya Blessed Land for now. After all, Langya Blessed Land had a huge space. Of course, it could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As for those hairy man-slaves in Fang Yuan's stone nests, after Fang Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya negotiated, these hairy men still belonged to Fang Yuan, but they had to throw away their slave relationship. They could only be considered as Fang Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his background, the land spirit of Langya loved hairy men and despised other races. He had the ideology of hairy democracy. He naturally would not allow Fang Yuan to order these hairy men around as slaves. He did not fall out with Fang Yuan because of this, and even allowed these hairy men to remain under Fang Yuan's jurisdiction. It was already very rare. Actually, Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. These hairy men were already free, they belonged to Langya blessed land. But as long as Fang Yuan mobilized them and ordered them to refine gu, they would obey. It would not be much different from before. In fact, these hairy men would be nurtured by the land spirit of Langya. They would even have families and businesses in the blessed land. It would stimulate their passion for gu refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Fang Yuan roughly told the land spirit of Langya about Wuxia and Shadow sect. The land spirit of Langya was stunned. It took a long time for him to react after Fang Yuan finished speaking. So you even have Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal gu, Spring Autumn Cicada. The land spirit of Langya shouted again, "What kind of dog shit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal gu dog shit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal gu is actually dog shit luck? Isn't it fortune rivaling heaven immortal gu?" The land spirit of Langya snorted. Fortune rivaling heaven was refined by him in his later years. In his early years it was dog shit luck. I worked with him before, how could I not know? Chapter 1037. Fang Yuan had a strange expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange immortal gu like dog shit luck. In this situation, exposing Spring Autumn Cicada was not a big deal. In any case, the celestial quartz gu immortals already knew about it, which meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent also knew about it. Land Spirit of Langya continued, "Unfortunately this Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, if it was rank 9 Spring Autumn Cicada, you would definitely have one. Spring Autumn Cicada has already fallen into Wuxia's hands, you cannot let it develop. But fortunately I have many time path methods on my side. Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6 and I know who has it, it is easy to restrain it." Restrain Spring Autumn Cicada? Fang Yuan was very interested. To speak the truth, this was his greatest worry. Land Spirit of Langya said casually, "Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, it is fine if we don't know who has it, but since we know, it is much easier to deal with it. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal gu, but so what? In this world there are only invincible gu masters, there are no invincible gu worms. In this world time path is not number 1, but rather all the paths are blossoming. But if we use time path methods to restrain it, it will be more effective." Fang Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Land Spirit of Langya's words were reasonable. For example, this time he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth, but was deduced by Shadow sect and was even used wantonly. This was a classic example of using wisdom path to restrain time path. Spring Autumn Cicada was indeed unique, but it was not an invincible existence. Man was the spirit of all living beings, while gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth emphasized balance. Spring Autumn Cicada being restrained by other methods was reasonable. Since rebirth, I have always treated Spring Autumn Cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that there would be a day when I would have to deal with Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan sighed. While he was contacting Land Spirit of Langya in Central Continent, Mingtang Valley. This valley that was filled with radiance all year round. It was quite famous in Central Continent. It was jointly controlled by Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus sect of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. It was a famous sacred land that produced light path gu worms. This treasure land contained extremely dense light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, it would produce light path wild immortal gu. In the depths of Mingtang Valley, there was a demonic path gu immortal. Gong Sun Liang was as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. "Is someone calling me?" he muttered softly. A puzzled expression flashed across his face. Then, his expression turned solemn and dignified. His consciousness entered the immortal aperture. He used a unique information path method to communicate. "Sir, you want to borrow my immortal gu?" On the other side, deep within the earth abyss, Wuxia replied, "Yes." Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes completely at this time, not feeling sleepy at all. He was very hesitant and his eyes kept flickering. He was a demonic path gu immortal. They had been hunted down and suppressed by the righteous path of Zhongzhou state, especially the 10 ancient sections. He fled for his life to the ends of the earth. In a desperate escape filled with danger, he fell into a trap and was on the verge of death. At this time he was saved by a mysterious person. Not only did Gong's son Liang survive, under the mysterious person's guidance, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization only had one name: Defy. The members of the organization. They were all numbered and were very mysterious. Gong's son Liang had obtained a lot of help from this organization. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1. He is the expert who created the organization, Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow Gu from me? Gong's son Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Gu Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time Miao Jun's body shook. He received Ying Wuxia's message. Facing Ying Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, "Sir contacted me. He wants to borrow our immortal Gu." Miao Yu frowned. "This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now he wants to borrow our immortal Gu." Miao Jun nodded. "We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now he wants to borrow our immortal Gu. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider." Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus this force had 3 Gu Immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 Gu Immortals, Great Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd Gu Immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Ying Wuxia failed to borrow Gu from them using his identity as Sir. Crack. Earth Abyss in a secret room. Ying Wuxia smashed the table in front of him. Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth. His gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher who did not want to go further. Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources? Especially Gu Immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, Gu Immortals had to get stronger, otherwise they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. The most important thing was the lack of cultivation resources. But the 10 great ancient sects were extremely strong. They occupied a lot of cultivation resources. The other forces were not united. Their strength was not enough. They could not be shaken. Some ambitious people noticed this. They contacted each other and formed all kinds of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. If it was not because of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects' sabotage, it was because the members of the alliance were fighting amongst themselves. Of course, the root cause. They were still not strong enough. They could not contend against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. As for Shadow Sect, they secretly established Defy, carefully selecting the members and gradually growing stronger. But this step was just an idle move. Even the Shadow Sect members who created Defy did not have high expectations. The more members there were, the more bloated the organization became. The more complicated it was, the harder it was to manage. Moreover, these members were not otherworldly demons. There were almost none who had escaped from fate. They were useful against Providence. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's Gu refinement plan did not mobilize these people. Even if they were mobilized, could they be mobilized? Even if they could be mobilized, they might be used by Providence instead. The gains did not make up for the losses. But at this time, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They suffered huge losses. After Ying Wuxia revived, he had to borrow the strength of Defy. It was not smooth for him to borrow Gu. Many Gu Immortal members tried all sorts of excuses. Immortal Gu were extremely precious. Defice members kept their identities a secret. They did not know each other. The structure was very loose. How could it be easy to borrow Gu? Only demonic path Gu Immortals like unmoving mountain Gong Sun Liang, who was alone, to escape the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path and avoid wisdom path deductions, he could only borrow Defice help. He could not leave Defy even if he was unwilling. He had to take the risk and lend the immortal Gu to Wuxia. Wuxia borrowed Gu for a long time. Fang Yuan's Gu worms self-destructed. Eventually, even though Wuxia successfully suppressed them and stopped the Gu worms from self-destructing, his losses were severe. Damn you, Fang Yuan. You are decisive and decisive. In the darkness, Wuxia's expression was dark. However, only someone like you can take sovereign immortal fetus Gu. After suppressing Fang Yuan's Gu worms, Wuxia used the borrowed immortal Gu to get rid of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was preparing to use the immortal Gu to take Fang Yuan's Gu worms for himself, he suddenly sensed He Lulan's movements. He Lulan was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. She slowly opened her eyes. She frowned slightly, and a hint of worry and solemnity flashed in the depths of her eyes. In the room in a dark corner, Wuxia's voice could be heard. He Lulan, you don't need to try anymore. In this place, you will not succeed if you want to use connecting heaven Gu to contact jewel yellow skies. He Lulan's gaze flickered. She was about to speak. At this time, Wuxia said, you don't need to disguise yourself and try to fool me. I know you are already suspicious of my identity. I will tell you directly. That's right, I am not Fang Yuan, I am Wuxia. He Lulan's expression changed. She was not Tai by Yunxing, she was not easy to fool. After Fang Yuan woke up, he had been acting strangely. He Lulan did not do anything. She only wanted to use fixed immortal travel to get out of danger. But she did not expect Wuxia to bring her here. There was a super Gu formation here. The defense was tight. It could actually block connecting heaven Gu. She could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies successfully. After He Lulan failed to communicate with jewel yellow skies, she realized that Wuxia's identity was suspicious. But at this time, Wuxia told her directly. He Lulan was caught unprepared. You already know who I am. Wuxia's voice continued. I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Split Souls. I took over Fang Yuan's body. I will give you two choices now. One is to die, the other is to give up on Fang Yuan and join us. To Wuxia, He Lulan had the great strength, true martial physique. She was also the person who escaped fate. She was the best chess piece. But if He Lulan did not understand the situation, he would kill He Lulan without any mercy. He could use He Lulan's corpse to revive his body. Using the formation here, Wuxia was confident he could deal with He Lulan. Chapter 1038. He Lulan was both shocked and furious. Wuxia's sudden attack had put her in a very passive position. Even though He Lulan did not know that Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Etion Mountain. She knew that Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, He Lulan's great aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and little aunt, Fairy Li Shan, died one after another. These two people were He Lulan's only remaining family members. As for Shadow Sect, who killed Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, the hatred between Wuxia and He Lulan was irreconcilable. However, Wuxia was well aware of this. He did not care about all this and went straight to her door to force He Lulan to surrender. If they didn't surrender, then he would kill them. Although Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body and was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 Gu immortal Shirnu with him. He had full battle strength. And most importantly, there was a super Gu formation here. To be able to block the investigation of Celestial Court and other forces, and also resist the attacks of fierce beasts in Earth Abyss, protecting Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this Gu formation was extraordinary. This was Wuxia's greatest source of confidence. Even though Wuxia was only a split soul, he inherited Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature and aggressiveness. He Lulan's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Since Wuxia dares to make things difficult for me, he must be well prepared and confident. The other party was unfathomable. He had a close relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I stubbornly resist to the end, I'm afraid the outcome will be worrying. He could only endure it for now. I'll look for a good opportunity in the future. With that in mind, He Lulan snorted coldly and said, Your shadow sect killed 2 of my family members and you still want me to submit to you? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite back one day? Ah. Wuxia laughed. What's there to be afraid of? After a pause he continued, firstly, I'm strong and you're weak, so there's nothing to fear. Secondly, I also have information path methods and alliance agreements to restrict you. 3 times. I know a little about your character. You have yet to avenge yourself. He Qing didn't die, are you willing to let it end like this? Even if He Qing is killed by you, you will endure the humiliation and cultivate hard, waiting for a chance to counterattack. He Lulan was silent. Hearing how well Wuxia knew her, He Lulan's heart sank. He Lulan did not expect that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Wuxia understood him so well. On the other hand, he knew almost nothing about him. This was all thanks to Fang Yuan. Back then, after Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect found out about Fang Yuan's abnormality, he used heavenly secret goo and other methods to make deductions. As a key figure around Fang Yuan, He Lulan was naturally implicated. The Shadow Sect collected and deduced a lot of information. Wuxia originally did not know, but because of Red Lotus True Inheritance in the River of Time. He received pointers from Spectral Soul's will in the True Inheritance, he understood a lot about He Lulan. Seeing that He Lulan was silent, Wuxia showed great patience, he did not rush her. In this simple room there was only a trace of light. He Lulan's entire body was shrouded in darkness. After a long while she spoke, You want to recruit me? Who are you going to deal with? If you want me to kill my way to the Celestial Court, you might as well take my life now. Ah. Wuxia laughed, no need to probe, He Lulan. I want to recruit you because I want to deal with Fang Yuan. He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance, she raised her voice. Oh, it seems that Fang Yuan did not die after all? Not only did he not die, he even gained a lot. Wuxia could not conceal the hatred in his tone. You want to use me to frame Fang Yuan? To help you obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land? He Lulan continued to ask. Wuxia sneered, Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land should have been emptied. The cultivation resources inside, including Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land? Hehe, the place where you fought with Fairy Lishan, Qin Baisheng, He Qing and Jianghu. What? Fang Yuan did not tell you? Wuxia said. He Lulan was silent. Wuxia continued, Langya Blessed Land was formed from the immortal aperture left behind by Longhair Ancestor. It was originally a grotto heaven, now that it has fallen to a blessed land, its foundation is so deep that it can be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land has already been destroyed, there are no other blessed lands that can compare to it. Not only did Fang Yuan move all the resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya sect and betrayed humanity, becoming the lackey of the hairy men. He Lulan's gaze flashed. Wuxia seemed to know what she was thinking, he continued to smile. You are right. I still have people in Langya Blessed Land. I know almost everything that happened in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan will not be able to last long, you can only rely on me to survive. The scene of Tian Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind. Spectral Soul's towering body was deeply engraved in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lulan muttered in her mind, she then closed her eyes saying, The situation is stronger than the person, I will rely on you. However, I need to remind you. You want me to deal with Fang Yuan, but I still have an alliance agreement with him. It is just an alliance agreement, I can help you get rid of it. Wuxia said confidently. But He Lulan said, Is that alright? Back then, when we created this alliance agreement, it was stated clearly. No matter which side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. Wuxia felt troubled. Oh? This way, if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, wouldn't I be helping Fang Yuan indirectly? He Lulan nodded, that is correct. Fang Yuan had set up this rule back then because he was afraid that Fairy Lishan would secretly get rid of the alliance agreement. After all, Fairy Lishan cultivated information path, Fang Yuan had to be on guard against her. But the world changed, fate was unpredictable. Fairy Lishan died, Wuxia wanted to help He Lulan get rid of the alliance agreement. The essence of the alliance agreement is to use information path methods to carve information path Dao marks on each other's bodies and souls. To get rid of the alliance agreement, I need to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of the information path Dao marks on He Lulan, with this super goo formation and my goo worms I can do it. But this way I will be helping Fang Yuan as well. Wuxia was not willing to do that. In his opinion, the ideal situation was for He Lulan to get rid of the alliance agreement, while Fang Yuan would still be restricted by it. This way he would be able to use He Lulan to deal with Fang Yuan. He would have a huge innate advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to get to the ideal situation. I just need to get rid of the information path Dao marks first. On He Lulan there would definitely be one or several information path Dao marks. It meant, if one side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. And this type of information path Dao mark would definitely be related to other information path Dao marks. Wuxia only needed to get rid of this information path alliance agreement first, then get rid of the other information path Dao marks to get to the ideal situation. In the future he could use the alliance agreement to harm Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Wuxia's brows furrowed deeper. To make an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between He Lulan and Fang Yuan was like two bombs that were connected to each other. Regardless of which side, if they violated the alliance agreement, the bomb would explode and they would be punished severely. Wuxia had the ability to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan now, but the bomb on Fang Yuan would also lose its effect. This was not what Wuxia wanted. But to get to the ideal situation he needed to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan. Among the countless colored wires, he needed to find the most crucial one or a few and get rid of them. However, to do that it was very difficult. Not only was Wuxia lacking in attainment level, he also did not have the corresponding immortal goo. Damn it, this Fang Yuan does things so meticulously. Wuxia felt depressed. If this was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He could just ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it. Not to mention Spectral Soul's main body. But that was then and this was now. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They suffered huge losses, only a few of them were left in the 5 regions. Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and gathered all of the remaining forces, he would not be able to do this. This way He Lulan's value will be greatly reduced. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, to help my body obtain a life and death immortal aperture and revive? A thought emerged in Wuxia's mind. But after thinking about it he gave up on this idea. The revival of a life and death immortal aperture has a huge hidden danger. If I am unlucky the immortal aperture will self-detonate. I might as well use an ordinary immortal zombie to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking of the life and death immortal aperture, Wuxia naturally thought of sovereign immortal fetus goo. At once, he gritted his teeth, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by several degrees. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they experimented many times and found something wrong with it. Next they paid a huge price to improve it step by step. Finally, Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of human path, transformation path and heaven path to create sovereign immortal fetus goo's immortal goo recipe. Fang Yuan snatched sovereign immortal fetus goo and created the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. It was a meteoric rise. Shadow Sect's tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort were all for naught. This deep hatred could not be described with words. Forget it. I should let He Lulan go. I have few people now. He Lulan has excellent aptitude. She will be a good fighter. Fang Yuan. You will fall into my hands sooner or later. By then I will pull out your tendons and bones. I will use every inch of your flesh and hair to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Chapter 1039. How about it? Have you thought it through? You are Langya Sect's external supreme elder. You can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. In Central Continent, He Lulan had been forced to join Wuxia. Fang Yuan did not know about it and was still in contact with Land Spirit of Langya. Both sides discussed the methods to restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada. Land Spirit of Langya was indeed from long-hair ancestor. Langya Blessed Land had a huge business and deep foundation. Through the conversation earlier, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Land Spirit of Langya had no less than 10 methods that could restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada. There were many methods and choices. At once, Fang Yuan felt somewhat lost. But he quickly calmed his mind and thought of something, asking, I wonder how many sect contribution points I have now? 300. Land Spirit of Langya hesitated before answering. 300. Fang Yuan frowned. He knew that after joining Langya sect, he had not done anything for the sect. This amount of sect contribution points was obtained by lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley's Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya. However, be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley or Wisdom Gu, they were all peerless treasures, but they were only worth 300 sect contribution points? Immediately, Fang Yuan felt suspicious, but he did not question it directly, instead asking in a roundabout way, "First Supreme Elder, I don't know how you calculated these 300 contribution points, please explain it to me." Land Spirit of Langya heard Fang Yuan call him First Supreme Elder, and immediately became happy. He said frankly, "This is very simple. Dang Hun Mountain is worth 100 contribution points, Luo Pa Valley is worth 100 contribution points, and Wisdom Gu is also worth 100 contribution points." Fang Yuan's tone sank. Wisdom Gu is a rank 9 immortal Gu, why does it have the same contribution points as Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley? No need to be suspicious. Land Spirit of Langya quickly replied, "These three can be considered as you lending them to the sect. My Langya sect still has to bear the expenditure of Earth Chi and feed Wisdom Gu for you. Giving you 300 contribution points is clearly stated in the sect's rules. I knew that if a sect wanted to grow, it needed to be fair and just. Don't worry, if it's yours we won't mistreat you. If it's not yours we won't subsidize you." After a pause, the Land Spirit of Langya continued, "Of course. If you offer these three to the sect. In that case the contribution points would be much higher, and you could even become the Grand Elder of this sect. It would not be impossible." When Fang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be tempted. Wouldn't becoming the Langya sect's first Supreme Elder be equivalent to obtaining the greatest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Langya Blessed Land, he could mobilize the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and other forces in the Blessed Land, right? But immediately after, the Land Spirit of Langya continued, "But if you want to become the first Supreme Elder, you must break away from your human identity and transform into a hairy man. Only an outstanding hairy man can lead the Grand Hairy Man tribe." The Land Spirit of Langya's tone was filled with the strong aura of hairy democracy. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled his earlier thoughts. He did not doubt that the Land Spirit of Langya had methods to transform humans into hairy men. But if Fang Yuan became a hairy man, the price would be too high. Not to mention the fact that the current human race was unshakable. Variant humans like hairy men, even if they became immortals, they would have to stand aside. They would be ostracized. First and foremost, variant humans like hairy men had innate flaws, they could not become rank 9 venerables. Fang Yuan was determined to live forever, cultivation level was only a supplementary factor. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he was to eternal life. This logic was clear. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fang Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. The Land Spirit of Langya had calculated this clearly. He did not give Fang Yuan a single cent more, nor a single cent less. Fang Yuan acutely realized this. These 300 sect contribution points were very precious, they had high value. If he could use them properly, they would definitely be useful to him now. They would be of great help. Thus, he thought about it. He was not in a hurry to spend these contribution points to exchange for a method to restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada. On the other side, the Land Spirit of Langya continued, "Sect contribution points are meant to be spent. You do not need to treasure them too much. Our sect has many missions. They can be carried out. As long as you complete any one of them, your sect contribution points will increase." "Oh, what missions are there?" Fang Yuan asked casually. The Land Spirit of Langya wanted to make use of Fang Yuan's strength. He naturally told him everything he knew. Fang Yuan quickly shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. These sect missions were divided into two types. One was to collect Gu refinement materials, the other was to spar with the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and nurture their battle attainment. It turned out that after Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked Langya Blessed Land, the Land Spirit of Langya turned from the white-haired Land Spirit to the black-haired Land Spirit. The concept of managing Langya Blessed Land had also undergone a complete change. The black-haired Land Spirit encouraged battle. He wanted the hairy men to become the overlords of the Gu Master World and trample on humans and other races. Thus, he actively trained the Hairy Man Gu Immortals under him, wanting to nurture their battle strength. Before this, these Hairy Man Gu Immortals only knew how to refine Gu. They did not even have any basic training. Their battle attainment could no longer be described as trash. But now, Fang Yuan did not have the mood to help the black-haired Land Spirit find Gu refinement materials. He did not have the patience to babysit the Hairy Man Gu Immortals. "How about this, First Supreme Elder? I lack Gu worms. buy some southern border goo worms from Jewel Yellow Skies and check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, send them over. Fang Yuan changed the topic and made a request. The land spirit of Langia naturally did not reject him. Batches of goo worms quickly passed through Jewel Yellow Skies and connected Heaven Goo, arriving in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal goo including wine sack flower goo, rice sack grass goo, sweet spring goo, eating wind drink dew goo and others. But the situation was different now. Previously, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie he did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, he needed to replenish his food and water regularly. Even goo immortals would starve to death if they did not eat. Unless they had food path down marks of the same level. Other than these food path mortal goo, there were also some clothing goo. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with fire cloak goo and flying smoke goo. The effect of the flames was too eye-catching and flashy. Once he obtained these clothing goo, he immediately changed fire cloak goo. There was also house goo. For example, the wood path goo worm 3-star cave. After using it, it could turn into a treehouse with a hollow trunk. The second batch was moving perspective goo and Stargate goo. They used Jewel Yellow Skies to communicate with each other. It was not safe. Jewel Yellow Skies was only an open market. It was not a secret communication bridge. And moving perspective goo used space gates to travel back and forth, avoiding the 5 regional walls. It was truly a top-tier mortal goo. Be it moving perspective goo's recipe or Stargate goo's recipe, the land spirit of Langia had obtained them from Fang Yuan long ago. According to the previous generation's land spirit of Langia's personality, he naturally had to refine them. Thus these 2 goo worms. They were directly extracted from Langia blessed land. The moment they entered Jewel Yellow Skies, the 2 goo worms burst out with intense treasure light, attracting the attention of many goo immortals. They were clearly mortal goo, but the treasure light was unimaginably intense. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many goo immortals. They went forward to ask, but were all rejected by the land spirit of Langia. The third batch was some mortal goo from Langia sect storage. Fang Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign immortal aperture. After all, the previous tests were only superficial observations. To truly understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, he needed to use goo worms as tools. The fourth batch was the highlight. Sword Path Immortal Goo from Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Fang Yuan had stolen many immortal goo from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Next, he used the Light of Wisdom and Wisdom Path methods to deceive these immortal goo, before slowly refining them. Before the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had only successfully refined Change Soul Immortal Goo. At the crucial moment of the Battle of Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan used it as a method to counterattack. Right now, Change Soul Immortal Goo was still in Fang Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Goo, they were filled with Bo Qing's will. They were harder to refine than Change Soul Immortal Goo. Thus, they were left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not bring them to Etion Mountain. After all, these immortal goo had not been refined. They could not be used even if they were brought over. As it turned out, it was fortunate that Fang Yuan did not bring them with him. Otherwise, according to the development of the situation, if these immortal goo were left in his body, they would have benefited him instead. These Sword Path Immortal Goo were Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, Rank 7 Sword Escape Goo, Rank 7 Wave Sword Goo, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Goo, and Rank 7 Flying Sword Goo. The land spirit of Langia transmitted Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Both sides quickly transacted. At the first moment, Fang Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Immortal Goo. The treasure light is hundreds of feet tall. What happened just now? It seems to be an immortal goo transaction. How can this be? I saw it with my own eyes. One side bought 2 rank 7 immortal goo so quickly, it is too fast. Bought 2 rank 7 immortal goo? Oh my god, I do not even have a single rank 6 immortal goo. Who is so rich? The previous few batches of goo worms had attracted the attention of many people. This transfer involved immortal goo. It immediately caused a huge commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Immortal goo transactions were usually done by exchanging immortal goo. It was very rare even in Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langia's transaction was like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake. It caused a huge commotion. 2 immortal goo. Each has a treasure light that is 700 to 800 feet tall. But the other side used a rock to pay. A goo immortal who was fortunate enough to witness it personally transmitted his divine sense. This news caused a huge commotion among the goo immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you joking? It seems that this is not a simple transaction. They are using jewel yellow skies to transport them. Even if they are transporting immortal goo, it is rare. Jewel yellow skies' transaction fee is calculated according to the treasure light. At once, all sorts of divine senses shot out of jewel yellow skies, countless goo immortal wills inside were moving and communicating. It was a complete mess, like a market in the mortal world. Because of Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's communication, the whole of jewel yellow skies was in chaos. Chapter 1040. Southern border at the peak of a nameless mountain. Feng Yuan had sword escape immortal goo in his left hand and flying sword immortal goo in his right hand. He looked around. Sword escape immortal goo was like a bee with golden needles, while flying sword immortal goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their own merits. The former was a movement immortal goo, its speed was not inferior to the rank 7 chi escape immortal goo. The latter was famous in history, it was sword immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used offensive and defensive goo. The aura of rank 7 permeated the surroundings. Feng Yuan smiled as he stored the two immortal goo. During this period of time on Yitian Mountain, the sword path immortal goo had all been successfully refined by the light of wisdom, they had all become Feng Yuan's. These two immortal goo were naturally among them, they could be used by Feng Yuan at any time now. With these two immortal goo, Feng Yuan felt much more at ease. Previously he had attitude goo, change soul immortal goo, and unravel mystery immortal goo, he lacked defensive and movement methods. Now that he had these two immortal goo, Feng Yuan's weakness was filled, his battle strength rose sharply. If he faced Huakong Dong again, Feng Yuan could directly use his immortal goo to attack. Connecting heaven goo was no longer used. Because the land spirit of Langya gave him sword escape and flying sword, two rank 7 immortal goo jewel yellow skies was bustling with activity. More and more goo immortals joined in, discussing this matter crazily. In the goo immortal world, rank 6 goo immortals were the majority. Among rank 6 goo immortals, most did not have a single rank 6 immortal goo. Thus, this transaction of two rank 7 immortal goo caused such a commotion. Jewel yellow skies was only a market, it was very open and could not be kept a secret. Feng Yuan used jewel yellow skies to transport immortal goo, he had no choice. After obtaining two sword path immortal goo, he stopped using connecting heaven goo. As for jewel yellow skies, it could do whatever it wanted. Using moving perspective cup goo, he continued to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. This time, you've spent a total of 30 sect contribution points, said the land spirit of Langya. Using jewel yellow skies to transport goo worms. Not for free. For every transaction, jewel yellow skies would collect a fee. The fee was determined according to the treasure light. The higher the treasure light, the higher the fee. These procedures and fees. It was all borne by the land spirit of Langya. In turn, Langya sect would deduct Feng Yuan's sect contribution points. As a result, Feng Yuan's sect contribution points quickly shrunk, leaving him with only 270. Of course. Of the 30 contribution points, a portion was used to purchase goo worms for Feng Yuan. I want to talk to you in detail about the trade of guts goo. Feng Yuan replied. This conversation took quite a long time. Only in the middle of the night did the two sides finalize all the details and come to an agreement. Guts goo trade. Feng Yuan's eyes were shining, excitement still lingering on his face. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chill, but it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. All along Feng Yuan's guts goo trade. It was mainly limited by the number of hairy man slaves. Because guts goo needed air sac goo to be placed inside and sold outside of Danghun Mountain. But air sac goo needed He Lolan's strength chi immortal goo as the main goo refinement material, and also needed hairy man slaves to refine it. Right now He Lulan was missing, strength chi immortal goo was not with Feng Yuan. But this was not a problem. Long ago Feng Yuan had used the light of wisdom to research a new goo recipe. But he had been restraining himself. He wanted to maintain the beneficial relationship with He Lulan. The number of hairy man slaves was the main factor restricting this trade. But it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, the hairy man slaves were in jewel yellow skies. They had the highest price among all the variant human slaves. Especially for goo refinement experts, they were even more expensive. Secondly, the goo refinement process was filled with danger, hairy man slaves could die during the process. Thus, even though Feng Yuan added many hairy man slaves, their numbers did not increase in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan had once wanted to raise his own hairy men, but he lacked the methods to raise hairy men. This thought ended in failure. But now, Fang Yuan joined Langya sect. How many hairy men were there in Langya blessed land? The number was unimaginable. This blessed land might be the largest gathering place of variant human hairy men in the current 5 regions. Lending Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Langya sect, Fang Yuan naturally had his own motives. He wanted to use the hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine Ersak Gu for him. The Guts Gu trade would far surpass Fang Yuan's previous scale, it would rise to an immeasurable level. As long as we have jewel yellow skies, so what if Central Continent suppresses us? The Guts Gu trade will not face any obstruction. I'm really looking forward to it. According to the results of our discussion, even if Langya sect takes half of the profits, I will be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones every month just from the Guts Gu trade. Fang Yuan's previous profits, including his other businesses, were only 2,000 immortal yuan stones every month. Now that he joined Langya sect, just from the Guts Gu trade alone, he would be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones. This was a number that many rank 6 Gu immortals could not imagine. Fang Yuan's decision to join Langya sect after rebirth was made after careful consideration. Firstly, when Fang Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world one day, who could be more reliable than Langya sect? Others coveted Fang Yuan's giant son true inheritance, but they also coveted Langya blessed land. After the land spirit of Langya changed, it wanted to expand the hairy man race. It was Fang Yuan's natural ally. Secondly, Langya blessed land itself was very strong, it had resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, the land spirit of Langya could not lie, Fang Yuan could easily sense it if it had any ulterior motives. Because of these 3 points, Fang Yuan decided to join Langya sect. As expected, on the first night of rebirth, he tasted great benefits. Fang Yuan not only used the land spirit of Langya to help him resolve the crisis, he even used Langya blessed land's foundation to increase his wealth. The weak period of rebirth is over. Next, I need to inspect my 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. There were no stars in the night sky, cold winds howled. Fang Yuan entered the house Gu. After having a meal, he started to inspect the immortal aperture in detail. With the help of a group of mortal Gu, the efficiency was naturally higher. It was a sleepless night. At dawn, Fang Yuan came out of the 3-star cave Gu. He saw the scene of the sun rising. Southern border was originally mountainous and foggy. The rising sun gradually rose, causing the other side of the mountain ranges to burn with fire clouds that filled the sky. A huge sun appeared in a corner of the sky. At first, there was only a golden red arc. Soon after, the great sun gushed out, carrying with it a scarlet heat. It was like gold and iron flowing out of an iron furnace. As the sun rose, the clouds in the mountains were majestic. They were illuminated by the sunlight. The sun was shining brightly. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a sense of grand aspiration. The grand mountain path is like iron, now I will surpass it. Perilous is the essence of heaven and earth, my heart still looks up to heaven. After chanting in a low voice, Fang Yuan opened his arms and jumped down the mountain peak like a giant peng, flying straight up. As if he was stepping on the clouds, he flew towards the southeast direction. After this night, he learned more about the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space, it was more than 500 million km too. Not just that, there were abundant time path resources. 1 day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. Halolan's great strength true martial immortal aperture was only 1 to 38 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was 1 to 60, it greatly surpassed Halolan's. But compared to the difference in the immortal aperture space, the time path aspect was not surprising. But this made Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If the time in the immortal aperture was too fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently, Fang Yuan would be exhausted from defending against them. Maybe when Spectral Soul refined Gu, he had already considered this problem. 1 to 60, this surpassed super-grade blessed lands, but it was not exaggerated. Fang Yuan could barely accept it. Other than time path resources, Fang Yuan also found 16 green grape immortal essence beads in the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was fresh, unlike a dead aperture, it could produce immortal essence. It could produce 16 immortal essence beads in a day, that was 480 immortal essence beads in a month. It far surpassed Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan also found that his body contained a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks belonged to all paths. Fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path, Even poison path, luck path and so on, they were all included. What made Fang Yuan even more surprised was that not only were there many types of Dao marks, but the scale was also huge. He could only make a rough estimate. On average there were about 100 Dao marks in each path. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of the corresponding Gu worm by 10%. No wonder Fang Yuan could use Fire Path's Fire Cape Gu and Flying Smoke Gu to achieve outstanding results. But this discovery did not make Fang Yuan happy. Instead, his heart felt heavy. Gu immortals always pursued a single Dao mark. Because Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms, but at the same time, they could also suppress and weaken them. For example, a Water Path Gu immortal who was covered in Water Path Dao marks would be inferior to a Mortal Gu master if they used Fire Path Mortal Gu. Even if Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would focus on one path. This was common knowledge in the Gu immortal world. But the strange thing is, when I use Mortal Gu of all paths, they are not suppressed or weakened by the Dao marks of other paths. Instead, there is a unilateral amplification effect. This goes against common knowledge. What is going on? There is one more thing. When Gu masters become immortals, they have vital Gu. But my sovereign immortal aperture does not have them. What is going on? The deeper he dug into the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, the more questions Fang Yuan had, the more questions he had. I have used all my methods in last night's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, I need to start with Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Wuxia. But Tian Mountain has changed too much. It is covered in dream realms. It will definitely be sealed by southern borders Gu immortals and become a forbidden area. And Wuxia is nowhere to be found. Forget it, the urgent matter now is to find southern borders and Xiang. Chapter 1041. Southern Border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was close to noon, the sun was shining high in the sky, there were no clouds in the sky. In a certain area of the forest behind Rotten Mud Mountain, a young boy was confronting a large bear. The atmosphere was tense. The large bear was 9 feet tall, it was fat and muscular, its fur was brown, thick and glossy. The bear opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, its red eyes stared at the young boy with a fierce gaze. The young boy confronting the large bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was less than 5 feet tall. Compared to the large bear, he was even more petite and delicate. The young boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes, his gaze was bright and full of expression. He stared at the large bear bravely, without any intention of retreating. Brr. The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the young boy. Don't be fooled by the brown bear's clumsy appearance. Old hunters knew that bear beasts had great explosive strength. The brown bear moved from stillness, its speed exploding at an astonishing speed. The young boy only felt the wind howling in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was already in front of him. The young boy's expression did not change, he activated his Gu worm at the critical moment. The movement Gu worm allowed him to teleport a distance. The brown bear missed, it crashed into the tree behind the young boy. With a muffled sound, the thick tree trunk was broken by the brown bear. With a creaking sound, the tree fell down, crashing onto the ground with a muffled sound. Large numbers of birds in the surroundings flew away in panic. The young boy breathed in sharply, thinking, "Thankfully I dodged in time. Otherwise, if I was hit by this bear, even with defensive Gu worms, my bones would be fractured." However, since he dodged this attack, the situation was tilted towards the young boy's side. The young boy's eyes shined brightly, he shouted, "Stupid bear, look at this young master sword Chi Gu." Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, his index finger and middle finger were together. He pointed at the back of the brown bear. At the next moment, whoosh, with a soft sound from the young boy's finger, a pale white, translucent sword chi shot out. The sword chi quickly streaked through the air. It hit the brown bear's back. However, the brown bear's body suddenly emitted the aura of a wild Gu. On the brown bear's back, the fur suddenly froze, forming a hard board. The sword chi hit the hard board with a muffled sound. Then the sword chi was exhausted. The brown bear shook its fat body without any injury. It shook its head and woke up from the dizziness just now. It turned around and aimed at the young man again. The teenager was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? This big stupid bear actually had a wild defensive Gu. How can my sword chi Gu fight like this? Grandpa, did you deliberately place the wild Gu on the brown bear?" The youngster shouted. Good grandson, this brown bear is something that your grandfather, walked more than 10 miles of mountain road and finally found with great difficulty. For you. He's a good opponent. A voice came from the tree trunk. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on a tall tree trunk, watching the battle between his grandson and the brown bear. The youngster's greatest method was sword chi-gu. But at this moment, it was extremely ineffective against the brown bear. Each sword chi could only shave off some fur at most. Left with no choice, the youth could only hide everywhere. The brown bear was ferocious, but it was still a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Although the youngster could not deal with the brown bear, he was very intelligent and had fought many battles in the past. He used his experience and dodged everywhere. The brown bear could not hit its target, instead knocking down many trees. Seeing the youngster's miserable appearance, the grandfather laughed loudly. "Brat, now you know the weakness of your sword chi-gu? It is a piercing attack. Once it is countered, it will expend primeval essence in vain. There is no effect. Come, grandson, catch the gu." Saying so, the grandfather waved his hand and threw a gu worm to the youngster. To borrow this gu worm, the youngster was almost slapped by the bear's paw and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped a bite from the brown bear. After pulling some distance, he jumped up and stood up again. "This is muddy goo," the youngster shouted, recognizing the goo worm in his hand. Although this goo worm was not his grandfather lent it to him, and the youngster activated it without any difficulty. His primeval essence poured into the muddy goo, and the goo worm let out a faint gray light. The youngster's palm shook lightly, and the gray light on the goo worm flew out and landed under the brown bear's feet. Gulp, gulp! Large amounts of bubbles emerged from the mud under the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area turned into a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck in the mud, trapped. It struggled crazily, throwing out countless amounts of mud. The mud hit the youngster's body and face. The youngster was too nervous to care about this, quickly activating the muddy goo again. The gray light hit that pile of mud again. The brown bear had already sunk to the bottom of the mud pit, and after struggling fiercely, was about to climb out. But after being hit by the gray light, the mud pit became deeper and bigger. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. The brown bear stood up, but the depth of the mud already reached its waist. The youngster activated the muddy goo for the 3rd time, securing his victory. The brown bear sank again and only its head was exposed, roaring unwillingly. "I finally won." The youngster's body was weak, he sat on the ground and panted roughly. His face was pale and his primeval essence was completely expended. With a soft sound, the youngster's grandfather jumped down from the tree, lightly leaping tens of feet and standing in front of the youngster. "Rascal, now you know the benefits of the muddy goo? Without this goo, how could you have defeated the brown bear?" The grandfather lectured. The youngster did not reply. He continued to pant for a while before snorting coldly, raising his head and looking at his grandfather. "Grandfather, you did this on purpose. Didn't you want me to give up Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's Earth Path?" The grandfather bent his finger and knocked on the youngster's head, saying with love and hate, "Lad, with your intelligence, if you could use it on Earth Path cultivation, how good would that be?" The youngster covered his head with both hands, shouting, "But I like Sword Path. Sword Chi is so cool and dashing. Earth Path is not worth mentioning, grandfather. Look at my body, it's covered in mud. After one battle, I lost all my elegance." The grandfather heard this and immediately opened his eyes wide, just as he was about to lecture. But right at this time, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell from the front mountain. Both grandfather and grandson were immediately moved. The youngster jumped up from the ground, looking at the front mountain as he said anxiously, "Ah, this is the clan's alarm bell goo. The alarm bell is so urgent. What the hell happened? Let's go." The grandfather was even more straightforward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the youngster's collar, running towards the front of the mountain. The youngster only felt the wind blowing in his ears. The shadows of the trees in front of him quickly moved away from him. He was shocked. This is the true strength of a rank 5 goo master? So fast. After more than 10 breaths of time, the youngster's vision stabilized. His grandfather placed him on the ground. He was in a fog, his speed fell sharply. This made him feel uncomfortable, his stomach was churning intensely, he almost vomited. "Lord Clan Leader." "Greetings to Lord Clan Leader." The youngster heard the familiar voices of the clan elders. He barely stabilized his body, and was shocked to find that he was already standing on the wall of Ni clan village. The youngster's grandfather was Ni clan leader, a rank 5 goo master, Ni Kuan. An Kuan frowned, asking solemnly, "What happened? Why are we ringing the clan's alarm bell, Gu?" "Clan leader, the situation is urgent, please look." An elder activated the clan's Gu formation. This was an investigative Gu formation used on An Kuan. An Kuan's eyes flickered with all sorts of images. At this moment, he had already seen the scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused. He frowned, showing a doubtful expression. "It is a beast tide. Strange, we had already passed this beast tide a year ago. The scale of the beast groups around the village is not enough to form a beast tide." "Yes, we are also curious. There must be a reason for this abnormality. I suggest sending elite Gu masters. We must find out the reason. Let's focus on defense. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. Whether we can defend the village is still a problem." An Kuan's expression was steely. The danger was so sudden and so severe. His grandson An Jian was even more dazed. It had been a peaceful day earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they were facing the crisis of having their family destroyed. The beast groups are coming with great momentum. This scale has not been seen in decades. An clan is facing a crisis of life and death. Activate the 3 layers of defensive Gu formations. Second elder, third elder, you two quickly lead the elites of the 2 halls and control the heavenly fire Gu formation. Sixth elder, you will lead the medicine hall and act as reinforcements. Seventh elder, you will inspect the teleportation Gu formation. Once there is a problem, teleport away all the seeds in the village. An Kuan ordered. The elders understood the danger of the situation. They received the order and moved out, showing their vigor. The beast groups were like a raging wave surging forward. Everywhere they went, dust rose and countless trees in the forest were broken. Young An Jian stood on the village wall and saw this scene, his heart pounding and his face turning pale. He had never seen such a ferocious beast tide before. Normally speaking, a beast tide would be a single type of beast like wolf calamity, tiger calamity and so on. But this beast tide contained countless wild beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer, foxes, snakes and so on. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not killing each other? They are attacking our village together. Grandfather An Kuan muttered. At the next moment, An Kuan's body shook. The An clan Gu masters beside him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying horde of beasts suddenly slowed down, and then stopped moving forward. An uncountable beast group was tens of thousands of steps away from the village wall. They were restless and staring at the village covetously. An clan Gu masters looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. A hill tiger came out of the group. Hill tigers were mutated beasts. They were huge and extraordinary like a small hill. Fang Yuan was lying on the hill tiger's back, squinting his eyes as he looked at An clan's people. Seeing Fang Yuan, An clan's Gu masters gasped. Chapter 1042. There was a line in the sky. It was vast and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving under their feet. A gigantic male lion let out a low roar, its thick limbs stepping on the void as it galloped through the clouds. This lion was white as snow, there was no other color on it. Its thick mane fluttered in the wind, huge air currents were surging under its feet. On the lion's back there was a huge chair, 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female were sitting side by side. The woman was old, she looked to be around 60 to 70 years old, but her eyes were shining with bright light. She was excited and restless, looking around. The man was a young man, he had an aquiline nose and narrow eyes, his body was emitting a cold aura of vicissitudes. "Great uncle, your mount is really amazing, it can actually ride on the clouds in just half a day, we have already traveled tens of thousands of li," the female Gu immortal praised. "This is a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, it does not ride on the clouds, it can control air currents, thus it can fly in the sky." The young man said slowly. "A lion that can control air currents and fly in the sky, I have never seen it before. Desolate beast, what does that mean?" The female Gu immortal asked. The young Gu immortal laughed silently, saying, "Chi he, you have just advanced to Gu immortal, it is normal that you do not know the common knowledge of the Gu immortal world. This Qi Grand Lion contains Qi Path Dao marks, once it matures it can fly in the sky. But this lion is very rare, it is almost extinct in the 5 regions, it can only be seen in White Heaven or Black Heaven. As for desolate beasts, they are a type of beast. Like how Gu masters have rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3, other than desolate beasts, there are also ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 Gu immortals, because a desolate beast can usually match a rank 6 Gu immortal. Ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7, immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8. The female Gu immortal Chi heard this and her eyes shined. She sized up the Chi Grand Lion again, thinking, no wonder I felt a strong sense of threat from this lion. Thankfully, I met Grandpa and survived the tribulation. I became a Gu immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I would probably be torn to pieces. The young Gu immortal Chi Zai was already several hundred years old. He had rank 7 cultivation level and only used lifespan Gu. That was why he looked so young. He was old and shrewd, so when he saw Chi-Hi's expression, he was able to guess what she was thinking. Patting this junior's shoulder, Chi Zai consoled, Xiao-He, don't worry. It was the same for newly ascended immortals. When I'm done with what I have to do, we'll return to Chi-Si Grotto Heaven. There are still a few of your seniors there. If they knew that our Chi tribe had another Gu immortal, they would be very happy. You will be living in the Grotto Heaven for a period of time. During this period, you will have to seek guidance from the elders. Remember to watch more, ask more, and learn more. Granddaughter thanks 7th Grandpa for your guidance. Chi-Hi's expression turned serious. She quickly stood up and bowed to Chi Zai solemnly. And, let us grandfather and grandson sit down and talk. Chi Zai nodded. A hint of gratification flashed in his eyes. Chi-Hi sat down with a puzzled expression. She hesitated for a moment before asking, our Chi clan has many Gu immortal elders, why don't we imitate southern border super forces like Wu clan and Shang clan? Chi Zai's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. You want to ask, why are we seniors not like Wu clan and Shang clan, taking care of our juniors after becoming Gu immortals? Instead, you allow the younger generation of the family to live in a corner and be bullied, right? I wouldn't dare, Chi-Hi said hurriedly. Back when I was cultivating alone to become an immortal. I have the same question as you. Chi Zai sighed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The reason is a long story. If we get to the root of the matter. As for our Chi family's patriarch, he was one of the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs thousands of years ago. Sky-inspecting 5 phases? Chi was puzzled. The heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs were the 5 publicly recognized Gu immortal experts of southern borders Gu immortal world. These 5 experts had rank 8 cultivation level, they stood at the peak of the Gu immortal world. They often worked together to explore the white sky and the black sky together, and their relationship was very close. Thus, they were collectively known as the sky-inspecting 5 symbols. Our Chi clan's ancestor. He was one of the 5 Xiangs, Chi Xiang. And our Chi clan mainly cultivates Chi path. Rank 8 Gu immortals. Chi was tongue-tied. Chi Zai sighed. Without rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Almost every rank 8 Gu immortal is a legend, their every action has great influence. And back then, southern border sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs were even more famous, they were famous in the other 4 regions. That was because these 5 experts had similar interests, they had a close relationship and often worked together to resist enemies. And under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals were lone wolves. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, when the other 4 regions rank 8 Gu immortals see the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs, they would take the initiative to avoid them. Back then, because of the 5 Xiangs, southern borders Gu immortal world suppressed the other 4 regions, the 5 Xiangs were unparalleled. But decades later, the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs fell apart. Saying this, Chi Zai's tone turned gloomy. Why is that? Chi quickly asked. Chi Zai sighed, continuing, I am not too sure about the specific reason. It is said that back then, when the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs explored White Heaven, they discovered a huge secret. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one of them could obtain it. Among the 5 Xiangs, everyone wanted to obtain it, no one was willing to take a step back. But the 5 Xiangs did not have much of a difference in strength, and because of their past cooperation, the 5 Xiangs' ancestors made a bet. Bet. That's right. This bet had 1,000 years as the time limit. The terms of the bet were, the 5 Xiangs had to watch by the side, their descendants' bloodlines would develop on their own. 1,000 years later, the clan with the most new Gu immortals would be the winner. Chi calculated the time. 1,000 years had already passed. She quickly asked, then which clan won? Chi Zai smiled bitterly. 1,000 years later, there were 2 clans with the same number of new Gu immortals, they were evenly matched. The other 3 clans did not want to give up, they fought 3 against 2 and forcefully joined the next round of the bet. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, until now the 5 Xiangs' ancestors have already passed away, but the bet between the 5 clans is still ongoing. So it was like this. This was the first time Chi-He had heard of this 1,000-year-old secret. She was tongue-tied. After a long while, she accepted it, sighing, "That means to say, if not for this bet, wouldn't our southern border have 5 more super forces?" But Chi-Zai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiangs there are lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something that only righteous path Gu immortals have the patience to do. Our Chi clan is Chi Xiang, then who are the other 4 Xiangs? Chi asked. Chi-Zai said everything he knew. Chi Xiang and I Xiang by Xiang, Shui Xiang, and Chi Xiang are collectively known as the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs. The place I am going to next is where Ni Xiang's descendants are. Granduncle, why are you going to Ni Xiang? Chi-Zai hesitated before laughing. Forget it, there is no harm in telling you. Recently, a huge event happened in southern borders Gu Immortal world. A large number of Gu Immortals died mysteriously on Etian Mountain. Our Chi clan also had an ancestor who died there. So this time we are looking for the current generation in Ai Xiang. We want him or her to help us deduce the truth. Tian Mountain. Chi gasped. Regardless of Fang Yuan's previous life, the Battle of Tian Mountain in this life involved both immortal and mortal worlds. Thus Chi had heard of it long ago. But what she knew was that Southern Borders forces had sent mortal experts to attack Tian Mountain, to eradicate the demonic path and defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, the demonic path had never established their forces on such a large scale. Thus they were attacked by the righteous path. Chi-Zai told Chi-He about the bet on Tian Mountain. Chi-He understood now, so this was the truth. She muttered, "The difference between immortal and mortal is like the difference between clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are merely chess pieces of the immortals." This truth had a huge impact on Chi-He, who had just become an immortal. Chi-Zai heard this and laughed in his heart. When a Gu master becomes an immortal, it was not just a change in strength and cultivation, it was also a change in mentality. Right now, Chi-Zai was using the matter of Tian Mountain to speed up Chi-He's transformation and adapt to her new identity. He was speechless. Only the Chi Grand Lion continued to move. There was silence between Chi-Zai and Chi-He. The surrounding clouds rumbled, heaven and earth shook. Because a Gu formation had already been set up between the seats, there was not even a trace of wind or any noise. How could a mortal witness such a scene? Chi-He saw this. She felt that the world was vast, mortals were like ants. The indescribable feeling in her gradually faded. She thought, "That's right, I am a Gu immortal now, I am no longer immortal. Mortals and immortals are different, I need to remember this." Consoling herself, Chi-He's emotions gradually calmed down. A subtle change occurred in her mind. Chi-Zai nodded inwardly, speaking, "Actually, after thousands of years among the descendants of the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs, our Chi clan is the most prosperous. Shui Xiang's descendants have gone extinct because they cultivate blood path. Shui Xiang's descendants are hiding in their immortal apertures like pigs and dogs. They do not want to improve themselves and are lazy. They are not worth mentioning. Bai Xiang's last branch has also died in recent years. And in Ai Xiang's tribe, even though there are several branches in southern border, there are no longer any Ai clan Gu immortals." Chi-He felt it deeply. She nodded. "Becoming an immortal is very difficult. If not for Grandpa's help, I would have died in the tribulation already." Chi-Zai smiled, shaking his head as he looked at Chi-He with deep meaning. "Actually, Ni clan is the clan with the greatest hope of producing Gu immortals. But because they have the greatest hope, they were obstructed by the other clans, resulting in their current state. 3,000 years after the bet, Ni clan produced a talented refinement path Gu immortal Ni Rin. He was also the last Gu immortal in Ni clan's history. Before his death, he made plans for the clan's future. He did not hesitate to violate the rules of the bet. He helped Ni clan and carefully selected some immortal Gu to refine into the bloodline of his descendants. Chapter 1043. What does that mean? Every once in a while, whether long or short, someone in Ni clan's Gu masters will experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing it, they will form immortal Gu in your body. Chi-Zai looked at the clouds in front of him, continuing, Ni Ren's action is to help Ni clan produce more Gu immortals. He was indeed very talented, refining an immortal Gu into a descendant's bloodline that others could not take out. Even if he tried again, he would definitely fail. Moreover, these immortal Gu were specially chosen by him. They do not require immortal essence to activate. Even mortals can use them, but the price is quite high. Chi-He blinked, feeling admiration towards an Ren. If I had the help of an immortal Gu, I might be able to survive the tribulation alone. Chi-Zai suddenly laughed sinisterly, a cold aura spreading out. An Ren has put in a lot of effort, but in these thousands of years, An clan has not produced a single Gu immortal. The immortal Gu that he chose had a huge price to use. Mortals possess immortal Gu. Even if this immortal Gu cannot be taken by others, it is like a baby holding a precious treasure. How can they be safe? In An clan, once an immortal Gu is born in their body, we call it the current generation An Xiang. The first immortal Gu that appeared in An Xiang's body was an information path immortal Gu. It was called, Say True Tao False. This Gu could obtain information from heaven and earth, allowing the Gu master to blurt out an answer, but they could only say yes or no. Every time I answer a question, I will need to expend 50 years of my lifespan. Chi-He frowned slightly. 50 years of life? The price was so huge. Then how would this generation's An Xiang be willing? Chi-Zai smiled but did not reply. Chi-He's body suddenly trembled. She had lived for more than 60 years, she had seen many things in the world, she finally understood the meaning behind Chi-Zai's words. The current An Xiang will consume 50 years of his lifespan each time he answers, so how could he agree? But Grandpa was a Gu immortal, while the current generation An Xiang was only immortal. What does it matter whether he is willing or not? The Qi family's ancestors must have schemed against the Ni family for them to be in such dire straits. Also, my Qi family is in a bad situation. Don't tell me the seniors really have no way to help? For a moment, Chi-He felt a chill in her heart. During the rest of the journey, Chi-He was silent and rarely spoke. Chi-Zai's lips closed. He was a man of few words. But this time he had said so much to educate his junior Chi-He. Since she had become an immortal, she was a Qi clan Gu immortal. The Qi family was not a righteous family. If there were Gu immortals with conflicting ideologies, it would be a loss to Qi clan. Chi-Zai's words were implicit. But Chi-He had obviously understood what he meant. Rotten Mud Mountain is not far away. It was better to let Chi-He do it this time. Even if this branch of the Ni family is sacrificed, it's fine. A cold light flashed in Chi-Zai's eyes when he thought about that. Chi-Zai willed, the Qi Grand Lion he was sitting on slowly descended. His field of vision was filled with white clouds and mist. Soon the energy Grand Lion pierced through the clouds, and Chi-He's field of vision widened. She saw thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, green hills and clear waters, crawling at his feet. As a mortal, this was something she had never seen before. She couldn't help but be captivated by it. Surrounded by these mountains, there was a pitch-black mountain that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was extremely conspicuous. Even the trees on the mountain were brown and black in color. As he got closer, Chi-Zai's gaze focused. Soon, Chi-He also found something wrong. On the east side of the mountain, facing the sun, there was a village there. But at this moment, the stronghold had already been reduced to ruins. Blood was everywhere, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there human corpses, there were also the corpses of all sorts of fierce beasts. How can this be? Chi-He gasped. The energy Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody ground. Qi clan's two immortals covered this battlefield. An intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Chi-He could not bear to look at this terrible scene. Chi-Zai had a cold expression as he muttered, "Rotten Mud Mountain soil is special. The blood has not dried up yet, and Ai clan was clearly massacred. This happened just a day or two ago. There is something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here, this is not an ordinary beast tide. An Ai clan is really unlucky to encounter such a beast tide." Chi said. Chi-Zai looked at them with a cold gaze. "Humph, what beast tide? This is clearly a beast tide. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain, that is the mud monster beast tide." Chi-He was shocked. What? Who was it that was so cruel to do such a heartless thing? Shortly after, she pondered, this person can control myriad beasts, he has extremely powerful methods. When did Southern Border have such an enslavement path Gu master? This person is not a Gu master, he is a Gu immortal. Chi-Zai walked to the center of the village. At the center of the village's ruins, there was a thick layer of black mud, it was completely different from the surrounding bloody ground. This branch of the Ni family has a sludge monster, a wild beast. But now this mud monster is already dead. No matter how strong an enslavement path Gu master is, just a beast tide cannot do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. It can only be a Gu immortal. Chi-Zai said solemnly. Gu immortal? Chi-He did not expect it to be a Gu immortal. She had a strange feeling, she had lived for decades but had never seen a Gu immortal. To think that during her tribulation she met her seventh grandpa, and now she found out about the whereabouts of another Gu immortal. I am a rank 6 Gu immortal now, I am on a different level, the things I come into contact with have also changed drastically. Chi sighed to herself. Chi's eyes expression became colder. He was here to find the current generation Ni Xiang. But now that Ni clan village was completely slaughtered, his plan had little hope of succeeding. I'd like to see who exactly you are after killing the entire Ni family and running away. Chi's eyes snorted coldly, revealing deep killing intent. You think I can't do anything to you just because you have done this? Ancestor Chi's eyes methods can be evaluated with common sense? Chi's eyes said as he stretched out his right hand. He curled 2 fingers on his right hand, only showing his thumb, index finger and middle finger. The 3 fingers pressed on the void, it was a light action, he did not care about it, but to think that this action would cause such a huge commotion. There was a loud bang. The entire rotten mud mountain shook, and the atmosphere shook violently. The bricks, tiles, and wood in the ruins of the stronghold flew in all directions as if they were being blown by a hurricane. Chi could not help but take a step back. She was tongue-tied by this huge commotion. Howl, 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 a wretched green aura suddenly rose from all over the battlefield. At first there were only dozens of them, but soon the number of pale green auras increased rapidly, hundreds and thousands of them flew around in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in a layer of green light. It was a grand sight. Come! Chi's eye shouted. 3 of his fingers clenched, forming a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green auras that were flying in the air. These auras felt an extremely strong suction force. Like rivers entering the sea, they flew towards Chi's eye's eagle claw. After dozens of breaths of time, the pale green auras that covered the sky had completely disappeared. They had fused into Chi's eye's eagle claw. Chi's eye's eagle claw no longer had its normal color, it had turned into a strange jade green color. 7th Grandpa, your hand. Your hand. Chi only took one look and felt a chill in her body, a shocking resentment filled her heart. You have just ascended to an immortal, you are still half immortal, don't get too close. Chi's eye instructed, his tone was still as calm and deep as before. Chi nodded, quickly taking a few steps back and turning her gaze away. Next she heard Chi's eye's words. These pale green auras are the resentment Chi that filled every corner of the battlefield. That Gu immortal slaughtered Ni clan's entire village. He did not spare anyone, he was extremely ruthless. Ni clan did not have a single survivor, they were filled with immense resentment towards fate and their enemies. These auras. Not only are they left on the battlefield, they are also wrapped around the culprit. Go in. Chi's eye shouted. At the same time he let go of his eagle claw, his jade green right palm slammed towards the black mud below his feet. In an instant, all of the resentment Chi followed Chi's eye's action. They were slammed into the mud. This was not ordinary mud, it was the corpse of a desolate beast mud monster filled with earth path Dao marks. Chi path has a long history, Xiao He, look closely, this is one of the most powerful methods of our Chi clan. Chi's eye could not conceal his pride in his tone. Swoosh. Under Chi's eye's method, the mud surged up, forming into a huge mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces were filled with anger and hatred. Chi's eye opened his mouth and breathed out a mysterious aura. The aura fused into the mud ball, it quickly transformed into a monster made of mud. The mud monster roared, "Kill! I will kill you!" Did someone from the Ni family come back to life? Chi exclaimed. Chi's eye's method was truly unimaginable to her. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, there are many revival methods in the world. Chi's eye explained before asking the crazily roaring mud monster, "What is your name?" The mud monster was still roaring, its limbs were waving wildly, it was extremely furious. Chi's eye frowned, asking again. The mud monster ignored him, it cursed, "Murderer! You forced my grandfather to death, I will tear you to pieces." Chi's eye snorted coldly, his thoughts moved rapidly. The mud monster was created by him, it was under his control. Who are you? You are also the murderer. I will also. The mud monster's body shook, like it was struck by lightning, countless mud spots fell off its body. The cursing stopped, the mud monster calmed down, it looked at Chi's eye and Chi with its empty eye sockets. Chi's eye let out a breath of air, he knew. This mud monster had a simple mind, it was formed from resentment. He could only ask one question at a time. He had to do it step by step. It could not be too difficult. What is your name? An IGN. The mud monster roared again. But Chizai heard you bastard. His eyes shined with a sharp light. He snorted and waved his sleeves. With a loud sound, the mud monster was completely destroyed. It turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Chapter 1044. Chizai snorted coldly. He pinched his fingers as the mud gathered again, forming a mud ball. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless resentful faces. Even though it was silent, this scene made Chi-He feel a deep chill in her heart. Chizai waved his sleeves. The mud ball turned back into a mud monster. Chizai gasped lightly, thinking, this is the resentment Chi from earlier. This resentment Chi has already been dispersed by me, but it can still surpass other resentment Chi, manifesting and taking form. I can see how much resentment the owner of this resentment Chi had when he was alive. Chizai asked again, what is your name? An IGN. This time Chizai heard it clearly. Thus he asked, how old are you? 15. Chizai continued to ask, but the mud monster only answered intermittently. Chizai's questions went from shallow to deep, from easy to hard. Time passed. After a while, Chizai finally understood what happened in Ni clan village. A mysterious Gu immortal controlled a myriad of beasts and attacked Ni clan village. His goal was the same as Chizai, to find the current Ni Xiang. But different from Chizai, he did not know who the current Ni Xiang was. Thus, he used the lives of everyone in the village to force the current Ni Xiang to reveal himself. Left with no choice, Ni clan leader stepped forward. As it turned out, he was the current Ni Xiang who possessed Sei is Dao not immortal Gu. The invading Gu immortal was overjoyed. He forced Ni clan leader to use Sei is Dao not Gu to resolve his doubts. They agreed that as long as he got a satisfactory answer, he would let go of Ni clan. Ni clan leader chose to believe the invading Gu immortal for the sake of his clansmen. He sacrificed himself. The mysterious Gu immortal got the answer he wanted. But he went back on his words. He commanded the myriad beasts to attack the village. Ni clan's clansmen were furious. They resisted with all their might, but the beast group was too strong. They were forced to retreat, suffering huge losses. At the crucial moment, Chizai subdued the desolate beast mud monster. He came to save the situation. The Ni clan branches that were scattered all over southern border. They were all raised by Chi clan's Gu immortals. Chizai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain. He would inspect it once in a while. He knew that the current Ni Xiang was Ni clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a muddy swamp in Rotten Mud Mountain and left behind a will to control the mud monster. Protect the Ni family to prevent any mishaps. When the accident happened, the sludge monsters rushed to the battlefield to protect the Ni family members. But the mysterious Gu immortal was very powerful. He personally attacked and killed this mud monster with many attacks. Once the sludge monster died, the Ni family's remaining clansmen were drowned by the beast herd, and none of them escaped. The Ni family's mountain stronghold was initially quiet and peaceful. It was also crushed into ruins and corpses covered the ground. It was an incomparably miserable sight. A few days later, Chizai and Chi-He arrived and found out about this. Ni Jin was the young clan leader of the stronghold, the grandson of the Ni clan leader. She had lost her parents at a young age, and was brought up by her grandfather single-handedly. Her grandfather had nurtured her wholeheartedly, and they had a close relationship. His grandfather was hounded to death by his enemy, who went back on his word and killed the entire Ni family, including himself. After his death, his soul was taken away, leaving behind only an extremely dense resentment that lingered around. Chizai asked in detail, and Ni Jian had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. He told him everything he knew. According to his answers, Chizai slowly restored Fang Yuan's appearance. This was a short but stocky old man. His beard was a mix of black and white. It was tough like iron wire. His skin was yellow, his eyes were small, and his teeth were uneven. Who is this? Chizai secretly compared it to his memories. He did not recognize this person. Of course he did not recognize him. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Even against mortal Gu masters who posed no threat, he would disguise himself and change his appearance. Actually, even if Chizai was here and saw Fang Yuan, he would not be able to see through his disguise. Because not long ago, Fang Yuan had already used the land spirit of Langya to gather Gu worms. He could use the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face again. This Gu immortal is likely a secluded cultivator from southern border. Sigh, these are troubled times. Qi Zai sighed to himself. Ever since the duel on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border Gu immortals had died mysteriously. And these dead southern border Gu immortals had occupied territories in southern border when they were alive. They had countless cultivation resources. This way there was a vacuum of benefits. Many secluded Gu immortals who were rarely seen started to show up now. This person has to deal with the desolate beast mud monster. He does not have outstanding battle strength. He is likely a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually knows about the current generation in Xiang. Even Wu clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals do not know about this. Is he a descendant of the other 3 Gu immortals? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. The bet of the heavens surveying 5 xiangs that lasted thousands of years, Qi clan was about to win. Just as the deadline was approaching, an unexpected mysterious Gu immortal appeared. This was a huge matter, even more important than the deaths of Qi clan's ancestors. Qi Zai, had to get to the bottom of it. Northern Plains, Lanya blessed land. Dude. A basin of cold water splashed onto Guiyue Fangjing's face. Fangjing, who was unconscious, shuddered as he woke up. Where is this? He opened his eyes, finding that he was in a cage, a prisoner. Beside him, there were 2 hairy men wearing armor. One of them was holding an empty basin. There was still water in the basin. The other was holding a whip, smiling coldly at him. Who are you? Where is this? Fangjing struggled intensely, but his body was tied up. He could not move. Rascal, you are finally awake? You seem quite happy. The hairy man prison guard said as he raised the whip in his hand, whipping down. There was a smacking sound. The whip hit Fangjing's chest. Intense pain assaulted Fangjing's heart. The thin clothing on his chest was torn. A bloody wound was left on his chest. Fangjing took in a deep breath. His face was distorted. He screamed in pain. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression as he whipped again. This whip landed on Fangjing's face, disfiguring his face. Fangjing screamed in pain again. The hairy man prison guard became even more excited. He whipped again, spittle flying out of his mouth. Dog shit human. I will let you scream, I will let you scream. Fangjing was tortured. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He was bullied. Waves of intense pain assaulted him. He finally remembered. He was originally imprisoned by his brother Fang Yuan in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's prison. One day, many hairy men suddenly came. They took him away. What is going on? What exactly happened? Fangjing was extremely confused. But he did not have to be confused for long. The intense pain soon made him faint. He fainted. He fainted. This brat really can't take a beating. Pour some more cold water on him, make him wake up. The 2 hairy men laughed coldly. The bone-chilling cold water suddenly drenched Fangjing's entire body. Fangjing's body twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness gradually cleared up, and his whole body was in pain. It also became clearer and more profound. The hairy man who whipped Fangjing took a big step forward and stood in front of Fangjing. Then he suddenly stretched out his thick hairy hands and pinched both sides of Fangjing's cheeks. He gritted his teeth and said, Brat, now that you've fallen into our hands, don't even think about living. Don't even think about anyone coming to save you. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been taken over by our great hairy man Gu immortals. Your brother has also died in battle. Obediently cooperate with us. We'll give you a quick death so that you won't have to suffer so much. Speak, how much do you know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How much do you know about your brother's secret? When Fangjing heard this, he felt as if his mind was blown. His eyes were dazed as he looked at the hairy man in front of him in shock, shouting, What? Fang Yuan is dead. Attacked by our hairy man Gu immortals. He is just an immortal zombie, how can he not die? He would have been torn to pieces already, ha. We hairy men are not easy to bully. One day we hairy men will counterattack and trample on all of you humans. The 2 hairy man jailers laughed loudly. Fangjing knew very little about Gu immortals. He was really fooled by these 2. His gaze was dazed. He was in a daze. Central continent, deep in earth abyss. In a dark room, He Lulan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. The stone door slowly opened. Wuxia was standing outside. He Lulan slowly opened her eyes. She did not speak. She only looked at the other party. Honestly speaking, the result of the Battle of Etian Mountain was out of He Lulan's expectations. Looking at this familiar Fang Yuan, He Lulan could not conceal her complex emotions. I have already decided. Wuxia spoke, breaking the silence. I would like to hear the details. He Lulan said. She knew that the time to decide her life and death was here. If Wuxia was not willing to help her get rid of the alliance agreement, she would die. Evidently, since Wuxia's identity was exposed, he would not allow Fang Yuan's absolute ally to remain by his side. If Wuxia decided to get rid of the alliance agreement and recruit He Lulan would have a chance of survival. Wuxia had been hesitating for a long time. He wanted to use He Lulan's identity to get rid of the alliance agreement with her, to deal with Fang Yuan. But Fairy Li Shan's information path attainment was too high. Fang Yuan's strict rules made Wuxia's plan fail before it could be carried out. He Lulan's value fell greatly. Don't forget, He Lulan had a deep hatred with Shadow Sect. Getting rid of the information path alliance agreement with He Lulan was the same as freeing the other party, Fang Yuan. Then he would use a new alliance agreement to restrict He Lulan. If he gave up, he would kill He Lulan. Even though he would not obtain her goo worms, her immortal aperture would remain, and she would also have a great strength true martial physique body. That way Fang Yuan would still be shackled by the alliance agreement. When dealing with him in the future, he might be able to make use of it. In Wuxia's heart, he had already made up his mind. He slowly opened his mouth. Without a doubt. At the next moment, his words would determine He Lulan's life and death. Chapter 1045. Green light shined brightly, red light resembled fire. The two lights fused, one strong while the other weak, the other strong. The radiance gradually dissipated, and the center of the formation fell into darkness once again. He Lulan sat cross-legged in the air. She slowly opened her eyes, shock and admiration flashed in her eyes. Wuxia belongs to Shadow Sect, he is a subordinate of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had thought that he would use Soul Path or Dark Path methods to get rid of the information path Dao marks on my body and help me break the alliance agreement. To think that he actually used Light Path. This shows how unfathomable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect are. Little Ant's information path attainment is already at quasi-great Grandmaster level. Shadow Sect's goo formation can be broken using Light Path. He Lulan's evaluation of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect rose by another level. Her vision changed. At the next moment, He Lulan returned to the underground room that she was in earlier. I have already gotten rid of all the Dao marks on your body. Wuxia stood at the side saying plainly. After some consideration, Wuxia decided to preserve He Lulan's life. After all, his most important task now was not to deal with Fang Yuan, but to clean up the mess and rebuild Shadow Sect, to save Spectral Soul's main body. Fang Yuan was only a secondary target. Even though Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the core, he would not lose his rationality because of hatred. Precisely so, he was clear about his priorities. After some hesitation, he decided to make He Lulan his own. This talent was not ordinary. Great strength, true martial physique. With Wuxia's knowledge and experience, with some training she would become a capable subordinate. He Lulan inspected her body. He did not have a method to inspect her own Dao marks. This inspection was only to see if there were any abnormalities on her body. Of course, the focus was on her soul. Everyone knew that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Wuxia smiled faintly. The old covenant has been uprooted, and you have a new covenant. From now on you are my subordinate. You must listen to my orders and not go against them. You must not hide anything from me. He Lulan snorted coldly. She didn't give Wuxia any face. Since Wuxia had the ability to dispel the old alliance. This proved that his methods were even more powerful than Fairy Li Shan. From now on He Lulan had lost all her freedom. She had to obey Wuxia's every command. However, for He Lulan this was a choice she had no choice but to make. The situation was stronger than the person. If she stubbornly resisted to the end, she would definitely die at Wuxia's hands. As for betraying her former ally Fang Yuan, He Lulan did not feel guilty at all. Originally she and Fang Yuan were people who schemed and used each other. In fact, she even hated Fang Yuan. What do you want me to do next? Deceive and lure Fang Yuan here? I have Stargate Goo here, I can use Black Heaven to travel through the 5 regions. He Lulan said plainly. Without the alliance covenant, she ruthlessly betrayed Fang Yuan. But Wuxia shook his head. He said regretfully, I'm not afraid to tell you my Shadow Sect still has spies in Langya Blessed Land. We know about Stargate Goo. Even though this Goo is amazing, it can only be used on those bottom-tier rank 6 Goo immortals. It cannot even transport one immortal Goo. Not to mention the current Fang Yuan. After Wuxia obtained the guidance of the Demon Venerable's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance, He learned many secrets about sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He was clear that Fang Yuan's new body had a large number of Dao marks. Fire path, water path, wind path and others, it had everything. And each Dao mark had at least 100. Just like that. These Dao marks added up to 1,000. With so many Dao marks, Fang Yuan could not use Stargate Gu anymore. My next plan is to refine fixed immortal travel. Wuxia said. Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She nodded. She knew about fixed immortal travel. This Gu was very useful. Wuxia's decision to refine this Gu was very wise. Fixed immortal travel has just been destroyed. I have a high chance of refining it now. To refine fixed immortal travel, I need divine travel Gu. To get divine travel Gu, I need 4 types of exceptional wine. Before Lulan finished, Wuxia interrupted her. Divine travel Gu is in the hands of land spirit of Langya. Fixed immortal travel is unique, but immortal Gu recipes are different. A city has at least 4 paths leading to it, north, south, east and west. The same goes for immortal Gu. Lulan was surprised. That means you have a new Gu recipe for fixed immortal travel? Of course. Wuxia smiled smugly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible when he was alive. He created Shadow Sect after his death. His foundation was extremely deep. The Demon Venerable's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance had formulated a series of plans for Wuxia based on this immortal Gu, fixed immortal travel. As the core of the plan, fixed immortal travel could not have any problems. Thus in Wuxia's mind, there were 3 immortal Gu recipes. They were all recipes that could successfully refine fixed immortal travel. Southern border. Fang Yuan was walking in the forest. He had just slaughtered Ni clan's village alone. As he walked, he recalled the gains and losses of the battle earlier. Not forgetting the past was a good guide for the future. Only by constantly organizing the experience and absorbing the essence of the experience to replenish himself, would his future journey be more stable. Ni clan's Gu masters were not a threat. Fang Yuan only used some enslavement path methods to summon myriad beasts and flatten the village. No matter how many mortal Gu masters there were, from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not make a move. And what made Fang Yuan fight personally was that desolate beast mud monster that appeared later. This mud monster made Fang Yuan spend a lot of effort to deal with it. From this battle, Fang Yuan realized that he was lacking in many areas. Although I have rank 7 sword Gu, the immortal essence expenditure is too high. Gu worms had 9 ranks, Gu masters also had 9 ranks. Since ancient times, Gu master cultivation had a common understanding, Gu worms and Gu masters should have the same rank. If the Gu worm's rank was low, the Gu master's strength could not be fully displayed. If the Gu worm's rank was high, the Gu master's strength could not be displayed. Because the Gu worm's rank was higher than the Gu master's, the Gu immortal was like a baby swinging a sledgehammer, not to mention using the sledgehammer to injure others. When the Gu master held the sledgehammer, it was a form of injury to the Gu master. Like not long ago. When Fang Yuan used the rank 7 sword Gu to deal with the desolate beast mud monster, he felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he used the sword Gu, he would expend green grape immortal essence. It would surpass 100. Even if Fang Yuan's 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture could produce 16 beads of green grape immortal essence a day, it could not last more than 1 activation. Fortunately, he had extracted a lot of immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langya and replenished his immortal essence. Otherwise in Ni clan village, against that desolate beast mud monster, he would have to make a fool of himself. I was hesitant at first. But now, it seems that reverse refining these rank 7 sword path immortal Gu is a must. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer it was and the more valuable it was. But because of his current situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to reverse refine these rank 7 immortal Gu, lowering their rank from rank 7 to rank 6. This way they would be more suitable for Fang Yuan. He could activate them at will. My refinement path attainment is only SOSO. It is best to ask the land spirit of Langya to reverse refine the immortal Gu. Although his personality has changed, he is still the obsession of long-hair ancestor. As long as I am willing to spend the sect contribution points, it won't be difficult to get him to act personally. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. Reverse refinement of immortal Gu had a higher success rate than normal refinement. However, the possibility of failure was still very high. Therefore, asking the land spirit of Langya to take action was better than asking Fang Yuan to do it himself. He was more confident. I wonder how many of my rank 7 sword path immortal goo will be left after reverse refining them? Even if all of them are left with just these sword path immortal goo, they won't be able to survive. That won't work either. Fang Yuan recalled his battle with the desolate beast sludge monster. Even though he used rank 7 sword path immortal goo, his opponent was a mud monster. The sludge monsters were different from other fierce beasts. Ordinary desolate beasts had flesh and blood, skin and bones. It had an obvious fatal weakness. But the sludge monster was different. It was covered in mud. It was only because it was filled with earth path Dao marks that made it different. Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal goo was specialized in dealing fatal blows. When activated, it was only a foot long and several fingers wide silver sword. Even though it was extremely sharp and easily pierced through the sludge monster, it could not cause huge damage. Thus, in that battle, even though Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he felt very stifled. Even if he won, the green grape immortal essence that he expended was far beyond Fang Yuan's bottom line. Flying sword immortal goo is Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo. Bo Qing used it as the core to create many immortal killer moves to deal with all sorts of situations. In the previous battle, if I had a sword path killer move, I would have been able to split flying sword immortal goo's strength into countless parts and form a sky full of sword rain. The sludge monster would not have been my match. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to reverse refine sword path immortal goo, he also needed to collect sword path killer moves. As for creating his own, he could forget about it. He could not use wisdom goo, or rather he had not found a way to use it. His sword path attainment level was also almost blank. If not for these sword path immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have walked blood path, strength path or time path already. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan stopped and casually sat down on a rock. He contacted the land spirit of Langya. Right now, the land spirit of Langya did not have much interest in goo refinement. He was more concerned about how to make the hairy man race flourish, to trample on humans and make hairy men the overlords of the 5 regions. But when Fang Yuan was willing to spend sect contribution points to ask the land spirit for help, the land spirit of Langya agreed. As for sword path killer moves, Langya blessed land actually had many of them. It turned out that the land spirit of Langya had been researching goo recipes and goo refinement all day and night. Sword path goo worms were also part of his research, and those sword path killer moves were also content that the land spirit of Langya could use as a reference. After taking a look, Fang Yuan could not decide which killer move to use. He changed the topic. First Supreme Elder, I am willing to use one last chance to ask you to refine an immortal goo. Even though the land spirit of Langya had changed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had made an agreement with Longhair Ancestor, the land spirit still had to abide by it. Fang Yuan had already used 2 fortuitous encounters to ask the land spirit of Langya to refine Stargate goo and Second Aperture goo. Now he had made up his mind to use the last chance as well. Oh, what immortal goo? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan's answer was straightforward. Fixed immortal travel. Chapter 1046. Fixed immortal travel? The land spirit of Langya was surprised and hesitant. If Fang Yuan knew what he was worried about, it was none other than immortal goo being unique. He calmly replied to the land spirit, "Don't worry, I am 70% sure that fixed immortal travel no longer exists in this world." He found Nai Xiang and asked about fixed immortal travel and the other immortal goo. Fang Yuan asked, "Fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada. Immortal goo, have they been destroyed before?" Contemporary mud phase, no. Thus, Fang Yuan immediately confirmed 2 pieces of information. The first news was that fixed immortal travel and other immortal goo were either left behind or destroyed. The second piece of news was that Wuxia had most likely seen through the arrangements he had made in his original body. The current Nai Xiang was already over 50 years old. Activating Sei's Dao as not immortal goo once would expend 50 years of lifespan. Therefore, the Nai family's old clan leader died of old age on the spot after answering Fang Yuan's question. But his answer had already helped Fang Yuan a lot. In the worst-case scenario, since Wuxia has seen through my setup, he must be hiding very well and won't let me find him. Perhaps he's even not in the southern border. I haven't been able to contact He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing. They have either been instigated to defect or murdered. I wonder which of the immortal goo I originally had were destroyed? However, the possibility of fixed immortal travel being destroyed is the highest. This is because I deliberately set it up to be the first to be destroyed. The reason why Fang Yuan had made such arrangements was because he was wary of the power of fixed immortal travel. Also, it was to prevent himself from being able to retrieve his original body in time. That was why the goo worms self-destructed one after another. The biggest possibility is after fixed immortal travel is destroyed. Wuxia sensed that something was wrong and took action. Seal the other immortal goo temporarily. Between him and I, it's a soul exchange. His situation was worse than mine. He didn't have any goo worms to freely control. He was actually able to seal my other immortal goo. This means that he either deceived He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, or borrowed the remaining forces of Shadow Sect. Since the Shadow Sect was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and had been in operation for tens of thousands of years, it was natural for it to have remnant forces. Fang Yuan had already predicted this. The Shadow Sect is spread across the 5 regions. Even the Zombie Alliance was a subordinate of the Shadow Sect. The Battle of Yitian Mountain took place in Nanjiang, and the Shadow Sect's forces in Nanjiang suffered the most. But the other 4 regions are relatively better. If fixed immortal travel is destroyed and Wuxia wants to deal with me, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing are far from enough. He must first gather the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, accumulate his advantage and then come to kill me. Therefore he probably wants to refine fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's new body. It was truly outstanding. When he thought about it, inspiration flashed in his mind. It was like a river flowing east without any obstruction. As for him, fixed immortal travel was also something he urgently needed. Because of the 5 regional walls and Stargate goo, his new body could no longer be used with fixed immortal travel. It was the best tool for him to travel through the 5 regions. As long as I have fixed immortal travel, I can return to Langya Blessed Land and take all of my immortal goo. I can keep them all. My original cultivation resources can also be stored in the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I can also enter Earth Abyss. I can directly annex Star Form Blessed Land. No matter which it was, it would greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. But if he used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them, not only would Jewel Yellow Skies be too open, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by countless people. Just the cost of using Jewel Yellow Skies was extremely expensive. If Fang Yuan forcefully used Jewel Yellow Skies, just the cost of transporting the rank 8 Wisdom Sword goo would make all of his hard-earned cultivation resources go to waste. It was far from enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Land Spirit of Langya asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He frowned. What, is this beyond your capabilities? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. I have no intention of going back on my agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel goo and other supplementary goo materials, I lack the most crucial material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought about it and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Land Spirit of Langya replied. No matter what goo recipe you use to refine fixed immortal travel, all of these goo recipes required a crucial goo material, that was the light of the immemorial era. Light itself is hard to capture and store. Immemorial antiquity, surpassed olden antiquity and remote antiquity, it was the era of Renzu. At that time the entire world only had Renzu and his 10 sons. No matter what goo recipe you use, it won't work? Fang Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langya would not lie to him, but he was still unresigned. Of course. Langya Land Spirit answered firmly and directly. I have 2 sets of fixed immortal travel's immortal goo recipe. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes. No matter which goo recipe it is, it cannot bypass the light of the immemorial era. At most, the only difference is the amount of light of the immemorial era in each goo recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a top-tier goo. It has great use. If not for this, it would have already been refined by others. How could it be yours? Fang Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was to refine fixed immortal travel back then. Back then he had used Xiaomang's extreme light goo. But now Xiaomang was already dead. Because Xiao Shan and Xiaomang were pawns chosen by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. These 2 were living goo immortal seeds, but as mortals they were pawns. Even at death's door they did not understand the truth of Yitian Mountain. Once Xiaomang died, extreme light goo was destroyed as well. Xiaomang is dead, not even his soul was left. Where can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if I use the light of wisdom, can I think of a fixed immortal travel immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era? Fang Yuan asked. Regarding rank 9 immortal goo, Land Spirit of Langya was not sure. After all, he was only a rank 8 goo immortal when he was alive. Even if he helped the two venerables refine goo, he did not know much about the rank 9 wisdom immortal goo. Forget it. Even if I can use the light of wisdom to think of an immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era. I am no longer an immortal zombie, I might not be able to use it. I should go to Shao Clan first. Xiao Mang's extreme light goo was obtained from tomb robbing. I might be able to find some clues in Shao Clan. Fang Yuan ended his contact with Land Spirit of Langya. He changed his direction and rushed towards Shao Clan. But before ending the contact, he did not forget to give the souls he obtained from slaughtering Ni clan to Land Spirit of Langya. Next he asked for a list from Land Spirit of Langya. The content of the list was naturally related to Langya sect's sword path killer moves. Fang Yuan rushed towards Shao Clan as he looked at these killer moves. Even though there were many sword path killer moves, most of them were mortal killer moves, and there were only 3 immortal killer moves. One of them was an incomplete immortal move, like an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It had great reference value but could not be used directly. As for the other 2, one was for movement and the other was for attack. The movement immortal killer move was called Sword Flash Thunder Sound. It had 2 core immortal goo, Flash Sword goo and Rumbling Thunder goo. The offensive immortal killer move was called Dark Assassination. It also had 2 core immortal goo, Flying Sword goo and Dark Limit goo. Looking at the familiar Dark Limit immortal goo, Fang Yuan sighed internally. Long ago he had tried to obtain this immortal goo, but he did not succeed. After Fairy Jianghu died, Dark Limit immortal goo was also destroyed. If I had Dark Limit immortal goo, along with the Flying Sword immortal goo that I have, I would be able to use this Dark Assassination. Unfortunately. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a voice came from the side. Friend ahead, please wait. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion running towards him. There was a large red chair on the lion's back. 2 goo immortals were sitting on it. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. The soul beast raised its head and let out a silent roar. Be careful, Soul Howl immortal goo is activating again. Wuxia warned. A formless sound wave created surging air currents, sweeping towards Wuxia, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. The 3 had no choice but to retreat in defeat. This wild Soul Howl immortal goo was rank 7, it was a parasite on a soul beast. Once Wuxia, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing forced the soul beast into a dangerous situation, this immortal goo would sense it and activate, buying enough time and space for the parasite soul beast. How can this be? This soul beast is only a desolate beast, how can there be a rank 7 wild goo parasite on it? Tai Bai Yunxing's 7 orifices were bleeding, he screamed. The other 2 were not having a good time either, they felt dizzy and their souls were heavily injured. Wuxia's expression was ugly. Truly, trouble came from the sky while he was sitting at home. Everything was fine earlier, but suddenly, a soul beast barged into Shadow Sect's territory. Soul Howl immortal goo does not need immortal essence to activate, it uses the soul foundation. This desolate level soul beast was probably an ancient desolate level soul beast not long ago. But after an intense battle, it escaped in defeat. Soul Howl immortal goo activated again and again, causing it to fall from an immemorial soul beast to an ordinary desolate beast. Wuxia replied to Tai Bai Yunxing with a hoarse voice. At the same time, the word Providence appeared in his mind. My Shadow Sect's plan failed, and I went against Providence. After rebirth, I did not perish together with Fang Yuan. This is Providence coming to find trouble with me. The Tao of Heaven emphasized on the balance of all living beings. Shadow Sect had concealed themselves earlier, trying not to let Providence discover them, they acted in the dark, thus there were few obstructions. But now that Wuxia was completely exposed, Providence finally lured the soul beast to attack. Providence is everywhere. Back then, when Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel, it ingeniously sent the light of the immemorial era to Fang Yuan. Now it is trying to eliminate me. Do I really have to destroy the spring-autumn cicada in my body? Wuxia was extremely hesitant. Chapter 1047. Friend ahead, please wait. On the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, Qi Zai called out loudly. Fang Yuan stopped and looked back. After leaving Rotten Mud Mountain, he had deactivated the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Attitude Goo expended a lot of effort to activate. If it was used for a long time, Fang Yuan's mind would be exhausted. Moreover, after Fang Yuan modified Vaguely Familiar Face because it lacked change form immortal goo, there were many goo worms, there were thousands of supplementary mortal goo, activating these goo worms at all times required a lot of focus. Thus, when Qi Zai saw Fang Yuan from afar, he did not think he was the culprit, he was at most a little suspicious. As he got closer, he also saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a white robe, he was untainted by even a speck of dust, his skin was white as snow, his eyes were like stars, his long black hair extended to his waist like a waterfall. Even though he was old, over 50 years old, when she saw Fang Yuan, her eyes brightened as she thought, "This Gu Immortal Senior has such an outstanding bearing. He has the demeanor of an immortal. I have never seen such a person in my life." "Senior, what is the matter?" Fang Yuan had a plain expression as he cupped his fists. He did not use vaguely familiar face, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. But Qi Zai had rank 7 aura. In this world, the strong were respected. Fang Yuan bowed first, it was natural and elegant. If he had his hands behind his back and an arrogant attitude, it was a rare behavior. Qi Zai praised Fang Yuan's elegance in his heart, his expression softened as he said, "I am only here to verify some things." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and shot out a mud ball. The mud ball expanded with the wind, quickly turning into the size of an elephant. After another transformation, it turned into the mudman Enai Jian. Fang Yuan's gaze sank. Enai Jian looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze was puzzled at first, but soon turned into intense hatred. Even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, his intuition told Enai Jian that this young man was the culprit. It's you? You demon, you forced my grandfather to death and slaughtered my entire clan." Enai Jian then turned to Fang Yuan. A head-on collision. Qi Zai became alert, cold light shot out of his eyes as he sized up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan felt that Qi Zai's gaze was like a needle piercing into his body. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves. Suddenly, white clouds surged out, blocking his vision, and he quickly retreated in the clouds. Gu Immortals have countless methods, it is hard to defend against them. How did you discover me? The other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, his cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. Without a doubt, this was a powerful enemy. Fang Yuan immediately thought of retreating. "Don't go." Qi Zai saw this and shouted. His right hand took the shape of an eagle's claw, and he fiercely pulled at the clouds in the sky. Wah! It was like the sound of a huge wave surging. In the blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky disappeared. Fang Yuan was still retreating. His figure was exposed. Qi Zai opened his mouth, breathing towards Fang Yuan from afar. Fang Yuan immediately felt a huge suction force grabbing onto his body, causing his speed to fall. At this time, the mudman Enai Jian flew over, he was already in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but his expression was indifferent, he was not moved at all. Enai Jian waved his fist, with a loud sound, fist winds blew. The fist was ferocious. It had the aura of breaking mountains and crushing rocks. Enai Jian was originally a rank 2 Gu master, but after he was killed by the beast group, Qi Zai used the mud monster's corpse. He turned into a mudman. His strength rose sharply, reaching desolate beast level, he could fight ordinary rank 6. From this, it could be seen that the rank 7 Gu Immortal Qi Zai had extraordinary methods. Enai Jian's fist fiercely hit Fang Yuan. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure dissipated. He turned into a lump of clouds. He gasped, she had a surprised expression, she did not expect this. Qi Zai was not surprised, he looked to his right and flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A chi pellet only the size of a thumb, but it was too fast, Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he was hit by Qi Zai. This time he finally revealed his true body. Qi Zai breathed in again. Enai Jian's waist was coiled with a thick translucent chi current. The chi current revolved around his waist, Enai Jian's speed rose by several times. "Hand over your life." Enai Jian shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in a layer of lion fur armor, the divine flick earlier did not cause any damage to him, it only forced him out. He is actually a Chi Path Gu Immortal, he thought. Chi Path had a longer history than Strength Path, it had also declined much more than Strength Path. To think that he would meet a rare Chi Path Gu Immortal in southern border. No wonder he was caught, the truth of him slaughtering Enai clan was also exposed. Chi Path, which had a long history, naturally had secret methods that Fang Yuan could not understand. But what does my slaughtering of Enai clan have to do with these 2 Gu Immortals? In my memories, Enai clan does not have any Gu Immortal ancestors. Fang Yuan was puzzled. Enai Jian attacked again. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had already fought against the desolate beast mud monster earlier, this mudman monster had no fatal weakness. Even if he used the rank 7 Immortal Gu flying sword, it had little effect. But this did not mean that Fang Yuan had no way to deal with it. His body swayed as he counterattacked. He raised both his palms, be it the back or the center of his palms, they were covered in a layer of frost. Fang Yuan's palm lightly landed on Enai Jian's body. Enai Jian's attacks were rough, but Fang Yuan's movements were like falling leaves in the wind, agile and ethereal. Enai Jian lacked battle experience in close combat. He could not even touch Fang Yuan's sleeves. In contrast, Fang Yuan's moves were exquisite and nimble. His frost palms continued to land on Enai Jian's body. Soon, Enai Jian's body was covered in a layer of frost, his attack speed fell, and the translucent chi currents coiling around his waist were dispersed by Fang Yuan's palm. Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu, but they were rank 7 and could not be used easily. Thus, he picked up the mortal killer move Lion Fur Armor as a temporary measure. Earlier, White Cloud surged and now, Frost Palms, they were both outstanding mortal killer moves. The former came from Tai Bai Yunxing, while the latter came from Shuesong Zi. Tai Bai Yunxing cultivated Time Path primarily and Cloud Path secondarily. He often conversed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thus grasped his mortal methods. As for Shuesong Zi before rebirth, Fang Yuan had obtained his soul and soul searched it. At that time, Shuesong Zi's soul had been tampered with by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan could not find any information about Shadow Sect, but Shuesong Zi's growth, cultivation experience and so on were all found out by Fang Yuan. These were all used by Fang Yuan. As for the goo worms needed for mortal killer moves were supplied by Land Spirit of Langya. Earlier, when Fang Yuan slaughtered Enai clan, he had used the Desolate Beast Mud Monster to practice. Qi Zai saw that Enai Jian, who had rank 6 battle strength, was being toyed with by Fang Yuan. His expression sank as he used the mortal killer move Divine Flick again, shooting out countless chi pellets. These chi pellets were extremely fast. After Fang Yuan dodged several times, seeing that he could not dodge, he stopped dodging and used Lion Fur Armor to take it. The limit of Lion Fur Armor's defense was beyond Qi Zai's expectations. He snorted coldly as he changed his method, waving his palm and slashing at Fang Yuan from afar. Every time he made a move, a blade of chi would be created. Lion Fur Armor could only withstand 2 chi path slashes. Fang Yuan used another method. A layer of black oily sticky liquid appeared on the surface of Lion Fur Armor. The chi blade slashed at the black oil, the attack was stopped and its sharpness decreased greatly. When it hit the Lion Fur Armor, the effect was reduced by 60%. This layer of black oily defensive killer move came from He Cheng. After Fang Yuan captured He Cheng, he soul searched him and obtained this killer move. He used it now. This was a killer move obtained from soul searching. Most of them had been cultivated countless times. Although it could not raise Fang Yuan's attainment level, the cultivation experience gained from nowhere allowed Fang Yuan to take a shortcut in cultivation. As long as Fang Yuan practiced a bit, he would be able to use these mortal killer moves with ease. Qi Zai snorted coldly as he breathed out 2 streams of fire chi from his nostrils. The fire chi scattered in the air, turning into a wave of fire that pounced at Fang Yuan. At the same time, Enai Jian fought desperately. Fang Yuan slapped away the mudman that was pestering him. At this time, the fire chi was already very close. He laughed loudly as he used a cloud path killer move. 9 cloud rings appeared around him. It was the defensive killer move from Tai Bai Yunxing, 9 cloud rings. The fire chi attacked but was absorbed by the cloud rings. The 4 pure white cloud rings were dyed fiery red. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, grabbing at the air. Waves of undercurrents gathered at the center of his hands, forming 2 black spheres in the blink of an eye. Mortal killer move, Dark Vortex. Fang Yuan flew forward, throwing dark vortexes at Qi Zai like meteors. Qi He, who was beside Qi Zai, shouted in shock, sensing the danger contained in the dark vortexes. Qi Zai retaliated, using chi blades, chi pellets and the fire chi that came out of his nose. Both sides fought back and forth. They were locked in a stalemate. Qi He felt dizzy. She could not adapt to the Gu Immortal's fighting style. She had just become an immortal not long ago. When she was immortal, she fought on the ground. She had never fought like this, sometimes flying, sometimes descending and sometimes flying. I am almost certain that the other party is a Chi Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan fought as he observed, collecting information. After fighting for a long time, Qi Zai sat calmly on the Qi Grand Lion's back. Even if Fang Yuan's dark vortexes and other killer moves penetrated his fire chi net and hit his body, they would be blocked by the tough qi that he condensed. Qi Zai had the upper hand, but he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. What is going on? This lad, which path does he cultivate? Qi Zai became more confused as he fought. He was a little dazed. Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves were amplified by the Dao marks on his body. But his killer moves already included Wind Path, Cloud Path, Dark Path, Strength Path, and many other paths. Qi Zai could not understand. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 1048. Fang Yuan's situation was especially strange. Qi Zai could not help but pay attention to it. What kind of Dao marks does he have? Why can he use killer moves of all paths to amplify his strength without any loss? Qi Zai looked like he had everything planned out, but he was actually thinking hard in secret. According to what I know, only one person in history has achieved this. That is Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. In human history there were a few Demon Venerables. Reckless Savage, he created Strength Path and was the ancestor of Strength Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. According to the records in history, he could transform into countless forms, and his Dao marks could be changed at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a Lightning Wolf, he could use a Lightning Path killer move. When he turned into a Swamp Crab, he could use an Earth Path killer move, unaffected by the suppression of other Dao marks. An ordinary transformation path Gu masters could only cultivate one transformation path. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Cheng Long and Cheng Hu could only transform into a dragon and a tiger. As for transformation path Gu immortals like He Lang Zi who had fought with Fang Yuan, he could transform into 3 different wolf forms, each with different Dao marks. But when he changed forms, he had to wait for a period of time and use methods to clear the original Dao marks, to prevent the Dao marks of different paths from interfering with each other. This drawback had troubled all transformation path Gu masters and Gu immortals since ancient times. Except for one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He seemed to be able to transform at will, disregarding the interference of Dao marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless wise sages and geniuses tried to comprehend Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method, but they all failed, gaining nothing. Don't tell me this enemy in front of me just happened to inherit this crucial transformation path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Qi Zai thought of this and felt a fire burning in his heart. Other than this explanation, he could not think of any other possibility. Of course, Gu Master cultivation is complex and unpredictable. There are all sorts of people. They have as many methods as the stars in the night sky. They cannot be estimated with common sense. Qi Zai squinted, still calm. Actually, he had guessed that Fang Yuan had obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance, but he had underestimated Fang Yuan. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to reach such a level was because of his ability. Because Spectral Soul had refined rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. This Immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial treasure for Spectral Soul's revival, it was also the foundation for him to surpass all the Venerables in the future. Back then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was unwilling to accept the current situation. Therefore he established the Shadow Sect and painstakingly planned for it. During this period, not only did he organize everything he had learned in his life, but he also searched for countless inheritances. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances. There was no lack of good products. Spectral Soul gained a lot of inspiration and new ideas. There were also Gu Immortal inheritances and even many Venerable inheritances. Even the most mysterious Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Shadow Sect could obtain a true inheritance he left behind. What about the other supremacies? Spectral Soul controlled Shadow Sect. He also created Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated and researched. He paid a lot of effort and sacrifices. In the end, only then did he extract the essence of all rivers into the sea and fuse them together to obtain the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Could be said that this Immortal Gu was not just the soul path crystallization of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was also the essence of countless paths and venerable true inheritances. It was a peerless treasure formed from them. Even though Providence arranged for Fang Yuan to be a pawn, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan used his otherworldly demon instincts to break free and use Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Qi Zai was suspicious. Even though Fang Yuan only had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fang Yuan. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even if he did not have rank 7 immortal Gu, he usually had rank 6 Gu. Earlier he refined the resentment mud ball from the mud and turned it into the mudman in Jian. That was an immortal method. But he did not use immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were the trump cards of Gu immortals. Using them expended immortal essence. Qizai's blessed land was only a low-grade blessed land. He would not use immortal Gu normally. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason. The main reason was that once he used immortal Gu, the enemy would know. After all, how many Gu worms a Gu master had and what they were kept a secret. Once the information was leaked, they would be targeted and restrained. Gu immortals were the same. In the first battle, Gu immortals did not know each other's abilities. They had to probe each other. While Qizai was probing Fang Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves appeared in Fang Yuan's hands. Together with his handsome appearance, he attracted Qi He's attention. Like Qizai, even though Fang Yuan had immortal Gu, he could not abuse them. Even though rank 7 sword path immortal Gu were powerful, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 green grape immortal essence. He could not compare to rank 7 Gu immortal Qizai. If not for Fang Yuan joining Langya sect, he would not have a large number of immortal Yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence. He would have lost this battle for sure. Both sides fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The commotion was grand. Qi He could not take her eyes off them. She gasped in her heart. Unavoidably, Qizai was gradually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Mortal killer moves, no matter how outstanding, did not have an immortal Gu. Thus, the amplification from Qizai's Dao marks was limited. It would not exceed the range of using immortal Gu. In the long history of history, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an immortal Gu. That was the white bone chariot created by proud bone demon Lord Xinjiao. This person was a rank 8 demonic path Gu immortal. He had the qualifications to be proud. In terms of this achievement, even the 10 venerables in history could not compare to him. Immortal venerables and demon venerables might have been invincible in the world, but that did not mean they were omnipotent. Back then, giant sun immortal and thieving heaven demon venerable needed to find long-hair ancestor to refine Gu for them. In contrast, Fang Yuan's Dao mark accumulation was far from Qizai's, and the amplification of his mortal killer moves was limited, but he had many methods he could deal with them easily. Thus, gradually, Fang Yuan attacked more and defended less. He gained the initiative. Qizai was aware of the situation. He knew the situation. He frowned and started to counterattack. Battlefield killer move, Qi Lock. Immediately, the surrounding space was locked, the air was frozen, forming a translucent battlefield. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He did not panic. This battlefield killer move was only mortal level. It had little threat to Gu immortals like him who had immortal Gu. Unless he was a rank 6 Gu immortal without immortal Gu. That was why he would be on guard. And this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan also had it. Immediately, he used Xuesong Zi's signature move, battlefield killer move Snow Domain. Thus, the Qi Lock side was pushed aside. Frost energy spread in the air. Qi He could not help but gasp in surprise. In front of her, the battlefield was clearly divided into two. One was a world of ice and snow, the other was a place where the air was frozen. Qi He's horizons were still limited to the mortal realm. This battlefield killer move, even though it was only mortal level, was the trump card of every mortal force. It would not be used easily unless it was a crucial battle. It would be unraveled by others. This time she saw two battlefield killer moves being used in front of her. She felt that this trip was not in vain. She felt a sense of satisfaction from broadening her horizons. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still at ease, Qizai finally lost his patience and used his immortal Gu first. He was a vigilant person. He did not use an immortal killer move directly, but used an immortal Gu. A rank 6 Qi path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not know what it was, but Qizai was not stupid enough to say the name of the immortal Gu while using the move. The immortal Gu was activated. The scene immediately underwent a tremendous change. The Qi Lock side of the battlefield vanished, strengthening the immortal Gu. Snow Domain could not resist it. It was invaded by a dark Qi rope. It pierced through. This long rope of Yin Qi coiled around its body, like a jade-green poisonous snake. It was several meters long, attacking Fang Yuan rapidly. Fang Yuan sighed, using rank 7 immortal Gu sword escape. Whoosh! Instantly. He seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, piercing through the air and flying away. So fast. Qi He opened her mouth in shock. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had already flown to the limits of her vision. After all, it was a rank 7 movement immortal Gu. Its speed was naturally shocking. Zai was also stunned. He had estimated that Fang Yuan would use Snow Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path, because the mortal killer moves he used earlier were mostly of these three paths. But when Fang Yuan used an Immortal Gu, it was Sword Path. And it was a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu. What the hell? Is he not a Transformation Path Gu Immortal, but a Sword Path Gu Immortal? Zai felt like his mind was in knots. After probing for so long, he felt that he had some understanding of Fang Yuan. But now that they were fighting, Fang Yuan actually took out a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu. And it was flying so fast. If it were me in the past, I would only feel hopeless. Unfortunately, your luck is bad. Not long ago, the immortal killer move that I had been working on for 3 years succeeded. Zai snickered, roaring loudly. At the same time, his body burst out with an intense aura. The aura enveloped him in Qi He, seeping into every inch of the Qi Grand Lion's skin and flesh. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain, its eyes were bloodshot as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Zai's immortal killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was shocking. In less than 7 minutes, the Qi Grand Lion caught up to Fang Yuan with the 2 Qi Clan Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Zai activated his immortal Gu again, sending out a long Yin Qi rope. Evidently, it was the immortal Gu from earlier. The long Yin Qi rope flew towards Fang Yuan, getting closer to him. He did not use any other immortal killer moves, he only used a rank 6 immortal Gu. Is it because his movement killer move contains a lot of Gu worms, he needs to expend a lot of his concentration? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At the crucial moment he was still calm as ice, he thought about it, showing his deep foundation and battle attainment. When activating an immortal Gu, the Gu worm aura would leak out. And when activating an immortal killer move, the aura would be much more complex and vast. Thus, Zai could easily tell that Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal Gu, it was Sword Path. And Fang Yuan could easily tell that Zai was only using a rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this was common sense, it was not absolute. There were some rare methods that could conceal the immortal Gu's aura and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Gu. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger as the immortal Gu flew out. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was extremely sharp. The long Yin Qi rope was instantly cut into pieces. Zai's heart shook, he was shocked again. Why is it another rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu? Is he really a Sword Path Gu Immortal? Then how do you explain the situation when he used his mortal killer move? Why are his Immortal Gu all rank 7? Don't tell me he is a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He is concealing his aura to be rank 6, trying to prey on us. How could Zai know about Fang Yuan's true situation? He was a vigilant person. His thoughts were meticulous. The more he analyzed, the more bewildered he got. He was scaring himself. Chapter 1049. Zai's mind was filled with thoughts. Even his expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Gu earlier to destroy the Yin Qi, but it had recovered in the blink of an eye. The jade-green Yin Qi rope shot towards Fang Yuan again. It seemed like it would not rest until it tangled with Fang Yuan. Flying Sword Gu is strong, but it is not good at dealing with enemies that can gather and scatter at will. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier when he was dealing with the Desolate Beast Mud Monster, he had the same feeling. Now that he was facing a Qi Path Gu Immortal, this feeling surfaced in his mind again. Of course, this was also because he lacked related killer moves. If he had a Sword Path killer move that could help Flying Sword Gu spread its attacks instead of concentrating on one point, this kind of trouble would be easily solved. Actually, Fang Yuan had already predicted this situation. Thus he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. But he did not expect the enemy to have a movement killer move that could chase after him. Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. Earlier, when they were probing each other, he used countless mortal killer moves to gain the upper hand. But now, he used Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves, he was at a disadvantage now. The enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal after all, his cultivation level was much higher than Fang Yuan's. It was normal for Fang Yuan to be unable to beat him. It was not easy for him to be in this situation. I only have 2 Immortal Gu, while the enemy is rank 7, his cultivation level is higher than mine, and he has more methods than me. If he had an Immortal Battlefield Killer move, even with Flying Sword Immortal Gu, it would be hard for me to break through. I cannot stay here for long. Sword Escape. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu again, flying into the sky. Quite vigilant. Zai snorted coldly. His battle methods were most proficient in expending his opponent's resources. The Yin Qi rope was torn apart. As the aura spread, as time passed, the entire battlefield would lean towards Qi path. By then, not only would Qi Zai be able to use immortal goo faster and stronger, his immortal essence expenditure would also be reduced. There were no disadvantages, it was very good. But Fang Yuan only fought for a while before retreating rapidly. Every time he fired, he moved to a different place. This caused Qi Zai to have no advantage at all. Goo Masters had limited movement speed and were often limited to one place. But Goo Immortals could move freely in and out of the blue. They were very different from Goo Masters. Thus, defeating a Goo Immortal was easy, but to kill the Goo Immortal. But it was very difficult, unless there was an immortal battlefield killer move to trap him. However, this battlefield killer move needed time to set up. When Goo Immortals fought, they could only set up traps in front of others. Their methods had to be concealed. Only then could it be laid successfully. Or like when Fang Yuan dealt with He Qing, he set up a battlefield killer move in advance. Then he would lure the enemy in. Even though Fang Yuan escaped, Qi Zai had an immortal killer move that could teleport rapidly. Fang Yuan slaughtered the entire Ni clan. Qi Zai was in charge of this place. If he let Fang Yuan go like this, it would be hard for Qi Zai to explain himself when he returned. There was a more important reason. Qi Zai was worried that Fang Yuan was a remnant of the other four families. This matter was related to the 1,000-year bet, and the Qi family was already in sight. At this critical moment, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Thus, Qi Zai had to investigate this matter. He had to get to the bottom of it. He could not let this go. After Fang Yuan escaped for a while, he found that Qi Zai had chased after him. How deep is the hatred? Why is he chasing me like this? Fang Yuan was very depressed. In his previous life's memories, this Ni clan did not have any Goo Immortal seniors. That was why Fang Yuan acted so recklessly. To think that because of this, Goo Immortals would chase after him, one rank 6 and one rank 7, two Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan tried to guess Qi Zai's motive, but it was pointless. Because he knew nothing about the 5 Xiang's bet. He could only fight while retreating. Every time they fought, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Goo to fight for 2 to 3 rounds before using Sword Escape Immortal Goo to retreat. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The rank 6 Goo Immortal beside him has a strange expression. She seems to have advanced to Goo Immortal not long ago. She calls the rank 7 Goo Immortal Grandpa. They are related by blood, they should be relatives. This rank 6 Goo Immortal should not be a problem. If she could make a move, she would have interfered and trapped me long ago. But during the entire battle she has been sitting at the back, not doing anything. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information. Qi Zai also gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. This strange guy seems to be a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He actually used 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Qi Zai did not know how to evaluate this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Goo Immortals did not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Goo. They had a great desire for them. This person in front of him also did not have a rank 6 Immortal Goo, but he took a huge step forward, directly possessing 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. But you've taken too big a step. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to activate a rank 7 sword Goo. Qi Zai sneered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, now that his cultivation level was 1 rank higher than Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal Goo. He was not in a hurry. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated, he advanced as he fought, he was cunning and sinister, he was very hard to deal with. Fang Yuan thought, since the start of the battle I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal Yuan stones. These were all transported from the land spirit of Langya. My sect contribution points are all used. This person has a good plan, he wants to waste my immortal essence, but I know his scheme, but I can do nothing about it. If he used a rank 6 immortal Goo, Fang Yuan's endurance would be much stronger, he would not be in such an awkward situation. With his rank 6 cultivation level, using a rank 7 immortal Goo was too much of a stretch. Qi Zai Wei could not get rid of him, Fang Yuan could not get rid of him, they were in a deadlock. Both sides fought for over 10 times in order to maintain the situation. Fang Yuan had to drink poison to quench his thirst. He kept asking for immortal Yuan stones from the land spirit of Langya. And his Langya sect contribution points had already reached rock bottom. Qi Zai was inwardly surprised. Fang Yuan being able to last until now was out of his expectations. This rank 6 Goo immortal is truly strange. This person must have a big secret on him. If I can get my hands on it, it might be the greatest secret I have ever had since I started cultivating. The greatest opportunity. At this point, Qi Zai's heart was burning. He looked at Fang Yuan's cold gaze like he was looking at a moving treasure vault. But at the next moment, Qi Zai's gaze froze as shock appeared on his face. He cursed inwardly. That mountain range ahead. Wasn't it just the 5-boundary mountain range? Damn it, so that's what he was planning. We can't let him escape into the mountains. The 5-boundary mountain range had a powerful background. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal from southern border. His name was Tao Zhu and he was known as Restriction Master. This person cultivated Restriction Path, which was a branch of Rule Path, just like the Emotion Path that flowed out of Wisdom Path. People called him a Restriction Master. It meant that this person was the master of Restriction Path Gu immortals of the current generation. It showed how high his attainment in this aspect was. He had a deep understanding of the 5 regional walls. They were trying to find a way to allow Gu immortals to cross regional walls easily. The 5-boundary mountain range was deliberately modified for his research. Unfortunately, after he died he did not get any results. But this 5-boundary mountain range was left behind, becoming a special location in southern border. After Fang Yuan was held back by Qi Zai, he had been trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border's terrain. The 5-boundary mountain range became his hope. Qi Zai wanted to expend Fang Yuan's immortal essence. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. He used sword escape immortal Gu and after some trouble, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li and finally arrived here. Qi Zai had not left his residence for a long time, and his attention was drawn by Fang Yuan. He did not think of this. He quickly made a move. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, and was already prepared. How could he let him succeed? Qi Zai looked at Fang Yuan with a grim expression as he entered the 5-boundary mountain range. He hesitated for a moment. He made up his mind, saying to Qi He who was beside him, "Sit here, I will let the Qi Grand Lion protect you, you will be fine. After I kill this person, I will come and find you." "Granduncle, be careful," Qi He quickly said. Qi Zai nodded. Air currents surged around him as he chased after Fang Yuan, entering the 5-boundary mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, Qi Zai felt a strong repulsive force that wanted to push him out. It turned out that this 5-boundary mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu when he imitated the 5 regional walls. When a Gu immortal entered this place, it was like passing through the 5 regional walls. The mountain range that Fang Yuan chose was shining with golden white light. It was an imitation of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Qi Zai was a southern border Gu immortal, he would naturally be pushed out. He knew Fang Yuan's plan. This crafty lad, his rank 6 cultivation level has become an advantage here. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, the repulsive force here is much stronger than him. No way. This person is very suspicious. He is related to the thousands of years of bet that my Qi clan won. I need to kill him. Qi Zai's will was firm. He did not waver because of the difficulties in front of him. Both sides stopped flying. They started to trudge on the 5-boundary mountain range. Just as this pursuit began again, deep in Central Continent's Earth abyss, a battle had already ended. Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were surrounding an ancient soul beast's corpse, making use of their time to search for the soul core in the soul beast's body. In the soul beast's body there was a soul core. It was only the size of an egg, but it contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. It was a great Gu material. Other than that, the soul beast's corpse would dissipate with time. There was no use for it. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunxing was wholeheartedly searching for the soul core. He Lulan spoke, seemingly unintentionally praising. The Gu formation set up here is actually so powerful. In just a short while, even with immortal Gu soul howl, this ancient soul beast could only die. Wuxia did not speak. He frowned deeply. This is Providence's fault. It lured this ancient soul beast here. This time, even though I killed this soul beast, I also used the Gu formation. The more the Gu formation is used, the greater the danger of this place being exposed. After all, Central Continent's Celestial Court will definitely use all sorts of methods to search for me. At this time, sure news secretly transmitted to him. Wuxia analyzed. Not long ago, Land Spirit of Langia used Jewel Yellow Skies to transmit Dark Limit Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan? This Immortal Gu belonged to my Shadow Sect, but unfortunately, it was destroyed after Jianghu's death. Afterwards, Land Spirit of Langia created Langia Sect, and for the convenience of the sect's Gu immortals, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Gu. This Gu can conceal its aura against Providence. That's right. I am being targeted by Providence. Fang Yuan's situation is definitely worse, he might even be chased by Gu immortals. Wuxia made a casual guess, but he was right. However, Qizai's pursuit of Fang Yuan had no results. Both sides fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but because of his low cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qizai's pursuit. Qizai saw that Fang Yuan had escaped without a trace, and his condition was not good. He had no choice but to return. When he was about to leave the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi. 7th Grandpa, you are back. Granddaughter was very worried. Qi was pacing on the spot, quickly welcoming Qizai after seeing him. Qizai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression sank as he reprimanded, "Silly! I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion, why didn't you listen and come here? This is a dangerous place." Qi's footsteps paused. She slowly walked towards Qizai and lowered her head, saying apologetically, Granddaughter was wrong." Qizai nodded. "That person was already heavily injured by 7th Grandpa, he was lucky to escape. But if I see him again in the future, I will not, ugh." Qizai suddenly gasped. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Qi. A dark flying sword pierced through his forehead, the sharp tip protruding from the back of his head. Qi returned to Fang Yuan's appearance, smiling lightly at Qizai. Shock, regret, fear and countless other emotions filled Qizai's heart. But it was too late. Bam! He fell to the ground with a soft thud. He was dead. Chapter 1050. 5 Regional Mountain Range. 5 rays of light shone into the sky all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 distinct regions by the 5 colored lights. The purple-black light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma regional wall created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains Licorice regional wall. The red part came from Western Desert's Raging Flame regional wall. The dark blue was Eastern Sea's Blue Water regional wall. As for the white gold mountain range, it was Central Continent's Sage regional wall. Rank 7 Qi Path Gu Immortal Qizai had died in the white gold region of the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, taking out Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was stuck in his forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining with silver light, but now it was dark and had no aura. This was Immortal Killer Move Dark Assassination. This move was extremely concealed. When activated, there was no aura of a rank 7 Immortal Killer move, no one could sense it. Once activated, the sword would be extremely fast like a thunderbolt. The only flaw was that the attack range was small, it had to be within 100 steps of the user. This distance was too short. Compared to ordinary Immortal Killer moves that had an attack range of 100 li or even 1000 li, it could not compare. Thus, Fang Yuan took a risk and used Familiar Face to disguise himself, getting close to Qizai. The closer he was, the higher the chance of killing Qizai. Thus, Fang Yuan even purposely fought with Qizai and got injured by him, to dispel Qizai's suspicions. Qizai's death from this move was not in vain, because what Fang Yuan used to deceive him was the famous Familiar Face. Even though it was not the original, it still used rank 8 Attitude Gu as the core. This Gu was activated. It directly affected people's hearts, allowing them to sense Fang Yuan's attitude. It was hard to raise suspicions. Even though Qizai was vigilant, it was hard to find a flaw in him. But according to Fang Yuan's shrewdness, from the previous fight he could see Qi's weakness. Using Qi, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with rank 6 cultivation level. This battle result was impressive. If it was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they would want to know about it. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan only heaved a sigh of relief. He did not feel proud at all. After rebirth, he had experienced many things. He had seen Spectral Soul resist the Grand Tribulation. Killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was a small matter in his eyes. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit, I wouldn't have taken the risk to assassinate you. Fine, let me see why you want to kill me to the end. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air, pulling Qizai's soul out of his corpse. Qizai cultivated Qi Path, hence his soul. It was just an ordinary Gu Immortal's soul, there was nothing special. His life lamp was extinguished, he was not some shadow sect, even though his soul was indignant and angry. He struggled with all his might, but he could only allow Fang Yuan to do whatever he wanted. Fang Yuan first checked the soul to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. He was stuffed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A large number of soul path goo worms landed in the immortal aperture. They swarmed towards Qizai's soul. Soul search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he continued to use familiar face. It gradually turned into Qizai's appearance. He did not forget that there was still a rank 6 goo immortal, Qi outside. Killing her was definitely easier than killing Qizai, but to make things easier and to be safe, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method and assassinate Qi as well. His familiar face was not the original version, it lacked change form immortal goo, he used thousands of mortal supplementary goo to replace it. Thus, changing his appearance was not instantaneous, he spent a lot of effort. After he successfully transformed into Qizai's appearance, he stored Qizai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi, she was already dead. The one who killed Qi was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was riding on. This Qi Grand Lion was originally controlled and enslaved by Qizai. But with Qizai's death, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was spurred on by Qizai, it was already hungry. If Qi cultivated other paths, she might have had a chance to live. But she was a Qi Path Gu immortal, she had Qi Path Dao marks on her body, her aura was overflowing to the Qi Grand Lion, she was an extremely tempting meal. But the Qi Grand Lion was hungry, after it left its control, it retaliated. Qi had just advanced, how could she be the Qi Grand Lion's match? After a few rounds she was killed and swallowed by the Qi Grand Lion. It was a pity that she cultivated bitterly and became an immortal, but before she could enjoy the glory of the Gu immortal world, she died in the mouth of a desolate beast. Fang Yuan caught up to the Qi Grand Lion and used Flying Sword Immortal Gu, piercing its head in a few moves. The silver Flying Sword Immortal Gu rampaged in the Qi Grand Lion's mind. The Qi Grand Lion fell to the ground from the sky in pain, it let out a pitiful cry before it stopped struggling and died. Such an achievement finally gave Fang Yuan some comfort in his heart. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or Qi Grand Lions, Flying Sword Immortal Gu would be able to deal huge damage to them if it hit their vital parts. It was not like the desolate beast mud monster. This opponent had no weaknesses, it made Fang Yuan feel quite stifled earlier. Other than feeling gratified, Fang Yuan felt even more heartache. This rank 7 Immortal Gu expended too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan's expenditure increased again. If he did not use Immortal Gu, he could use Mortal Killer moves to wear it down. However, this would take too long. To prevent any problems, Fang Yuan decided to end the battle quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan cut open its stomach and found Qi's corpse. He looked through them, he wanted to find the crucial area below the stomach, that was where the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was. Qi's old body had already been chewed into pieces by the Qi Grand Lion, it fell into its stomach and was broken down by its stomach acid. Fang Yuan looked around for a while, suddenly his gaze shook as he picked out a piece. It was the same as Qizai's corpse. It was also placed into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. As mentioned earlier, after killing a Gu immortal, there were 2 ways to use it. The first was to place the immortal aperture in the 5 regions. To form a blessed land or grotto heaven, then attack the blessed land or grotto heaven, and obtain the cultivation resources inside. The second was to place the immortal aperture into one's own immortal aperture, causing the immortal aperture to self-destruct, but the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would be left behind to benefit the victor. Fang Yuan was using the second method now. After this battle, the number of Qi Path Dao marks on me will increase greatly. It will definitely increase by a lot. From now on, if I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect will surpass other paths. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in Qi Path, my Qi Path attainment level is also ordinary. But the immortal aperture will benefit, the environment will gradually change, in the future, I will have a lot of benefits in terms of Qi Path cultivation resources. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, concealing his traces. While flying in the clouds, he summarized his gains from this battle. There was no need to think about Immortal Gu. Qizai's soul was a hidden fortune. He was still excavating it now. Fang Yuan could not estimate how many Qi Path Dao marks he could gain. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he gained, it could not compare to his other gain. This was only a discovery. But it truly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations, he was pleasantly surprised. He had many doubts and expectations. As it turned out, when he went deep into the 5 regional mountain range, he made a shocking discovery. His brand new body was not affected by the 5 boundary mountain range at all. According to common sense, Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu immortal. His southern border aura permeated everywhere. No matter which region of the 5 regional mountain range he entered, he would be affected. But after Fang Yuan entered, he could move freely without any obstruction. After discovering this, Fang Yuan was shocked before becoming overjoyed. A guess appeared in his mind uncontrollably. This 5 regional mountain range was created by restriction master Tao Zhu to imitate the 5 regional walls. I can move freely here without any obstruction. Could it be that I can move freely through the 5 regional walls? Next, he thought of the pursuers behind him. He quickly showed an expression of being obstructed and having difficulty moving forward. Right now, Fang Yuan killed Qi Zai and also dealt with the Qi Grand Lion and Qi He. Thinking about it, he felt that his guess was very likely. My brand new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no roots and no source. It was formed from a rank 9 immortal Gu, sovereign immortal fetus. If I look at it as an immortal Gu, it is easy to understand why it can move freely through regional walls. The 5 regional walls were for Gu immortals, not immortal Gu. Back then, when Feng Jioge went deep into northern plains to find the culprit of 88-point Jianghu Tower, when he sent his family letters, he used a rank 6 information path immortal Gu to travel between northern plains and central continent's regional walls with ease. If this guess is true, why would I need to refine fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan flew rapidly towards the nearest regional wall. He was anxious to verify this guess in his mind. Firstly, he could not confirm that fixed immortal travel was really destroyed. But because it was specially set, the first immortal Gu to self-destruct was fixed immortal travel, it was most likely to be destroyed. When Fang Yuan asked Anai Xiang about Wuxia, he wanted to confirm Wuxia's condition. Secondly, if he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel, he would need to move through the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Feng Jioge died, the celestial court managed to take it down. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land had a lot of cultivation resources he could develop with peace of mind. But using jewel yellow skies to transport them was too costly. Finally, to refine fixed immortal travel, he needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Even though Fang Yuan had some clues, he knew in the depths of his heart that there was little hope. And what he was most worried about was his own calamity and tribulation. There were less than 2 months left until the first calamity and tribulation. Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. His blessed land had such a deep foundation, and his aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme existences. The might of his calamity and tribulation would definitely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I will give up on fixed immortal travel. I will go to Langya Blessed Land and make ample preparations to deal with the calamity and tribulation there. In less than 2 months. He was no longer an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was extraordinary, the calamity and tribulation were like a sharp blade hanging above his head. Fang Yuan looked at the vast sea of clouds, a sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Chapter 1051. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Wuxia looked at the collapse in front of him, his expression extremely ugly. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and the rank 7 variant human Shirnu. The battle strength of 4 Gu immortals. Among them, Shirnu was naturally the strongest, He Lulan second, and Tai Bai Yunxing third. Wuxia was still an immortal zombie, he only had a few borrowed immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's remaining immortal Gu had not been retrieved yet, his current battle strength was the weakest. He Lulan had already been forced to surrender by Wuxia, breaking away from the alliance agreement with Fang Yuan and becoming Wuxia's helper. Shirnu was the most loyal to Wuxia. As for Tai Bai Yunxing, although he did not know about it, he had never suspected Wuxia. He Lulan and Wuxia had worked together to deceive him, causing him to be kept in the dark. What is going on? Tai Bai Yunxing looked in front of him, asking in confusion. Shirnu replied, Earth Abyss is not calm, Earth strength surges from time to time, causing tremors. Tremors can sometimes cause super collapses like what we are seeing now. He Lulan's gaze was peculiar. This kind of collapse is too terrifying. Shirnu nodded. Yes, every collapse in Earth Abyss covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, causing millions or even tens of millions of lives to die. After the collapse, millions of kilograms of soil and rocks would pile up, combining with the resentment, death aura, and blood essence of the dead, countless desolate level blood beasts, bone beasts, and even blood path and earth path immortal Gu would be born. Master, what should we do next? Wuxia stared ahead. After a long while, he slowly let out a breath of turbid air. He felt gloomy, thinking, this route was secretly operated by Shadow Sect. It is the safest and most secretive route to leave Earth Abyss. I was just about to leave Earth Abyss. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Earth Abyss unexpectedly collapsed. And coincidentally, it happened here. It cut off our path forward. Hee. Wuxia sneered internally. This is Providence's doing. My main body is defying heaven and refining goo to resist Providence. Providence was severely depleted. But from the looks of it now, I'm afraid Providence has mostly recovered. I still have the spring and autumn cicada with me. There is a lot of Providence in it. Therefore, in Providence's perception, it is like a torch in the darkness. If my investigative skills weren't good enough and I didn't deliberately slow down, I'm afraid I'd be trapped in the landslide now. If they were greedy for the wild immortal goo that were about to form here and did not go, they might be discovered by other goo immortals who came to investigate. Maybe I used the goo formation earlier. The Celestial Court has long been suspicious of the commotion and has begun to search everywhere. Wuxia had received pointers from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's main body's will, so he had a deep understanding of Providence. Providence also had its limits and would be greatly depleted. But because its foundation was the 5 regions, Providence would not be completely destroyed, it could recover very quickly. Fang Yuan was still in the dark about Providence, he knew nothing about it, he could not compare to Wuxia. The reason why Providence is so hard to deal with is because of that bitch star constellation. My body is quite ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel through the 5 regions. After that, I can gather the remnants of Shadow Sect and form a considerable force. After that, I can try to save my main body. Thinking of this, Wuxia naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Deep hatred surged in his heart again. Back when I designed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's recipe, my main body had considered the 5 regional walls. Thus, not only can Fang Yuan cross the 5 regional walls and ignore them, he can even freely change his aura and become a goo immortal of any region. But, don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon and Providence cannot influence your thoughts, Providence can influence other existences. It can make arrangements to get rid of you. Also, in the future, every time you undergo tribulation, it will be the best chance for Providence to get rid of you. I hope you can hold on until I get rid of you. Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the core. But the most important thing now was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in a dream realm. Everyone knew that when a soul is trapped in a dream realm, it would slowly erode and erode it. Thus, Wuxia did not have much time left. Compared to saving his main body, dealing with Fang Yuan was a small matter. Thus, the most important thing for Wuxia and the rest was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather the remaining forces, before returning to southern border to break the blockade of the southern border goo immortals around the giant dream realm and rescue spectral soul. Southern border. Immortal goo sword escape activated. Whoosh. Fang Yuan's body was like a sharp sword, he pierced through the sky and left a long white cloud trail behind him. Just using sword escape immortal goo would not leave such an obvious cloud trail. The problem was Fang Yuan's injuries were severe. His wounds were deep to the bone, dense cloud path Dao marks were condensed on them, white cloud chi was flowing out of them. Fang Yuan's expression was pale as paper, his brows were tightly furrowed. And behind him, 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. These immemorial cloud beasts were what caused Fang Yuan's injuries. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 flying sword immortal goo, he was helpless against these cloud beasts that were similar to mud monsters. It is said that back then Bo Qing created the immortal killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation. It used flying sword immortal goo as the core, turning 1 into 10,000, forming a rain of swords. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will definitely find a similar immortal killer move, I will not suffer like this again. Similar information had already appeared in Fang Yuan's mind countless times. As it turned out, after Fang Yuan discovered the secret of his new body, he decided to abandon his previous plan, he wanted to pass through the regional wall and return to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after, he fell into the attack range of a group of immemorial cloud beasts. Whether it was in southern border or the other 4 regions, this kind of cloud beast was rather rare. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were extinct. But Fang Yuan encountered a group of cloud beasts, and they were all ancient cloud beasts, each with rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. When ancient cloud beasts did not move, they were like floating clouds, they were hard to detect. Even though Fang Yuan had been using investigative methods, he did not have the relevant immortal Gu, he only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he entered the alert range of the ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he barely escaped, but the ancient cloud beasts did not intend to let Fang Yuan go, they chased after him relentlessly. In his vision, a purple-black color appeared in the mountain range. Southern Border's miasma regional wall was already in sight. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. But his speed fell. He had stopped using sword escape immortal Gu. The cost of using this immortal Gu was too high. Right now, Fang Yuan had already used up all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save money, Fang Yuan could only activate sword escape immortal Gu intermittently, maintaining a safe distance from the cloud beasts behind him. Without sword escape immortal Gu's help, Fang Yuan used his mortal killer move. To speak the truth, this movement speed was very fast, but it could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. After a while, the ancient cloud beasts had already closed the distance. They were less than a li away from Fang Yuan. Seeing that the cloud beasts were getting closer, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use sword escape immortal Gu again. Whoosh! His speed rose again, he quickly shook off the ancient cloud beasts. The purple-black miasma regional wall occupied most of his vision. Finally, Fang Yuan flew to Southern Border's regional wall. He entered it without hesitation. There was no obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall was just an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he clenched his fists excitedly. As expected, my guess was right. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly profound. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely in the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not just thinking about this. This can also help me in battle. The battle with Qizai earlier was a good example. From now on, I can lure Gu immortal enemies into the regional wall and kill them. But his excitement only lasted for a short while. Soon he frowned again. Because he found that the ancient cloud beasts behind him were also moving through the regional wall, they were still chasing him. His guess was verified. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. As expected, I am so unlucky. Southern Border's cloud beasts are extinct. Even if they exist, they are only 1 or 2 desolate level cloud beasts. These ancient cloud beasts that move in groups only appear in white heaven and black heaven. Looks like these ancient cloud beasts are as white as snow. They flew down from the white sky for the sake of breeding the next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were mystical creatures of the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts of the 5 regions also originated from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a habit. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens and land in the 5 regions, using the clouds in the sky to store their cloud essence. The clouds that were stored by the cloud essence would not dissipate as long as they were not attacked by external forces. After hundreds of years, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The newly born cloud beasts were all desolate beast level. Once they attacked, they would follow their instincts and fly into the sky. After passing through the heavenly wind chi wall, they would return to their origin, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be blocked by the heavenly wind chi wall, they would be hunted by fierce beasts along the way, they would be harmed by all sorts of natural phenomena. Less than 1 in 100 cloud beasts could truly return to the immemorial 9 heavens. I am actually unlucky enough to meet a group of cloud beasts that are reproducing. This luck is really... Fang Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected my luck with many people with strong luck. Even if my body and soul are split in half, my luck should not be so bad. Could it be that obtaining the sovereign immortal fetus consumed a huge amount of luck, causing great fortune to befall misfortune? Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the miasma world wall. A group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Fang Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence. For the sake of their descendants, the ancient cloud beasts wanted to kill Fang Yuan. They would not let him go. As long as Fang Yuan's injuries were not healed, the cloud beasts could continue chasing. And these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely in the 5 regions' regional walls. Chapter 1052. Normally speaking, Southern Border, Central Continent, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea and Western Desert, these 5 regions' desolate beasts could not cross the regional walls and go to other regions. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts could match Gu immortals, they were the essence of a region. They could not leave the region they were raised in. The 5 regional walls were like shackles to them. In comparison, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings and mutated beasts had more freedom. They could enter and leave the regional walls. But the ancient cloud beasts chasing after Fang Yuan were not raised in southern border. They came from white heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The 5 regional walls did not discriminate between them. They treated all of them equally. There was no restriction or rejection. Or maybe it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens, they all covered the 5 regions. This characteristic was already known to everyone. Previously, when spectral soul defied heaven to refine Gu, celestial quartz Gu immortals could reach southern borders so quickly because they used heaven overseeing tower to travel through white heaven. And before that, Fang Yuan's Stargate Gu could use the starlight of immemorial black heaven as a guide to travel through the 5 regions. The essence of the two was the same as this group of ancient cloud beasts. They both used this characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Fang Yuan rapidly traveled through the regional walls. Fang Yuan could not manage the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He could only let them follow behind him. These cloud beasts were stubborn. They targeted Fang Yuan. They would not stop until they reached their goal. At this time, Fang Yuan could not help but think of the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would be able to get rid of these problems easily. Even if Fang Yuan was injured, there was a limit to how far the ancient cloud beasts could chase after Fang Yuan. Using fixed immortal travel they could go beyond this limit. But Fang Yuan only had one movement immortal Gu, Sword Escape immortal Gu. Activating Sword Escape immortal Gu could increase the distance. But the price he had to pay was too high. Most importantly, Fang Yuan did not know the limit of the ancient cloud beast's tracking range. If this distance was too high, even if Fang Yuan expended his entire fortune, it would not be enough to activate Sword Escape immortal Gu. Although the land spirit of Langya is simple and doesn't lie, he has always been scheming against me. When I was dealing with Chizai earlier, I was tricked by him. Lend me Dark Limit immortal Gu. But it cost me a lot. If I'm in a hurry to escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts, I'll be able to kill them. He might even take advantage of the situation. After all, Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The boundary wall in front of him suddenly turned dark blue. It turned out that Fang Yuan had already passed through southern borders miasma barrier and officially entered eastern sea's blue water barrier. There was nothing more to say. Fang Yuan continued to fly. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. There were no living beings residing in the boundary wall, nor were there any other dangers. Because the boundary walls of the 5 regions were the greatest obstacle. He flew for a while more. Fang Yuan turned around to look. The ancient cloud beasts were still chasing after him. The cloud beasts did not have a fixed shape. When they flew, they moved like moving clouds. They were white like snow and had beautiful postures. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, they were truly detestable. At this point, Fang Yuan's Langya sect contribution points were completely used up. He was starting to owe the land spirit of Langya immortal Yuan stone. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, why would I end up like this? What's going on? While flying, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Bright light erupted in his eyes. He was surprised to find that in this blue water regional wall, his aura was undergoing a mystical change. The aura of the southern border Gu immortals was weakening, while the other aura belonged to the eastern sea Gu immortals. But it continued to strengthen. If Fang Yuan used familiar face now, he would not be so surprised. But most importantly, he did not use this killer move now. Don't tell me my brand new body can not only move freely through the 5 regional walls, it can also change aura and become a Gu immortal of any region? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. The moment he flew out of the blue water regional wall, his southern border Gu immortal aura vanished completely. He turned into an eastern sea Gu immortal. Fang Yuan was surprised and joyful. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mystical. I do not need familiar face to perfectly blend into the 5 regions now. I will not be rejected by the Gu immortals of the region. But now, I'd better activate familiar face. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He sighed and activated familiar face, turning into an unfamiliar face. He had wanted to quietly pass through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now that there was a group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, his original plan failed. Being so ostentatious was not what Fang Yuan wanted, but he had no choice. However, this place is not far from the turbulent flow sea area. Maybe I can take a detour and go to the turbulent flow sea area, using the terrain to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts? A thought suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Thanks to his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was very familiar with the terrain of the 5 regions. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose to be cautious. He gave up on this idea. The turbulent flow sea area was like a maze. Once he got lost, he would not be able to control himself and get into trouble. According to rumors, the turbulent flow sea area was a battlefield where Gu immortals fought to the death. After a bloody battle, many Gu immortals died, leaving behind many inheritances. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals, as well as Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border Gu immortals, would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to explore and seek fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had never heard of anyone obtaining huge fortuitous encounters from there. Instead, he often heard, a certain Gu immortal went missing in the turbulent flow sea area. Or a certain Gu immortal might disappear for months or years, but after escaping they would reappear. The turbulent flow sea area was not dangerous, but because of the terrain, Gu immortals were often trapped. They could not be free. Fang Yuan moved like an arrow, drawing a straight line in the sky. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Instead, he flew towards the regional wall closest to Northern Plains. Sword Escape Immortal Gu activated, gradually getting rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He had already asked about Land Spirit of Langya a long time ago. He asked about the ancient cloud beasts, but Land Spirit of Langya did not know much. Fang Yuan sent dozens of wills to search the jewel yellow skies, trying to find the limit of the ancient cloud beast tracking range, but there was no good news. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only try and see if he could get rid of the ancient cloud beasts. He hardened his heart. Fang Yuan continued to use Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He did not stop for even a moment. Finally, he got rid of the ancient cloud beast. Fang Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He used a Mortal Killer move and continued to fly. His speed fell. After paying such a price, it would be great if I could get rid of them. Fang Yuan was secretly worried. He could not see the ancient cloud beasts, but that did not mean he had gotten rid of them. These rank 7 Gu immortal level existences often did not rely on sight to track them. It all depended on the limit of their tracking distance. Just as Fang Yuan was looking back with worry, a blood light suddenly flew from the southeast direction. The blood light tore through the sky. After sensing Fang Yuan, it slowed down for a moment before approaching Fang Yuan rapidly. It is a rank 6 blood path Gu immortal. He seemed to have gone through an intense battle. Fang Yuan sensed the aura of the newcomer and frowned. Regardless of the person's intentions, Fang Yuan did not want to get into any more trouble. He had enough trouble already. He did not know if he had gotten rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. There were less than 2 months before the tribulation arrived. Thus, he immediately changed his direction, getting away from the blood light that was approaching him. The Gu immortal in the blood light sensed Fang Yuan's intentions. He quickly shouted, "Wait! I found a supreme fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me escape this tribulation, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Gu and share this supreme fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Supreme fortuitous encounter? People have really obtained benefits from it? Fang Yuan was surprised. At this time, several Gu immortals appeared from behind the blood light. They were approaching with strong auras and imposing auras. They seemed to have heard the words that the blood path Gu immortal shouted at Fang Yuan. They scolded him one after another. Blood path demon harms the world. Everyone has the right to kill him. Anyone who colludes with this demon will be killed without mercy. Fellow immortal Fang, if you manage to stop this demon, my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. This demon was hit by my Lu Qing Yu's immortal killer move. It definitely can't escape. Friend ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost. At once, Fang Yuan was persuaded, warned, and scolded by these Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was not a person who was afraid of trouble, but his priority now was to get to Northern Plains Langya blessed land and deal with his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. Changing his direction, Fang Yuan directly retreated towards the blood path Gu immortal. The blood path Gu immortal was anxious. He had reached his limit. Fang Yuan was his only hope of survival. Once Fang Yuan retreated, he quickly changed his direction and moved towards Fang Yuan. "If you help me, I am willing to give this fortuitous encounter to you," he shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, someone among the Eastern Sea Gu immortals laughed. "That's right. You know what's good for you, get lost. Someone else shouted, friend ahead, why don't you help us, we will reward you later. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He only wanted to return to Langya blessed land quietly. Why did he encounter so many troublesome matters along the way? He did not want to get involved, but these troubles took the initiative to stick to him. Friend, this is the crucial information of the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation level will rise rapidly, you will become an immortal above immortals. The blood path Gu immortal through an information path Gu worm towards Fang Yuan, trying to entice him. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, get lost. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind blew the Gu worm apart. At the same time his body suddenly flew into the sky. The blood path demonic cultivator could not plot against Fang Yuan. Seeing this he felt despair. He suddenly shot out a mystical light towards Fang Yuan. I have already handed the key to the inheritance to this person. If you want the fortuitous encounter, killing me is useless. The blood path demonic cultivator shouted as he turned around and retreated in the opposite direction. The mystical light was extremely fast, approaching Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he did not want to get involved in trouble, he shouted, I have something to do, don't provoke me. Saying so he activated Sword Escape and Sword Light, these two rank 7 immortal Gu. Sword Escape raised his speed, while Sword Light immortal Gu directly slashed the mystical light, shattering it. Ah, 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Who is this person? Chapter 1053. Fang Yuan's aura was only that of a rank 6 Gu immortal. Before he attacked, there was nothing special about him. Adding on the fact that he dodged twice, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals could not help but feel disdain towards him. However, when he suddenly made his move, everyone's hearts trembled. The Eastern Sea immortals were shocked, they stopped in their tracks and sized up Fang Yuan again. They saw that Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was elegant and handsome, he had a unique aura. Right now Fang Yuan's face was filled with anger, his killing intent was like ice, it was extremely stifling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals had the advantage in numbers, but they were silent now. They turned their spears towards the blood path demonic immortal at the same time. This blood path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries seemed to be acting up, his speed fell, after a few rounds he was killed by the surrounding Gu immortals. Looking at this, he was truly at the end of his rope. No wonder he did not hesitate to give up his fortuitous encounter to beg for a chance of survival from Fang Yuan. After killing the blood path demonic immortal, the leader of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, Lu Qingyu, had a change of expression as he said, the insignia is not on him. Another rank 7 Gu immortal reacted. He turned around and shouted at Fang Yuan, friend, please wait. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, it had already changed the immortal's impression of him, no one shouted like before. They looked at each other before flying together towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped in the air, smiling coldly. Friend. The rank 7 Gu immortal stopped. He was halfway through his words when he found it hard to speak. The insignia to activate the inheritance was extremely important, but it could not be found now. The biggest suspect was Fang Yuan. But if they wanted Fang Yuan to let them search his body, he would definitely not be willing. Not to mention, inspecting other people's immortal apertures was a taboo in itself. If Fang Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal, it would not matter if he said this because he had the advantage in numbers. But now, Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, and this was just what he had shown. Jolie, what are you afraid of? The 3rd rank 7 Gu immortal waved his sleeves. He stepped forward. His face was grim. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, I am Eastern Sea's Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Song, this matter will not end peacefully. However, I have a method. As long as you do as I say, you can prove your innocence. Ah! Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Prove my innocence? Why should I prove my innocence? Amid the laughter, his fighting spirit overflowed. It seems that everyone thinks that I'm a person who is afraid of battle. Fang Yuan's voice was low and unhurried. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals changed slightly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. It's laughable that you were deceived right in front of your faces, yet you didn't know. Lu Qingyu, you personally killed that blood path demonic immortal and clearly obtained the inheritance mark. Yet you came to frame me. You are quite scheming. This? The immortal's auras faltered once more. Many people looked towards the rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Fang Yuan with anger in his eyes, but he thought to himself, Amazing. This person has sharp words. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal. But he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Who is he? Since when did Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world have such a person? I don't even know about it. At the same time he shouted, everyone don't forget our agreement. What kind of person am I, Lu Qingyu? How can I deceive you all? Fang Yuan chuckled, what agreement? I only know that no matter what information path alliance agreement it is, information path methods can be used to get rid of it. What kind of person is he? I only know that people change in the face of great benefits. It is hard to judge a person's true nature. Fang Yuan's words were sharp. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals became even more hesitant. Lu Qingyu was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan. I clearly saw him throw the inheritance mark to you. Everyone else saw it too. I personally destroyed the mark. Fang Yuan quickly replied. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. There are too many tricks in the world. Who knows if you used some method to secretly receive the mark? Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a melancholic tone, I have First Supreme Elder's mission. I did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on my door. Since that's the case, let's have a match. Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many Gu immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, so this person is not alone, he has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. At once, the wariness in their hearts deepened. Especially the lone cultivators among them. They were loners and did not have much influence. They naturally did not want to offend a huge force. Wait. At this time, Tang Song stood up again. I guarantee with Tang Clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our inspection, as long as we find that the inheritance mark is not on you, we will definitely let you go. We will not stop you. Tang Clan was an Eastern Sea super force. It was like one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Tang Clan? Fang Yuan snickered. He raised his eyebrows as flying sword immortal Gu flew around him. So what if it's amazing? Using Tang Clan, do you think my clan is afraid of you? In that case, let me test your Tang Clan's methods. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape, attacking the rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. Tang Song did not expect Fang Yuan to ignore him. He was caught off guard and was quickly attacked by Fang Yuan. He fell into a disadvantage. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals dispersed, watching from the sidelines. This person is not afraid of Tang Clan. He definitely has a huge background. Even though Tang Clan is an overlord in Eastern Sea, they are also at odds with Shin Clan and Su Clan. Is this person from those 2 clans? Since he chose Tang Song, it is a good thing. I will stay out of this matter. I will watch their methods patiently. Even if I attack later, I will be prepared. These Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not united earlier. They were united because they wanted to capture the Blood Path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan understood the hearts of people deeply. With his words and actions, he split the immortals apart unknowingly. He was also very particular about the opponents he chose. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, it would only make people think that he was bullying them with 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal would he be a threat. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed him and knew that he was the only Gu immortal with a huge force among the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces. Super forces were also wary of lone immortals because they had huge businesses. Thus, when Tang Song was in the group, he would have many qualms about his actions and words. It was because he was not writing for himself, but also for the super force behind him, Tang Clan. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting endlessly. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat from Fang Yuan's attacks. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu was really sharp. Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu Immortal. His defensive methods were lacking. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu head-on, he could only dodge. He was shocked and furious. A Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal was actually being suppressed by a Rank 6. After being forced to this extent, he had lost all his face. Tang Song's expression was grim. He thought, to redeem my face, I have to use that immortal killer move. As long as I capture this Rank 6 Gu Immortal alive, my earlier display of weakness will be seen as a tactic to show weakness. But this immortal killer move was not easy to activate. It contained a total of 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's sharp attacks. He could only focus and activate the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Next he slowly formed the killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts. but it is very useful against Gu immortals. Once it pierces Tang Song's head or heart, he will die on the spot. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing swept through Central Continent. He was known as the #1 person under rank 9. This can be seen from this flying sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had the upper hand. But he could not be careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His foundation was definitely deeper than Fang Yuan's. It was just that he lost the initiative and was attacked by Fang Yuan. The current situation was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would be for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use dark assassination now. Because he had to maintain pressure on Tang Song at all times, Fang Yuan had the upper hand by attacking first, suppressing him. If he could catch his breath and use his methods, the situation would not be like this. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of dark assassination. It needed to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, it could be used together with other supplementary Mortal Gu to activate dark assassination. Immortal Gu are rare. If only I had a few more Immortal Gu. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movements slowed as he looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were already at the edge of his vision. Seeing these ancient cloud beasts again, Fang Yuan did not feel any disgust. Instead, he was filled with joy. The variable that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What is going on? What are these things? Their auras are so strong. Those are cloud beasts. Oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu immortals also discovered the ancient cloud beasts. They were shocked and uncertain. Tang Song's attention was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan's attacks had weakened, he was overjoyed. The immortal killer move that he was preparing in his immortal aperture sped up. A third of it was activated in a short period of time. So, after I use this move and capture you alive, I will deal with you then. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, "Humph! These ancient cloud beasts were lured down by me when I came to White Heaven. I cooperated with the clan's supreme elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and hunt them down. You obstructed me and ruined my clan's plans. I will settle the score with you one by one. If you want to die now, follow me." Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song and flew into the sky. The immortals were shocked, but soon they understood. Fang Yuan's injuries were clearly caused by the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. All of this seemed to prove Fang Yuan's words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare. This large group of ancient cloud beasts were most likely from White Heaven. Chapter 1054. To chase or not to chase. The Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. Don't think of leaving. He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "Insatiable scoundrel. Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my mission, I would kill you right here." Tang Song heard this and became even more furious. Bullshit. He was about to activate his immortal killer move. He was about to regain his face, but at this time Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran away. Tang Song did not want to let this go. He chased relentlessly. His actions attracted the Eastern Sea Gu immortals who were lost. They also chased after him. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted on the surface, "Those who are not afraid of death, come over, ha." Tang Song shouted, "Those who are afraid of death are cowards. Chase, the inheritance imprint is in his hands. We cannot let him meet up with the other Gu immortals. Only by capturing this person can we have a chance to split the great expert's inheritance." With such huge benefits in front of them, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals flew even faster. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid." He suddenly pointed behind him as Flying Sword Immortal Gu shot out like lightning towards Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked. He quickly dodged. With this distraction, the immortal killer move that was about to be activated was immediately destroyed. He would need to start again if he wanted to use it. Tang Song was so angry he wanted to stomp his feet. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu passed him, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance. He tried to sow discord. "Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is clearly in your hands, but you came to kill me. Good acting." Lu Qingyu was furious. "Don't run if you have guts. Against you, why would I need to run? I would be throwing away our clan's reputation." Fang Yuan shouted. "Chase me if you have guts. I want to see who will be the unluckier one." Ah. Fang Yuan was fearless. He was still so arrogant despite being chased by a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals felt even more hesitant. Not to mention who had the inheritance mark. Fang Yuan's previous words were very credible. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's reinforcements were just ahead. Moreover, they had to hunt such a large group of ancient cloud beasts. It was likely that he had already set up an immortal battlefield killer move or even mobilized an immortal Gu house. If I fall into an immortal battlefield killer move, it will be difficult. Tang Song was a member of the Super Force Tang clan. He might not be afraid, but these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were mostly lone cultivators. These loose immortals weren't doing too well either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be heading to the turbulent current sea in search of fortuitous encounters. After all, a Gu immortal's time was very precious. First, a Gu immortal fell to the back of the group before gradually breaking away from the group. Soon after, more and more Gu immortals followed suit. Gu immortals were not stupid, they were astute. The lagging Gu immortals were not willing to let Fang Yuan go, but they were also afraid of falling into an immortal battlefield killer move. He couldn't get away. Thus, they were planning to let the Gu immortals in front lead the way. These guys won't be able to accomplish anything. Lu Qingyu, who was closest to Fang Yuan, sensed this situation. He cursed internally. His movements also showed some hesitation. He was a lone cultivator. He had an immortal opportunity in his early years, but even though he had immortal Gu, they were all rank 6. If he faced an immortal battlefield killer move from a super clan, it would not be easy to escape. Even Tang Song had some reservations. He had to reserve some strength and attention to deal with the enemy's reinforcements. Thus, a strange scene of a chase was formed. Fang Yuan flew ahead, cursing and shouting at times. He was at a disadvantage but had an arrogant attitude. And the large group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him had the advantage in numbers, but they were holding back. They were at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Fang Yuan spent most of his time flying with mortal killer moves. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him also used mortal killer moves to chase after him. Fang Yuan was not as confident and calm as he looked. So troublesome. In this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the terrain to shake off these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan engraved this name in his mind. He had not received any inheritance imprints. He might have destroyed them, but it was also possible that the Blood Path demonic immortal had used a concealment method earlier. The true inheritance imprint was already in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, this Lu Qingyu's acting skills could match Fang Yuan's. He was an extremely shrewd opponent. In the sky above the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals moved like lightning. They tore through the sky with great momentum. The immortal killer move that Tang Song had been preparing could be used now. He restrained his excitement as he sped up, passing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This strange action immediately aroused Fang Yuan's vigilance. He quickly activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased as he left Tang Song behind. Damn it. Tang Song cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move was more powerful the closer it was to him. Right now, with the distance between him and Fang Yuan, he could not capture him alive. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased. The Gu immortals behind him could not help but complain. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were fine. They could use rank 6 immortal Gu or immortal killer moves to maintain their distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world. They did not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting further away, rank 7 Gu immortal Zhou Li said anxiously, "I have a method that can bring the two of you along. It has great speed. But I am too focused. I cannot split my attention. I hope you two can restrain him." Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other. They nodded in agreement. Tang Song's reply was the most straightforward. These people had already reached an agreement and made an alliance, so there was a foundation of trust between them. Zhou Li let out a long roar. Suddenly, countless illusory waves surged around him. The illusory waves carried him and increased his speed. Immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They took the initiative to step into the illusory waves, allowing the waves beneath their feet to carry them forward. The two had some free time. They started to attack. Fang Yuan fell into a dangerous situation. Earlier in the process of escaping, the Gu immortals behind them had also attacked. But firstly, Fang Yuan often used offensive immortal Gu to interfere, and secondly, he was agile and slippery. The Gu immortals behind them did not succeed. But now the situation was different. The two Gu immortals could use more exquisite methods. They were more threatening. Fang Yuan's pressure rose. A moment later he was injured. Good job, this person only has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, his other methods are just mortal killer moves. The rest are all mortal killer moves. Zhou Li said. He was already injured, it was likely caused by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 immortal Gu, he is still a rank 6 Gu immortal, how much green grape immortal essence can he have? Tang Song said. Even he laughed. As long as this situation continued, they would definitely win. Their only worry was the non-existent clan force behind Fang Yuan and the ambush. Thus they held back and did not kill him. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. If he allowed the situation to continue like this, he would probably die today. Gu immortals were full of intelligence and intelligence, they were much harder to deal with than the dumb ancient cloud beasts. If they fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not the ancient cloud beasts' match. But the threat they posed to Fang Yuan was much greater than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never hoped for these two to fight. They would interfere with each other. The Gu immortals were not stupid, they had to consider the benefits before killing a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. In that case I can only use the 5 regional walls. Even if I am exposed, there is no other way. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, flying towards the nearest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him followed. There were also those ancient cloud beasts. The regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The regional wall was like a fence enclosing the whole of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan came out of the regional wall, he was very close to the other regional walls. But back then he wanted to fly in a straight line for a short distance. If he followed the regional wall closely, he would have to take a long detour. But who could have expected that a disaster would befall him while he was traveling? Oh no, he wants to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu saw through Fang Yuan's intention, he shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu immortals, we will be more restricted than him when we enter the regional wall. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack, don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks were different. They attacked fiercely, Fang Yuan could not block them, his injuries became more severe, some wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. But he laughed, you really dared to attack, very good Tang clan? If I die and ruin the clan's plan, my clan will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook. You say you are from the clan, you are just trying to hide it. I am familiar with Eastern Sea's righteous path forces, how come I have never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again, he said with hatred, Tang Song, why are you trying to provoke me? I will not fall for your trick. My clan is doing this secretly, we are worried that others will ruin it, so we sent me to attack. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my origin. I will even self-detonate my soul, you will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made the 3 Gu immortals' hearts sink. What kind of enemy was the scariest? There were many different opinions on the answer to this question. But a large portion of people felt that enemies hiding in the dark were the scariest. The enemy was in the dark while you were out in the open, you did not know where the enemy was or what they would do to deal with you. This was what the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were worried about. From start to finish, they did not suspect Fang Yuan's lies. Because ancient cloud beasts were too rare, why would he be chased by such a large group of ancient cloud beasts for no reason? There had to be a scheme. Since there was a scheme, the schemer must have the confidence and strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. In Eastern Sea, what kind of organization could take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, it could only be a super force like Song clan. Fang Yuan's words finally caused the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals to slow down, he had precious time to breathe. Chapter 1055. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qingyu surged forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Even though the waves were phantom, he felt like he was facing a huge tsunami, he was helpless, he was like an ant about to be devoured by the waves. Such a powerful immortal killer move. Rank 7 Gu immortals are not easy to fool. In the face of danger, these two thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves, the 3 immortals stopped. It is done. Zhou Li chuckled, his eyes shining with confidence. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu looked at each other, they had already guessed Zhou Li's plan, they could not help but look at him in a different light. It turned out that Zhou Li had been secretly collecting information on Fang Yuan, He gradually understood Fang Yuan's background, he knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, and what methods he had to use to restrain Fang Yuan's strengths. On the surface he was helping them fly, but he was using the chance when they were holding back Fang Yuan to create phantom waves below him. As they chased, these phantom waves grew in size, they gradually formed a large force. At this moment, Zhou Li made his move. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was like a tsunami, heaven and earth were turned upside down. With a large force, it was faster than sword escape immortal goo, it could not be dodged or blocked. Fang Yuan had rank 7 flying sword immortal goo, but against the phantom waves, it was like dealing with the mud monsters and cloud beasts, it was not effective. He still had sword escape immortal goo, but the phantom waves were coming at him. They had already surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's space to dodge would only become smaller, sword escape immortal goo could not escape the phantom waves' encirclement, it would not be effective. To think that this Zhou Li is so weak on the surface but he has such a plan. I was yelling at him earlier but he did not say anything. He actually didn't say anything. This person is even more shrewd than I am. Lu Qingyu was fearful of Zhou Li, Tang Song's expression was ugly, he had prepared his immortal killer move to regain his face, but he did not have a chance. In the end, Zhou Li gained the upper hand. Forget about rank 6 Gu immortals, they could reach rank 7. Which one of them was simple? Zhou Li made his move. Fang Yuan was like a turtle in a jar. The outcome has been decided. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals had the same thought. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Aha, fellow immortals, why are you so unwise? He actually rushed over to throw his life away. In my opinion, those rank 6 Gu immortals are much smarter than you. The 3 immortals looked over, only to see Fang Yuan standing there with his hands behind his back. He hovered in the air, calm and unruffled. The 3 immortals shuddered and cried out in their hearts, "Not good. He has nothing to fear. Could it be that this is the place for the ambush?" Fang Yuan asked again, "What is the name of this move?" "It is actually a continuous transformation move, but can it break our clan's immortal battlefield killer move?" I don't think there's much hope. Clearly these illusory waves possessed outstanding offensive power that could take his life, but Fang Yuan actually turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't facing fatal danger. It was like a warm spring breeze. He even dispelled the defensive killer move lion fur armor on his body in front of the 3 immortals. "Oh no. This move of mine expended almost all of my immortal goo, it has strong offense but weak defense once the enemy attacks." Zhou Li's pupils shrunk, he had no time to think, he subconsciously moved the illusory waves back to defend himself. Raging waves. Originally there were many afterimages, it was a sure kill move, but Zhou Li moved most of them back, only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. There was a weakness that Fang Yuan took advantage of. "I won't be sending you off." Fang Yuan activated sword escape immortal goo as he flew into the sky, passing through the gap and entering the blue water regional wall in a flash of lightning. The 3 immortals were stunned before flying into a rage out of embarrassment. This lad is so crafty, he is actually bluffing. He was already at the end of his rope earlier, but he concealed it so well. "Let's chase." Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious, they chased after Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned green and white, he was dazed for a moment before slapping himself before continuing to chase. But the good situation earlier was ruined by him, what chance would there be now? Fang Yuan narrowly escaped death. After entering the regional wall, he went deeper into the regional wall. The 3 immortals complained incessantly. The advantage of cultivation level had become a hindrance here. At this moment, the 3 immortals wished they could become rank 6 Gu immortals. The deeper they went into the regional wall, the stronger the suction force they felt, their speed fell sharply. Without a choice, the 3 immortals could only place their hopes on the rank 6 Gu immortals who were chasing after them. But these rank 6 Gu immortals were also greatly affected. Compared to Fang Yuan who was unobstructed and could move freely, the difference was too great. Soon, the Gu immortals were getting further away from Fang Yuan. What cultivation level is this person? He is actually so little affected in the regional wall? The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were puzzled. But they did not know that this was the result of Fang Yuan purposely restraining himself. Fang Yuan did not want to expose this secret, he purposely lowered his speed and acted like he was having a hard time, to make people suspicious. Although they could not catch up to Fang Yuan, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not willing to give up. "I don't believe he is really hiding here and not coming out. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal, he will expend a lot of immortal essence to fly here. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu Immortals foundation can match a grand rank 7 like us. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling, the truth was cruel. Fang Yuan was getting further and further away from them, even the ancient cloud beasts behind him were catching up. After some chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could only watch bitterly as the ancient cloud beasts overtook them and chased after Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven, the 5 regional walls had no effect on them. Gradually, Fang Yuan left the range of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. They could only chase after the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts were getting closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. His speed rose as he left. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals chased for a while. Finally, someone could not endure it and gave up, escaping from the regional wall. So unlucky. We actually met such a person. Who is this person? We have no idea. Whether or not he has a super force supporting him is still a question mark. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed. They felt that there was little hope. Only Lu Qingyu did not say a word. He continued to chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is nowhere to be seen. This matter has become troublesome. Let's go out first. Let's discuss this. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qingyu said, I have my methods. I specialize in tracking. If I don't catch him, I will not rest. Wait a moment, I will try again. I will be right back. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow. His speed rose by a large margin. He chased after the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at this light, saying in surprise, it seems that Brother Lu is anxious. He even used this move. This move required the Dao marks on his body to be used. It has a high price. It is his trump card. He rarely uses it. In the past, he had used it to escape from many strong enemies. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was stunned. His expression also turned grim. The two immortals looked at each other, seeing the anger in each other's eyes. This Lu Qingyu was probably not chasing after Fang Yuan. He had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint. He was using this to escape from them. After all, everyone had seen Fang Yuan destroy the inheritance imprint of the Blood Path demonic immortal. And the person who killed the Blood Path demonic immortal was Lu Qingyu. Brother Lu, wait. This scoundrel is crafty. He might have a helper. We will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qingyu heard this. He ran even faster. He did not even turn around, as if he did not hear anything. Tang Song and Zhou Li were even more certain of their deductions. Their expressions turned darker. They swore to themselves that they would not rest until they caught up to Lu Qingyu. Half a month later, a figure passed through the green licorice regional wall, entering Northern Plains. I'm finally in Northern Plains. The person was Fang Yuan. He had an exhausted expression. His body was covered in injuries. If he could heal himself, he would have already healed. But most of his injuries were caused by ancient cloud beasts, immortal Gu, or even immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks. He needed healing immortal Gu to heal them. Fang Yuan only had 3 immortal Gu. He could only stall for time. Land Spirit of Langya should have healing immortal Gu. As long as I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will be able to recover. Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged himself. Earlier, when he fought with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals these last days to get away from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu many times. Right now, he already owed a huge debt to Land Spirit of Langya. The crucial thing was the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Because of their pursuit, Fang Yuan had to travel through the regional wall. This way he took a long detour. He had to expend a lot of immortal essence. But this was not important. The important thing was the immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. Time was getting shorter. Fang Yuan's bad premonition was getting stronger. Turning around to look, the ancient cloud beasts' figures were already faintly discernible in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed. He used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know its exact location. Previously, Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land was moved from Crescent Lake. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. He only gave him a direction and said that a Gu Immortal would come to receive him. 3 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at the receiving location, but he did not see anyone. The ancient cloud beasts chased after him. He could only escape again. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya, He learned that the land spirit of Langya had sent a hairy man Gu immortal, but he encountered a human Gu immortal and was killed on the spot. The land spirit of Langya could only send more people to receive him, but an accident occurred again. This hairy man Gu immortal had mysteriously disappeared. He could not be contacted no matter what. In order to receive Fang Yuan, Langya sect actually lost 2 hairy man Gu immortals. They could not even bring Fang Yuan back. The land spirit of Langya's heart was bleeding. He could not bear such a loss. He directly told the location to Fang Yuan. 7 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at Feng Bo Cliff. At the bottom of Feng Bo Cliff, he found the arrangement of the land spirit of Langya. This was an immortal Gu formation. Its effect was similar to Zombie Alliance's Green Crystal Hero's path. Fang Yuan used this to truly escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts. He returned to Langya Blessed Land. After so many setbacks, he was finally safe. Chapter 1056. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Steel Thread City was the most majestic city in Black Hair Continent. Just in the city there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the countless villages and towns that spread out from the periphery of the city. Langya Blessed Land could be said to be the largest hairy man paradise in the world. It was a paradise. There were 4 continents in the Blessed Land. 3 of them were on the sea. They were about the same size. The last one was the smallest, but it floated in the sky. It was called Cloud Cover Continent. It was the holy land that hairy men yearned for the most. Steel Thread City's trading market was bustling with noise. It was one of the most famous trading places in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this trading market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked up the platform. Below the platform there was a circle of hairy men. They were all muscular and covered in hair. These hairy men's hair was mainly black and brown. This was the main hair color of hairy men in Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man had just walked up the platform when the hairy men below started to clamor. One of them asked loudly, "Kang Ba, what good stuff did you bring this time?" The hairy man called Kang Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. His business was not small and he had a certain reputation. Kang Ba heard this and laughed. He looked at everyone. "Don't worry everyone, I brought many yellow hair slaves this time. There are even some quasi-master Gu refinement experts among them. I am sure you will be satisfied." The surrounding hairy men's eyes shined. They started to discuss again. Ever since Cloud Cover Continent's Immortal issued a decree. Every 10 years they will choose immortal seats. After imparting the path of immortal ascension, our 3 continents started to fight. And how do we choose immortal seats? We will see who can enter the immortals' discerning eyes in the war between the 3 continents. This time, our Black Hair Continent and White Hair Continent joined hands to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured many yellow hair slaves. An old man like me has no hope of becoming an immortal, but I want to take these yellow hair slaves and add labor to my Gu refinement workshop. These slaves are much better than hiring those Gu masters. Not only are they cheap, we can even control their life and death. Their descendants will be our slaves. Everyone. The hairy man Kang Ba raised his hands, causing the surrounding discussions to subside. We don't dare to waste everyone's time. Next, we will bring out the first slave to let everyone broaden their horizons. Someone came. Bring him up. Go. Behind the high platform, a black hairy man with a strong physique fiercely pulled the chain in his hand. At the end of the chain there was a man covered in scars. A slave whose flesh had been torn apart. It was Fang Jing who had been tortured. Fang Jing was no match for the black hairy man's strength. He was pulled by the chains and almost fell to the ground. But when he stood still, he stared at the black hairy man in front of him with a determined and stubborn expression. The black hairy man raised his whip. He slapped Fang Jing's face hard. Fang Jing felt his face go numb as if he was struck by lightning. Then an incomparably intense pain assaulted his heart. But he gritted his teeth, forcefully swallowing the screams that rose to his throat. "You are asking for a beating, leave." The black hairy man laughed sinisterly. He stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fang Jing's thigh, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Next, the black hairy man walked up the stairs and walked to the center of the high platform, throwing Fang Jing onto the platform. Fang Jing's neck was grabbed. He could not breathe. He was already feeling dizzy. He was thrown onto the sturdy platform again. He almost fainted on the spot. His vision was blurry. He felt dizzy. He sprawled on the platform, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot," Kang Ba scolded. The black hairy man who escorted Fang Jing up did not dare to provoke him, he quickly apologized. Scram! Kang Ba shouted coldly. The black hairy man quickly flew down the platform. Kang Ba's expression changed as he wiped away the anger on his face, changing it into a smile. He pointed at Fang Jing and introduced him to the hairy men below the stage. This slave is a rare commodity. It wasn't easy for me, Kang Ba, to find him. These words attracted the audience's interest to a large extent. This slave's cultivation level is not weak, he actually has rank 5 cultivation level. Soon, someone sensed the weak Gu Master aura on Fang Jing and exclaimed, "Which city lord of Yellow Hair Continent is this? He was actually captured and almost all of his hair was shaved off, humiliating him like this?" Soon someone asked curiously. In this sea of Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, the city lords had the highest authority, they usually had rank 5 cultivation level. And in the customs of hairy men, they were proud to have hair all over their body. Being shaved off was the most humiliating punishment for hairy men. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was crueler than death. For example, it was like in Earth's Chinese history, male prisoners were castrated. Kang Ba laughed. Everyone is wrong, this slave is not a hairy man, he is the purest human. What? Human? He is a human? In Langya blessed land, hairy men were the majority, there were very few other races. Many of the hairy men present could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time they had seen a legendary human. Fang Jing had already recovered. He felt extremely uncomfortable being sized up by these hairy men. Get up, stand properly. Kang Ba hooked his finger. Fang Jing's body was restrained by a formless force, he was brought to stand on the platform. The hairy men below the platform could see it clearly, they whispered to each other, praising Fang Jing. Kang Ba smiled, he was very satisfied. He paid a huge price to buy this Fang Jing, it was to create a commotion. Now it seemed that he had achieved his goal. The hairy men below the platform continued to discuss, their voices were getting louder and louder. It was also getting noisier. Look, there are human slaves being sold there. Is that so? I want to take a look. Go. Let's take a look. More and more hairy men noticed this place. They gathered from all directions of the market. Fang Jing stood on the platform looking at the sea of hairy men below. He opened his eyes wide. There were so many of these hairy men, this was the first time Fang Jing had seen them. He had seen hairy men in Crane Gate, they were slaves refining goo for Crane Gate. He knew the situation of the 5 regions, humans were the absolute rulers, variant humans were suppressed badly. They were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here, humans were very weak. Where is this place? The suspicions in Fang Jing's heart became deeper. He remembered that he was tortured, and from the jailer he learned that his brother had died, and whose immortal blessed land was destroyed. At first he did not believe it, but as he was tortured and tortured he became skeptical. But now he saw this scene. The suspicions in his heart deepened. Kang Ba, how much are you selling this slave for? Someone shouted. Haha, this price. Kang Ba raised his 2 hands, spreading his fingers. The crowd went into an uproar. Many people shouted, so expensive. Kang Ba, you are robbing us. You really want money, you are going crazy. Everyone. Gentlemen. Kang Ba raised his voice and shouted. This is a rank 5 Gu Master after becoming your slave. You will become a rank 5 fighter. You might not encounter such an opportunity again in your life. But there were astute hairy men below the platform. A rank 5 Gu Master, it will not be easy to make him a slave. That's right, to enslave such a strong person one's cultivation must be at least rank 4, right? Also, this slave has clearly been tortured, he might be half dead already. He won't die the moment we buy him, right? Kang Ba pretended to be angry. What do you think I, Kang Ba, am doing? I, Kang Ba, value sincerity the most when doing business. Look at him, take a good look. With that said, Kang Ba walked in front of Fang Jing and pinched his chin. Fang Jing felt intense pain, he opened his mouth, showing his teeth and lips. Look at his teeth. Come, look at his skin and flesh. Kang Ba stretched out his hand and tore off Fang Jing's tattered clothes. Fang Jing's body shook, he was completely naked, exposed in front of the hairy men. Although he is injured, these are all flesh wounds, they can be healed. I, Kang Ba, can guarantee it will not be a problem. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, intense anger and shame filled his heart, he wanted to kill all these hairy men. Kang Ba chuckled, holding a tree branch he picked up the thing between Fang Jing's legs. Everyone take a look, this thing has complete functions. In the future, it can give birth to human descendants for you, there will be an endless supply of slaves. Haha, the hairy men laughed. Fang Jing's face was red, he was extremely embarrassed and angry, if not for Kang Ba's strength restraining him, he would have already committed suicide. If not for Kang Ba's strength restraining him, he would have definitely committed suicide. I will buy this slave. Suddenly, a voice could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the voice and saw a female hairy man, she was covered in black hair, looking at Fang Jing with a lustful gaze. Greetings to Lord City Lord. The hairy men knelt down, even Kang Ba was no exception. Ha ha ha. The female city lord with two muscular hairy men raised her head and laughed, ordering, Kang Ba, heal this slave, then wash him clean and send him to my city lord manor, I want to see him tonight. Understood, beautiful and powerful city lord. Kang Ba was overjoyed, he kowtowed and accepted the order. Fang Jing closed his eyes, his heart was dead. At this moment, with a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. A five-colored light shot up from cloud-covered continent, illuminating the entire Langya blessed land. What happened on cloud-covered continent? Heavens, this is the light of an immortal, this is a very auspicious sign. The hairy men's attention was attracted by this change in heaven and earth, they looked up, their eyes were filled with curiosity, worship, envy. As for Fang Jing, he was already thrown to the back of their minds. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.